What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Saturday, August the 16th, 2025. This is NCCTV coming at you live from Amami City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic life form streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat, I barely made it today. I was like looking for a picture of a judge, and then you're like, I don't know. This is gonna be, I don't know what I think about this one, right? This is one that I haven't pre-watched, and for good reason, right? We're gonna try to look at the evidence and decide something. I mean, I don't anticipate canceling Hasan Piker today, but obviously, you know, he doesn't have all the answers. He's not always right, and there are criticisms to be made potentially. But I don't know. I'll be honest. I didn't watch this Hasanabi clip. The clip in question is the interview with one Matt Duss, not Matt Duff or Matt Matt, what was the other one? Matt Haas is the guy that sued Ethan Klein back in the day. No, Matt Duss. Yeah, I don't know the Matt Duss controversy. I know the basics of it. I just have not seen the interview itself. So we'll be looking at that. We'll be looking at some of the criticisms from the likes of Bad Empanada and Zay Squirrel on Twitter, and just see what we think. Just see what we think about this. Also, hopefully we will have time to cover what I think is a really interesting controversy that might have me defending Xanderhall. Chat, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if that happens. I don't know if that's real or not. Yeah, it's more of a condemnation of Chud Logic in his lack of knowledge of American history. And you know, look, you can be wrong, you can be loud, but don't be loud and wrong. And I guess Chud's just so used to dunking on Xanderhall that, you know, I don't know. It feels like he's mailing it. Anybody watch him lately? I've seen a couple clips of his where it just doesn't seem like his heart is totally in it. And this is the whole thing. Look, here's the deal. If I was going to make some statement about, I don't know, British people who have a certain opinion about the British Civil War, for instance, right? I would educate myself on that history that they did not teach me very well in American high schools. Now, I mean, maybe British high schools and colleges teach American history better than American ones do British history, but yeah, that's the whole thing. He's just he's going off of assumptions, and it's like the way he does it, it's like, chat, we're gonna have to bring out, let me see if I can find this. Actually, I don't know, this is a very old image, a very old graphical asset of ours, the Chud Federate. That's what I'm looking for here. I don't even know which. Okay, it's not in new downloads, is it? It's got to be somewhere. I'm guessing it's in this OneDrive folder. Anybody else have feel held hostage by their OneDrive folder? Anybody know what the fuck I'm talking about? being held hostage by your OneDrive. Anybody can relate to that? Like like you don't even realize that you're using a OneDrive folder because you never intend to. It's just like your default pictures folder, right? Instead of it being in, you know, C drive pictures, it's in OneDrive personal pictures, right? And then at some point it gets filled up and you start to get these emails from Microsoft saying that your files are going to be deleted. And that you need to pay. You need to pay money. You need to upgrade your OneDrive. Anybody have this? I cannot be the only. Now I can't find this thing. I was gonna put it on the thumbnail, but I don't think that I feel like people look. I decided to go with Hasan and instead of Chud because I feel like people care about Hasan a lot more. But yeah, no, Chud is it's interesting to me that he's willing to, like, I would never, you know, 10 toes down, like, posit an opinion, a strong opinion on, like, I don't know, a British historical figure and the meaning thereof, right? Okay, we got the Matt Walsh baby. That's not what I'm looking for. That creepy Matt Walsh baby. Please tell me that this didn't actually get, like, deleted. Okay. Yeah, please tell me this did not get deleted off of here. What if I just type in Chud? What if I try to search it? I don't know, chat. This is such a good Chud targets a limey, Chud ping, Chud Confederate cutout. That's the one that, there we go, chat. This is what I mean. All right, now look, Chud. I'm doing this to you. You could do this to me if I got out of my lane on British history, right? I could do the same, you know, you could do the same thing to me. Like, I'm not saying that I'm like a historical expert and that I know everything about history. I do know a lot, unfortunately, about the American Civil War. And yeah, I should get Linux. I should. It's a malicious design pattern. They basically trick people into using it. It feels like it, yeah. Do people just have a lot of pictures and videos actually use cloud storage? I don't know. You know, pictures don't seem to take up that much space. It's first video files, you know, high resolution. He is called Chud. He is called Chud Logic. Well, yeah, and look at this. He's in he's Johnny Rebel here today, chat. This is yeah, he doesn't even, this is the whole thing, and he looks confused because he should be confused. He doesn't know what that fucking uniform that he's in means. He doesn't know what any of this means. And yet, and look, I know, Xander Hall is easy pickings, all right? I have done the easy pickings myself. I have picked on Xander Hall. He is very easy to pick on, but I generally know what the fuck I'm talking about more than Xander Hall. And this is a situation, Chud, that you found yourself in where Xander Hall actually seems to understand what he's talking about a little bit better than you. So yeah, we'll see if we can get to that later today. We've also got bonus content, some pretty good bonus content today. I think a couple of video essays that I am really excited about. I don't know if chat is excited about there's a Thought Slime video essay. Yeah, 2 video essays on Israel and Zionism. One by Thought Slime and the other by Overzealots. Right, we got those. We also have Hasan reacting to Ethan going to kick. I covered that yesterday. Yeah, chat, I actually gave that some thought. Like, I don't know. I thought there was like a lesson in the Ethan thing for me to learn. Or at least for me to have fun with. That's a very soy reb, yeah. His name is literally Chud Logic. It was originally ironic. Yeah, it was absolutely. I mean, he was trying to be a bread tuber. He was getting in the bread tube gold rush. right? Now, how much he actually believes in that, I don't know. Look, here's my, best guess. Chud's a liberal, all right? I think he's a liberal. He's a gender critical liberal. He's a liberal who's got some of that racist dog in him. Whenever the subject of like Roma people come up, he's just said some awful shit, as if it's like, no, we don't really understand. Oh, I'm sorry, Chud, we don't live around these people like you do. So you can characterize them more aptly. I don't know. You watched the Thought Slime one already? Yeah, was it good, Magenta? Yeah, pretty good video essays coming out lately. And both of them, let's see, I'm trying to remember. Thought Slime definitely had some words for Ethan Klein in his. Overzealots, I think, does Overzealots use Ethan on the thumbnail? I'm trying to remember. Oh god, this is such a good track. Chat, I've got to play this game. Okay, wait, what am I doing? Oh yeah, Overzealots. That's what I'm looking for. I want to see what their thumbnail looks like today. But like I said, first and foremost, we're look, I was legitimately thinking about not, oh god, is Hila? Oh no, Hila and Ethan. Yeah, they both made the cut. Yeah, we got Hila, Ethan, Bill Clinton, Ben Shapiro, Dennis Prager is on there too, and a big old BB. It's a big old BB, and not Habibi, chat. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about Habibi Cuomo. I'm talking about Bibi Netanyahu. He's on there. But yeah, Guide to Zionist Lies. My understanding is it's based on the book 10 Zionist Myths, I believe it's called. Is that in 10 Myths about Israel? Elon Pape, yeah. So yeah, what we have today is the first half of the video, and I think the second half is going to be coming out. Release the Cuomo list. That's right. Release the Cuomo list, Habibi. Stop worrying about Zoran's apartment, 1-bedroom apartment, and start worrying about your client list. Your client list, Cuomo. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if Chud Logic understands that the flag that he's carrying in this picture is a hate symbol. I don't know if he, the real question would be 2017 was Charlottesville, right? That was before either myself or Chud Logic were streamers. I wonder what he said at that point, because the question, the controversy around Charlottesville was whether Confederate statues that were built to literally intimidate black people, to let black people in the area know that this was, they still revered the Confederates, right? It was sending a message, essentially. It was terrorism. They put those statues up for to terrorize black people, right? And it's only in 2017 that they're taking some of those statues down. And a lot of people, the argument was that, well, it's not about hate, it's about heritage. About how can you possibly know your history if you don't see a glorified Robert E. Lee, Stonewall Jackson, other Confederate celebrities on their horses, right? Looking glorious, right? You need that for history. Otherwise, like, chat, if it was a drunk ass Ulysses S. Grant teabagging Robert E. Lee and Stonewall and the ghost of Stonewall Jackson, you wouldn't get your history, would you? right? You couldn't possibly have, we couldn't possibly have a statue of naked Ulysses S. Grant on a drunken rampage, and he's just literally teabagging the Confederacy, right? You wouldn't learn your history lesson, right? You only learn it if you see the, you see these men as the South wanted to see them. So, yeah, it's wild. Yeah, Daughters of the Confederacy. Actually, the organization in question is the Sons of Confederate Veterans, I believe. And Chud was like, that sounds pretty innocuous. He's just LARPing. He's just doing a little historical cosplay. Yeah. So anyway, this isn't me trying to cancel Chud logic or anything like that. I just feel like he should stick to his own lane. Right? I don't hate the guy. I'm not bothered by it. I just, yeah, just wisdom.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Wisdom is not about how much you know. Wisdom is about how much you are aware of what you don't know. And I feel like our friend Chud here is sorely lacking of that wisdom. So let's give him a little wisdom. Let's give him a little philosophy lesson along with a history lesson. And yeah. Okay, I have got to be on point today because we got a lot to cover. What am I missing? That. Open that up. And then, oh wait, do we have butterfly gold? That's what I gotta do. I always forget that. All right, let's do it this time. Let's see if this might be the magical moment, chat. Put a butterfly in my hair for the first time in, I don't know how many weeks. Put a butterfly. It's not weeks, chat. It's more like, I exaggerate it. I exaggerate slightly in my hair. I'm just saying I have an easier time thinking with a butterfly in my hair, but you know, look, I can, if you want me to have a challenge, I mean, I guess I got no choice here. There we go. Starting the goal of the butterfly. We're at 0 out of 10 right now. If we get to 10 out of 10, I will put a butterfly in my hair, and all of a sudden my mind will become like 10 times sharper, as if by magic, as if by some kind of enchantment, as if I was a character in you know, Flowers for, oh God, no, I don't know why I have Flowers for Algernon in my head. I think it's because I saw like a what was it, Curb Your Enthusiasm or something? One of Larry's friends is like is doing a one-man play, you know, like a performance art of Flowers for Algernon. Every US president has to pose nude for the statues? Wait, LBJ's sculptor had his work cut out for him? Wait, that's not true, is it, Mopo? See, I'm almost believing that. I don't know. You know, I had a friend who was an artist, and she took figure drawing class, right? Which was, you know, a class where they'd have a model come in, and I think many times a nude model come in and, you know, just pose nude for them. And there was this one model that she was always telling me that she had trouble drawing because there was something distracting about this model, all right? She called him Penis Strip Boy. And you could imagine why. Yeah. He'd come in, he'd be nude, and something would drip. Something would drip. And it would be distracting. She'd be I'm not trying to draw you, but it's dripping. I'm not going to draw it dripping, of course, right? That would be silly for me to do. The Confederacy was really accepted in the South until now. Now it is strictly urban-rural divide. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that would say heritage, not hate, that would try to pretend that the flag meant something differently, but you know, it's the same fucking people. They say heritage, not hate in public, and then you know, in the confines of their own house, they say the South will rise again, right? I mean, And also, the thing about this is, like, you know, you could say maybe 10, 20 years ago, you could say, well, you know, we're talking about history, right? It's not, what fluid? I don't know. I really don't know. He had a literal hose, I guess. I mean, he just, like, something was dripping, and I don't know, the drippy peppy was, and she had to draw the drippy peppy, but just not with it dripping, I guess, was the challenge. We read Flowers for Algernon in 7th or 8th grade English class. Somehow the teacher tied a bunch of quotes from Fight Club in. That's awesome. / cursed. Yeah. We got an administration right now that is going through the Smithsonian, going through the exhibits in the Smithsonian to make sure that the history comports to their bigotry, right? They're not scholars, they're not historians, but they have feelings, right? And when history does not comport with their feelings, they feel compelled to change that history. So it's kind of like, you know, of all the times for somebody to be fucking around with, like, well, I don't think the sons of the Confederate veterans, I mean, certainly that's just a historical blah, 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 right? It's like the wrong time. It's the wrong time to be saying that shit, right? Right before potentially the Second American Civil War. And yeah, while, you know, the regime is trying to actively change history, right? They look, mark my words, chat, they want war of northern aggression to be a phrase that is, you know, can be uttered without, you know, being laughed at and being put down and being corrected in a classroom. They want that to be like a fucking valid viewpoint for the fifis of all the Southern kids that don't want to accept that, yeah, you know, your, you know, region was the bad guy in this war. All a myth about heritage, not hate. There's a flag for the Southern states. Why do they fly the battle flag? Yeah, that's right. It's not even the CSA's flag, the Confederate States of America's flag. It is the battle. It is a specific battle flag that was all this stuff, all this Confederate shit, right? This isn't just like representation of the Civil War. This is, let me make sure that I'm not playing anything. Yeah, we're good. The strain of neo-Confederatism, like, right, and all of its symbols and trappings, including, you know, this flag, is a revisionist even towards the, you know, actual Confederate states. Like I said, this is not the CSA flag. This is a specific battle flag. And, you know, a lot of these figures, a lot of these statues that became the subject of controversy in the late 2010s are statues that were put up not right after the Civil War, but rather, you know, specifically to put black people in their place, right? That's the thought that is in that is the rationale that went into placing these statues. All mannequins will now be painted beige, especially the slavery exhibit, racism defeated. Yeah, I don't even want to think about what Trump's going to try to do to the Smithsonian. Was it a Virginia regiment? Is that what you're saying, Chapter Black? Stars and bars are also just a lazy remix of the Scottish and English flags with some stars thrown in there. Yeah, placed in front of courthouses, for instance. That's what I mean about the, well, in Virginia, right, Charlottesville, Virginia, was the statue, you know, in question at the Unite the Right rally. I sent a teal. Oh my God, Albert Cumberbatch, thank you so much. I'm like trying to do all these things and That is indeed a teal Cumberbatch of sorts. But anyway, thank you for getting us started here, and thank you for reminding me to not lose myself in historical reverie, but rather to endeavor to start the stream in enough time where we get to cover this subject as well as the Hasan, the trial of Hasan Piker. I don't know. The other thing I was worried about is it's like, this is the exact kind of subject that I don't know. I almost don't want to say this because, like, Trump's Smithsonian brought to you by Prime Energy. Isn't Prime like shutting down or something? We do a little trolling. Well, I mean, that is a great way to troll those that think that they can control the levers of power on the bonus skull poll. You throw a little monkey wrench in their direction with the Vox Populi, making it throwing it back to the chatters. Which chatters, what are you? What do you have in mind right now? Let's see. It looks like chat is choosing Hasan reacts to Ethan going to kick. And just so everybody understands, he's not gonna stop streaming on YouTube. He is going to be dual streaming, or he says he wants to dual stream in Kick. He's been talking to the Kick people. Imagine how obnoxious the Trump exhibit will be once he's done with this. They already took down his first or like one of the impeachments, right? Didn't one of the impeachments get like purged from the Smithsonian as if he could make it so it never happened? Oh my God, yeah, a Trump exhibit. And what he would do with like Reagan, like, what he would change the whatever kind of Reagan exhibit. I mean, who knows, chat? The Reagan exhibit might already be cringe. Oh, what is a coin fetish's favorite bread? Pumpernickel. But yeah, it's not just about that. It's also about, the whole thing where Ethan... Oh yeah, this reminds me of something, right? So Ethan says that he is going to start putting out prepared content on his podcast channel, right? So similar to the content that he was putting out earlier this year on the Ethan Klein channel, I think is what we can expect to come out on the H3 podcast channel. And for this reason, they're moving from doing 3 streams a week to doing 2 streams a week, right? So ostensibly, there's going to be some kind of production of prepared content videos that are going to be war room. They're going to be fuck us on material. Not like the fuck us on over the Matt Duss interview material, but like rather a fuck Hasan, for fuck Hasan for being sexy, fuck Hasan for being right, fuck Hasan for knowing what the fuck he's talking about. The Trumpsonian, that's what they should call it. Yeah. Already destroyed a part of it with African American Museum, and they failed to fight back appropriately. They're reaping what they have sowed, and we will all suffer for it. But yeah, so on the main topic for tonight, Bad Empanada has got a community post up talking about his criticisms of Hasan Piker. One can expect that maybe there's a video on the way. Did he stream today? If Bad Empanada streamed today, then there's definitely a video on the way. Okay, I'm looking at Bad Empanada Live here. Nope, it is already there. Holy shit. Okay, well maybe we should start with that one then. I don't know. Yeah, Bad Empanada 1 hour ago just put out a video on this exact subject. Hasan's new genocide friend? Hasan platforms genocide propagandist who looks like Vosh. I was thinking the same thing. Does anybody else think this about let's see if I can get a picture of Matt Duss. Matt Duss. And I'll ask you, wait, am I fucking saying his name right? Maybe there's a lot of Matt Dusses out there. Oh, another thing about the Confederate flag you'll notice, chat, is that Center for International Policy, is that his why am I not? I swear to God, I got like a ton of images of him earlier. Am I like? Matt Duss, god damn it. God damn it, chat. There's probably a million people correcting me in chat. Yo, I got it in my head because of Matt Duss. I got it in my because I was like not to be confused with Matt Duss. And then I hybridized them into Matt Duss. But anyway, I'm gonna pull up his picture, and you can tell me if you think he looks a little bit like Vosh. To me, he kind of looks like this could be Vosh's uncle. This could be Vosh's dad. Oh God, that's a very Vosh picture right there. Oh my God, I hate it when people put up images and it's like it's one of those weird formats, like JFIF, I'm not even sure. Like I downloaded it, but is this it's not recognized. Oh my God, this is such a, it's just like unnecessary. And WebP or whatever, that's the other one that really pisses me off. Because it's like that, yeah, I mean, like, and I know how to get around this, right? You just take your snipping tool. Take your snipping tool, you do a little snipping. And then you do a little saving. Okay, so at long last, we got Vosh's dad, Vosh's uncle. What do you think, chat? What are we looking at? This is some member of the Vosh family. He looks like the guy from Chapo Trap House. You think he looks like Matt Cushman? What do you think, chat? Matt Cushman or Vosh? I think this could be like Vosh's dad, Vosh's uncle. I said the same thing in chat and got briefly timed out. Wait, for what? So if anybody that's trying to chat in Twitch chat, Dussy, you got timed out for Dussy? So the story is that like a long time ago, I had an opinion about another streamer that you know a lot of people disagreed with and I got harassed. All right, and so we had to turn up the moderation level to like maximum, and from time to time, people still get timed out or their chat gets yeeted or timed out. Though that seems weird. It shouldn't be timing you out. Bad Emma Panda dropped a video an hour ago. That's right, Rob MC. I got it. I'm on that. It's very distracting in the part of the interview I watched. Yeah, thank you everybody that corrected me and said it was Duss, not Matt Huss. Weirdly enough, I've never had problems with WebPP. What is my problem with it? I'm trying to think of it exactly. Like, HK says I despise WebP. Spider-Man has WebP. I mean, can he do that if he like is in a bind? Can he shoot rope with his other appendage? Is that a possibility? Like so chat, I'm acting like I'm thinking like in a situation Spider-Man, he like shoots out one web to grab onto the building, but like some kind of enemy has like a scissors or something and they cut it. And he's like, oh shit, I can't use that one. And then he shoots another one over here to go to that one. And then they cut it here. Like, could he shoot a third rope out of his third appendage? Is that Vash's older brother? Vash's Unc? Definitely Uncle Vash, yeah. Twitch does timeouts, but wait, I mean, the mods can time people out. I don't think that I didn't think there was any automatic timeouts. I don't know. Now I'm wondering, right? Because I had a very extensive moderation team at the time while we were dealing with all that harassment, and they, you know, kind of went to the moon and beyond in order to try to make me safe. You know what I mean? But they did so much stuff that I don't even know what all of it is, right? They know that, you know, like much like my current mods, they knew all the tricks and hacks for Twitch moderation, and so I don't know. It's a problem. But yeah, that's Matt Duss, the individual in question that Hasan brought onto his stream. I'm told he's also a perennial Majority Report guest. He was a member of the Bernie Sanders campaign, the foreign policy advisor, I believe, for Bernie Sanders. And yeah, you know, a lot of people have an issue. If people have an issue with Bernie Sanders, very often it is about foreign policy. It is about specifically Israel. Coolest dude in the universe says China is going to overtake the US within the next couple of decades. That's not what I heard, because I saw a clickbait YouTube thumbnail that told me that China is just about ready. Their economy is about to collapse any day now. Any day now, chat. China's economy will collapse. Do you know what I'm talking about? You know the YouTube channels I'm talking about? Do like reverse China simps or something? Wondering why some people in the Hasanabi subreddit were against Emma and the majority report seems a bit harsh. I didn't see that. Well, no, I mean, Hasan had this guy on, and according to some people, Bad Empanada and Squirrel from Twitter, Zay Squirrel, are the two that I saw, right? He played patty cakes with this guy instead of actually asking him tough questions, right? That's the allegation. That's why Hasan is canceled this time. But we'll look at Hasan's response, see how canceled he thinks he is. Look at what Bad Empanada has to say in the video that he just put out. Zay Squirrel has a long chat. Anybody here a Zay Squirrel follower on? I just want to know. One in chat. If you're like if you follow Zay Squirrel and you're just like always reading Zay's post. Any Zay heads in chat? Might be Brigaders because it seemed odd to me. Yeah, I mean that's definitely not how Hasan. I always feel tempted. Like, you know, I hear Emma and other people call him Haz, and you know, which is fine for them because like infrared Haz doesn't really exist in the world. Like the majority report does not deal with infrared Haz. I mean, maybe they should be a little bit more aware of the Nazgul vortex. They did get Jackson Hinkle did slip in and get the better of Hasan of Sam in a debate that I don't think Sam knew who the fuck he was, right? I think that Sam, like, you know, based on the CV, based on the bio for Jackson Hinkle at the time, I think Sam assumed that he's going to be talking to like a somebody on the left. I don't think that Sam realized this guy was Frogan calls him Hasi. Yeah, so what I was saying is that Squirrel doesn't just tweet, all right? Squirrel does not just tweet like one and done. Emma, wait. Yeah, Emma said some silly Billy stuff on Thursday, but I forgot what. When you say silly Billy stuff, you don't mean stuff about the Vanguard, right? You mean like she said something offhanded that maybe not like well thought out? Is that what you mean by silly Billy? Oh no, my country's in complete ruins. That's right. All those images that I keep on seeing of a China that looks like 30 years advanced from the United States, those must be fake. Because they're going to collapse. They're going to collapse any day now. All my family and friends there are communist poverty operate. Yeah, they're getting a better deal because they're, in the CPC. They're the CPC apparatchiks. Anyway, heard people familiar with the language, like Jink and Jeremy Scahill pronounce it Hasan. How is that still in the... Look, I don't think anybody's gifting other people like Patreon memberships, right? Patreon, like they... Oh no, chat. Looks like the thread is kind of maybe blown up. Has it blown up? I'm taking a look at it here. Okay, maybe not so... Okay, well, I mean, okay, so now I gotta go into YouTube here. You know, what's really annoying to me is that Twitch now has sponsorships that they offer, right? For streamer sponsorships. And like I said, there's a lot of sponsorships I would never take, right? In fact, I don't want to do, after finding out more about mobile games, I don't want to do any more mobile games. For most of us, it's just a fun little thing. We pick up a mobile game, we play it a little bit, we get bored of it, right? But for some people, they get like addicted to it. And there's like, it's meant to, take money from from those people, right? So I don't want to do any of those sponsorships anymore. I feel like the meal plans are probably not a great thing to be. Yeah, like I said yesterday, I think the perfect sponsorship would be like Hello Tushy, right? I wouldn't mind selling bidets. More clean asses in the world seems like a good thing. But the problem is that Twitch, has finally incorporated sponsorships. That they show you when a sponsor might be interested in you, but it's through Stream Elements. That's the thing I'm trying to get away from. I do not want to make any money for Stream Elements. Sorry, Stream Elements. I am currently looking for a replacement to Stream Elements, something that can do the same thing that Stream Elements does, but that is not tied in with that company. And so, let's see, I just need to go to chatbot here. Timers. But anyway, they started, like, Patreon started suggesting that people, I don't think people do that. I don't think people gift other people Patreon subscriptions. So I'm just gonna turn that one off. Is there anything else on here? Yeah, we'll turn the clip channel off for now. Blue's Key? Oh wow, I misspelled Blue Sky as Blue's Key. Blue's Traveler. Anyway, I think we're good. But yeah, do they use bidets in Thailand? I mean, I have a, what's called a bum gun. I don't know if that's the official. Wait, Persona 5X, did you try that? Oh, as far as mobile games, does Persona 5X try to get money from you? I have a Hello Tushy. I like it. Yeah, those look good. Yeah, they do. Yeah, it's like a bum gun. So it's like this little, hose next to the toilet attached to what looks like a sprayer for, your, like that you'd spray your dishes with, right? But it's not for your dishes. It's for your undercarriage, front and back, right? So you're not supposed to flush any toilet paper in it. Like the way that the sewage works here, you're really not supposed to flush toilet paper. It can clog it up super easily. You're supposed to just, clean yourself off with the gun, spray yourself clean, and then just dry yourself with a little bit, like 2 or 3 squares of which come as rectangles. Yeah, here squares are not, we don't have squares of toilet paper, we have rectangles of toilet paper. But yeah, it's mainly just to dry. I think some drag queens have unironically had Hello Tushy as a sponsor on vids. It's a possibility. Yeah, I did just release Persona 6. Yes, just release Persona 6 already, and maybe make the characters at least 19 plus. Oh my god, they seem so resistant to that. Oh wait, what's the deal? So like, let me see if I remember Persona history correctly. All right, so before Persona 1, you have Shin Megami Tensei If, which is a SMT set at a high school. And from there you get like that's where kind of the Persona series comes from, right? And every single one of those was like set at a high school. Like Persona 2 is the only one where like one of the main characters has graduated. Like one of the main characters is working as a journalist after, like how you get a job at a newspaper right out of high school. Oh wait, you don't. Oh wait, you don't. Oh wait, that doesn't happen. Anyway. Resident SMT fan here. Am I missing anything, Ophelia? Like how Persona 5 was basically a straighter version of P4, which makes it evil. Yeah, there's not enough, and like Persona 2 straight up had like a gay relationship. I don't know how, like, I don't remember like how you know, overt it was, but yeah, you know, Tatsuya and Jun are a couple, and that's the protagonist, chat. The protagonist has a male love interest, although I think that they do the same thing where, you know, you can play the protagonist differently and choose like a different love interest, like how Vanilla P5 got more positive a PDF representation than what? Positive PD, like Kamishita? Who's the positive PDF reference or representation? Yeah, I think it's rectangles because, like, you know, you gotta dry your yourself off, right? You need a little bit more toilet paper, so they make it a little long. They make instead of squares, it's like kind of like long rectangles. Why would anybody play? You know, it's a Japanese thing, Sassy. Like the same reason that a lot of animes, even seinen animes, even animes that are geared towards adults, a lot of them are set at high schools, right? And there's I guess, I don't know, I guess you wouldn't understand, or like I don't understand, because I didn't go to Japanese high school. But it's high school in Japan is harder than college, and it's like maybe the last, I don't know, it's something to do with the work culture there too. There's a reason that people look fondly at their like high school days, maybe the same way that Americans look at college. But yeah, we don't have a bunch of college video games. High schoolers, that was uncalled for. It was inspired by Malcolm McDowell, a movie about a abusive Catholic school. Wait, what was? So SMT2, Raido Kuzunoha and versus the Soulless Army. And wait, are these Devil Summoner games? Raido Kuzunoho? And then If it was after the second Raido game, and that's when, and then after If, yeah. So yeah, If is a spinoff of Shin Megami Tensei, and so is Persona. The teacher in P5, I mean, I wouldn't say that's a positive representation, right? Kamishita. P5 protagonist can date several adult women. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, that was messed up. I heard the reason so many Japanese media is set in high school is because on a societal level, it's the last moment, folks. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, I couldn't. But it's the last moment folks feel truly free before they get crushed by work culture. Adult social links allow you to try, but I believe you get turned down in each one by the end of the social link. That's good that they don't imply a adult minor relationship or something like that. They have more free time in high school. Wait, is that right? I thought high school was really tough. Or is it what's the whole thing? You go to high school and then you do cram school? Is cram school the really tough one? Who's the guy in the corner? This is Matt Duss. This is the Bernie Sanders foreign policy advisor from one of his campaigns. And he's also a frequent guest on the Majority Report. He guested with Hasan Piker in an extended interview, and you know, like he's got, you know, some objectionable takes on Israel Palestine, right? Objectionable from most of our standards, right? And there are people, Bad Empanada being one of them, Zay Squirrel being the other, that look like that feel like Hasan did not hold this man's feet to the fire the way that they would have liked to. So that's the current controversy we're dealing with. And that is the first topic. We got to get going, chat. We got to get moving. Let me pull myself out of this torpor and get us started here, because if we're gonna have any chance of getting bonus content or any chance of even doing the content that I planned on, I'm gonna have to really get started. So yeah, goals. What do we have for today? We have wait, am I? Oh my god, I'm supposed to pronounce it Hank Packer. Thank you for reminding me, Charlie Kelly. I don't know why your super chat didn't do the thing that always makes me aware that a super chat happened. But yeah, we are at 6 out of 10. Okay, so we got, okay. Oh, speaking of Atlas Games, if anybody's interested, there has been there seems to be some effort to reboot Persona 1 and 2, right? To actually have like modern games that are remakes of the first 2 Personas, which is actually the first 3 Personas, right? Being that Persona 2 is a 2-part game. So that's in the works. That's pretty exciting. By the time I actually get around to finishing Persona 2, maybe I'll be finishing a version of Persona 2 that's 3D. Or not. I don't know. I actually, chat, I don't know. Is it just me? I find the, I think they're like 16-bit graphics in Persona 2. And let's see, Soul Hackers, would that be? It's on the Sega Saturn. What is Sega Saturn? Is Sega Saturn 32-bit or 16-bit? But I actually find the 16-bit, yeah, Final Fantasy VI as well, right? 16-bit graphics. I mean, if done right, they're really fucking charming. I don't really get it's 32 on Sega Saturn. If you pick the correct dialogue options in Persona 5, you can talk to adult characters you can talk adult characters into what? Into, at least in vanilla, I didn't bother, but yeah, it did not bother, but I did see other people play through that. JRPG stream, I would love that. I don't know if chat would love that as much. Eventually, I am not expecting that till after P6, which will probably be in 2029 at this point. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, like, if anybody doesn't know what we're talking about, Persona is a popular series of RPGs, often called JRPGs, because they're, you know, made by a Japanese company with kind of a Japanese market in mind. And they release like a mainline game once every decade or something. No, actually, chat, it's going to be longer than a decade. They released it. They didn't. Persona 5 came out in like 2016, and then what they do, chat, right? So they've created new characters, and such, and instead of making a new game with new characters after that, they're going to be like, oh no, but you need like Persona 5 dancing. What if they all went to the club and danced, and you can play a rhythm game now? What if they fought each other? Let's do a fighting game. What if they were chibi-fied? Let's do Persona Q. What if they met other characters from other Persona games? Haven't you ever wanted that crossover between Persona 5 and Persona 4 and Persona 3? Well, now you've got that, right? They can all be friends with, across the different games, right? Rather than making a new game, they squeeze as much money out of the old properties as they possibly can. Recently loved Metaphor ReFantazio. We started off playing that. I never got to play that more. And the dancing in a spin-off games look very bad to me. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd have to judge them by other rhythm games. And I don't play enough rhythm games to really have like good taste for that. I kind of like the music. I like some of the remixes that they end up doing. They take some of the songs from the game and remix them, and I think even add new songs to it. They all but confirmed a Metaphor ReFantazio sequel. Yeah, it did get massively the critics were very happy. And I think that I don't know how, what kind of numbers they did as far as selling the video game, but it definitely got critical acclaim, if nothing else. I like those dancing games, but maybe, oh, you know what? The thing about the dancing games, I'll say, is that the story mode is just like, oh man, they're not trying very hard. They're really not trying very hard in this story. Like, right, they're not putting a lot into the story mode. Because what it is you like, they put a story into it, like, oh, like, ooh, we woke up in a magical dance club in the, in the Velvet Room has turned into a dance club, and now we have to perform dance routines in order to, advance the plot. And it's just like they do have a plot. They do have a, interactions between the characters after you beat certain levels, but it's just like, it's so bad. But apparently some of that shit is as canon, right? Some of the stuff in there is considered canon, not necessarily a sequel, but more games in the series. Okay. Wait, in its setting, oh, in that world, yeah. I don't trust it when spin-off game is a very different genre with the same characters. Yeah, they do that a lot. And I don't even know some of these. What was the one? Breakers or something? Wait, they called it Persona 5 Breakers, but then they changed the name to something else. But yeah, that's that is a genre that I'm just like not familiar with, right? And then they had like a tactical game. Strikers, did they change it to Strikers? Is that what they call it? Rhythm games are popular in Japan, but not the West, really. Rhythm games are easily portable. Portable games are very popular in Japan because people don't have much time at home. Damn. That's one way to save on air conditioning, I guess. Anyway, chat, speaking of saving, streams and such, we gotta figure out a way to save mine. And one way to do that is to try to get some bonus content, right? Which is in short supply lately. Anyway, yeah, we've got 4 different topics that we can cover, and we've already kind of gotten started off with how that works. Yeah, first place we got Hasan reacts to Ethan going to kick. That is the same video that I watched, I think, yesterday. Hasan is reacting to that, as well as the plan for H3 to become a 2-day-a-week show with some prepared content, some videos. And I was low-key thinking of, like, it's a Dynasty Warriors game. That's the reference. They're playing on their commutes to those jobs, the horrible work culture that make them deeply nostalgic for high school. Yeah, I think you're right. I've heard that from a lot of people, a commenter. Yeah, so Hasan reacting to Ethan going to kick is in first place. Again, none of this matters if this number stays under 100. It's just, a vote. You're voting for nothing. You're throwing your vote into the abyss in that case, right? Yeah, you do have the ability to vote, right? This number decides if we get bonus content. If it gets to 100 before the end of the stream, then we get one segment of bonus content. If it gets to 200, hypothetically, we get 2, etc., etc. There's also the ability to put a butterfly in my hair, which, even though it doesn't look like it, chat, we've already started on. We have 1 super chat that is teal. Those teal super chats, if we get 9 more of them, I will put a butterfly in my hair. You got to get 10 to get the confetti from the super chat goal thing. But since I saw the first super chat come in, I'm going to count it. So when we get to 9, remind me, if we get to 9, let's put it that way. If we get to 9, remind me, and I'll put this butterfly in my hair. Wait, Biden nasty? Is that a Biden joke? Anyway, right now, In first place, we got Hasan reacts to Ethan going to kick. Second place, it looks like King of the Hill reboot. Yeah, there's a cool YouTuber named Awestruck Fox that does animation YouTube channel. And he's got a video explaining what we can expect from the reboot of King of the Hill. We got a time skip. Bobby's bigger, Bobby's older, Hank's a little grayer. Everybody's grown up a little bit. So, that's, a possibility for what we could watch. Third place, we got new Thought Slime essay. Yes, Thought Slime has got a video about plucky little Israel and how we tend to talk about Israel as the perennial victim, needing of protection, deserving of the right to defend itself, even when what it's doing is very much not defending itself, but rather, expanding its settlements and erasing civic life in Palestine. So that is third place. Fourth place, we have the Overzealots video, also about the myths of Zionism, and it's a two-parter. We got the first part today. So those are the four options. These options happen if and only if we get to 100 on this meter right here, which is now at 6%. This meter goes up every time somebody does a super chat, a super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, and those things are going to become valuable soon, right? Soon, chat, the memberships will. I hate doing this. I hate making content exclusive, but it looks like we're going to have to on some level. So if you want that exclusive content, good time to get yourself a membership. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships to other people, if you support me on Throne, which right now I am almost 60% towards funding the Vietnam trip, which is coming up in the first week of September is when I will leave for Vietnam and try to get my Thai education visa. I'll be going to school. Yeah, so I'll have even less time for stream at that point. I'll have to figure out what the fuck to do then, but cross that bridge when we get there. You should call this segment of your show the butterfly effect. I would love to have some butterfly effect. Anyway, if you want to support the butterfly effect, that super chat of I think $3 or over will make the super chat turn teal. 9 teal super chats will put a butterfly in my hair. So if you're interested in that, then that is how that works. The other things that make the this number go up are if you sign up for Patreon, patreon.com/nocommentchick, or if you support me over on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Prime, you have a free Twitch sub to use on the channel of your choice. If that channel happens to be my channel, you will get the jellyfish, you will get all the emojis. The apparently really people really like the emojis because look at how high the Twitch numbers are now compared to the YouTube numbers. It's almost at parity. So people must really like using those animated emojis over on Twitch, and you too will be able to use them if you for free if you use a Twitch Prime sub to get yourself a sub for this channel. You can also buy yourself a sub. I think it's $6, or you can gift people subs, which is very generous. For $6 as well, and you can also throw bits my way. So any of those things make this number go up, make the stream sustainable, and keep it coming to you at the current 5 days a week kind of schedule that we're on. So
Narwhal_ by super chatted $5. I'd like to have the effect of a butterfly. They seem happy, butterfly.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, no, I'd like to know how the butterfly feels, right? It's the question, the dream of the butterfly, chat. Am I a person having a dream about being a butterfly, or am I a butterfly having a dream about being a person? We'll have to ask Carl Gustav of that one. Anyway, we're at 11 right now out of 100, and that gets to 100 by the end of the stream, I'll stick around and I'll do some extra content. Right now, it looks like people are wanting the Hasan reaction to Ethan's plan to start streaming on Kick. And the other thing that he's doing is doing prepared content. And I was almost thinking of that, chat. I was almost thinking what it would be like if instead of, because there's this whole problem that we have of like, YouTube doesn't like duplicate content, right? My normal method of making videos is I cut the segments from the stream and turn them into videos, which is almost like making a video. And so I thought to myself, why not make a video? Also, it would be a great way to make fun of Ethan Klein, Like he's doing this thing where he with Ethan, the reason he's doing prepared content videos is that he showed the link to his script. He showed that the stream that he does, that at least the Warzone segments are actually scripted, right? And there's always fuck ups on those streams, and he also doesn't like the way that whenever. Especially lately, whenever he's talking shit about Hasan or Denims or Frogan or whoever he's going after, right? He tends to have more tics. Ethan has, Tourette's. Some of the things that he does on stream may be, symptoms of that. Not to make fun of that or anything, but. I think he wants to create content in a more controlled environment, right? Because what he does now is he makes these Warzone segments, he fucks up, and he provides more fuel for people wanting to criticize Ethan than there is harmful criticisms of Hasan, right? It blows up in his face now, right? So he wants more control over that. And God knows what folders he has. Folders, you say? Yeah, I'm so surprised there was no pause for applause in this script. Yeah, that is actually kind of surprising now that you mention it. He doesn't even know if that's true. Yeah, so that's why I put a caveat in it. We don't even know, because honestly, like he talked about getting a prescription from the doctor, and the prescriptions that he mentioned were the kind of thing I think that would be prescribed to somebody with chronic allergies, right? Which, the coughing, the sniffing, stuff like this kind of seems similar to what Slavoj Žižek deals with. That part might be, allergies rather than a tic, which, is I think most of the time what he says it is. But yeah, like as he's doing his Hasan hate stream, he's like, people are gonna make fun of me for all the, all the tics, all the coughing, all the, mispronunciation, and so yeah, he's starting to feel self-conscious, I guess, and so he's gonna be doing prepared content. But I just, like, when I saw that, I was like, wait, I could do that. Maybe that would be just as quick as, like the idea would be to take a segment that I did as maybe read the script and then summarize it somehow and make a quicker video that's just kind of hits the main points. I don't know, chat. It's just a thought. Anyway, we got to get going. Here, the other thing I need to remind you of is that in addition to your donations making the bonus content happen, making the stream last a little longer than it would otherwise, you can also help decide which topic we're going to cover in the bonus content if we get the bonus content, right? Which, like I said, requires 100 out of 100, so that may or may not happen, but you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as your bonus content, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is and add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, which is what HK already did earlier today. by saying Vox Populi. So anyway, yeah, Vox Populi is an option as well. You can name any of these topics. If you want to see the King of the Hill thing, if you want to see the Overzealots thing, new Thought Slime video, or Hasan reacts to Ethan going on Kick, just let me know in the chat when you donate, and I'll add your donation to that subject, as I've done with this little Vox Populi here. Now, one note on Vox Populi, all right? It's a little different, right? When you're saying Vox Populi, you're voting for content, but you're voting for the content that the voters are choosing, right? So, you know, that's if you want to put your money towards supporting the outcome of the vote unaffected by the other donations. You can do that. And again, the things that allow you to affect the poll, or Vox Populi to revert the poll to whatever, you know, the outcome of the vote is. It's again, super chat, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, or if you support me on patreon.com/nocommentchick, or if you support me over on Twitch, any of those things allows you to put your money where your mouth is just by letting me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see in the bonus content, and I will add it just like I did for HK. All right, with that being said, chat, I feel like we're finally ready to go. Oh wait, no, we're not, because I got to thank my Patreons. I do really appreciate Patreons supporting me every month. This is a tough world out there. There's a lot of these platforms, you know, ban people or demonetize people for no reason at all. And so it's really nice that there's people that support me off of those platforms in a place like Patreon. Also, when you support me on Patreon or on Throne, more of your donation actually goes to supporting me, to supporting the stream, to you know, keeping it sustainable, you know, keeping the stream on, keeping it going as many days a week as it is. And so you know, that is kind of, I guess, if you're an effective altruist, that's the best bang for your buck, either Patreon or Throne. But you also get a fancy shout out. Everybody that supports me at the $5 level or above gets a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of every stream. And so let me take care of those now. Shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Good for Gabi. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Big Owl. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to and a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. With that being said, chat, I believe we can finally gotta pull up the correct video. Should we start off with Bad Empanada? Should we start off with Hasan?
Address the liberal Zionist allegations, JK, hoping you're having a wonderful...
All right, let's start off with Hasan.
Yeah, I will, of course. Yeah, I'm getting canceled. We're gonna do that.
Chat, is my hair the same color as Kaya? I just noticed that. I mean, like, Kaya's not lit in the same way that I am. So it's not the exact same shade, but I wonder if we had the same lighting, would my hair and Kaya's look the same?
We're gonna get into that in a second.
Oh wait, he's too quiet.
Seriously, just bad empanada and 2 mLs? No, I know. I'm not taking it seriously. What? I know. Address the liberal Zionist allegations, JK, hoping you're having a wonderful... Yeah, I will, of course. Yeah, I'm getting canceled. We're gonna do that. We're gonna get into that in a second. Please don't take the cancellation seriously. It's just bad empanada and 2 mLs. No, I know. I'm not taking it seriously. What? I know. I know that it's not real. I'm gonna address it in a second. Hold on a moment. Saw some fucking nasty shit all up and down Reddit. saw that I was getting canceled simultaneously by Bad Empanada as not being sufficiently pro-Palestine, which is true. That's right. It's
what is this? It's time to dump Hasan Piker. Wait, where's he? Oh, this is on Twitter. Best thing Hasan could do for the Palestinian cause is disappear entirely because his purpose is to funnel people to the Democratic Party, and thus this is a very different disposition we're seeing from Bad Empanada than we saw in his conversation and what he was willing to say to Hasan's face. I'm noticing. This goes for the lesser morons like you too. I don't know who's he responding to. He's not adding anyone. Is it just whoever's reading this? Oh no, he is replying. It's got a little line on it. Oh, God, am I gonna have to look at this Twitter shit? Probably. Twitter shit. Let's go. This is my life now, chat. I'm covering fucking Twitter. I almost typed Bad Emma Panda. Destiny retweeted a Bad Empanada tweet. Look at this. People are confused because Destiny just retweeted Bad Empanada. Hasan's purpose, personal wealth and celebrity. Look at that. Look at how it's turned. Now it's Bad Empanada being accused of being in league. First it was Hasan being accused of being in league with liberal Zionists, right? Now it's Bad Empanada being accused of being in league with a pedo. Bad Empanada CPS. Is that the new how many Bad Empanadas are there right now, chat? That's not really, is that really Bad Empanada? It's not. About that one, Real God Empanada? Nope. Bad Empanada posting his L's? Nope. Bad Empanada CPS, is that him? 69,000 followers, I think so. Okay, so Ethan Klein stuff up here in the pinned. Is he retweeting Destiny's Kid? Oh no, he's replying to Destiny Kid. Just called CPS, he says. Wow. He's in a lot of back and forth with Destiny's Kid, it looks like. See, at this point, one wonders, like, is it possible to deal with the number of fronts that Bad Empanada currently has open right now? Destiny, Ethan, Drew Pavlo, Kraut, and now Hasan? It just seems like a lot to so yeah, anybody that thinks that he's somehow like in league with Destiny here, obviously he's still you know, calling Destiny a pedo, beefing with Destiny's son. Look at that. Look at that. Here's Destiny is my king. Everything would actually be better without Hasan Piker, as his main practical effect is to funnel people to Sanders AOC, Democrat op of the moment, thus neuter them entirely as threats to American foreign policy anywhere, just not just Palestine. That's responding to somebody responding to Hasan has done more advocacy for Palestine than you or Zay Squirrel or any other liberal leftist holding up a moral high ground. I hope you are joking about Dump Hasan for having a guest that you don't agree with. It looks like that one got deleted. So is Bad Empanada deleting tweets now? I don't know whose that was. Yeah, replying to Bad Empanada is what it says here. So I think I get it now, chat. So Empanada's going ham on Hasan. Destiny sees it. He starts retweeting it, being like, "Comrade, Bad Empanada," you know, all this shit, right? And Bad Empanada feels obliged to be like, "Oh no, Destiny's a pedophile. Here's some receipts on him." Destiny invented the term ethical CP. I didn't know he invented it, but he's definitely defended it. A hypothetical where CSAM could be accepted by society if produced ethically as a means of harm reduction, I believe is his argument, right? He thinks that providing people that are attracted to minors with digitally generated CSAM material would make it less likely for them to victimize real life children. That is Destiny's argument in a nutshell. But also the reason that tomfoolery was banned from Twitch, brought up by his fans in defense of. But again, like people like tomfoolery, they're just like they're eating out of Destiny's ass most of the time, right? It's just like that. I mean, literally, there's this thing called the human centipede of discourse, which is the idea that the discourse that people in the Destiny orbit, you know, are engaging in, it is pre-digested by Destiny, shit out into their lips, which are sewn onto his ass, right? This is the, you know, and then the bigger version of that is that, like, you know, there's Destiny's version 1. He shits the discourse into Vosh's mouth, Vosh's version 2. And, you know, back in the day when she was relevant, Demon Mama was supposedly version 3. Vosh shits it into Demon Mama's mouth, and then, I don't know, Demon Mama shits it back to Destiny or something. I don't know, chat. It's a human centipede. God, there's like, I keep on seeing this. Is he just spamming this? It seems like he's spamming the same, like, comment over and over again. I can't tell if this is just Twitter weirdness or what. What a mess. Oh, he's replying to every Destiny tweet. I get it. Yeah, he's spam replying. Is that allowed? I feel like this might be one of the things that gets you in trouble with one of the few things that gets you in trouble with Twitter now. Yeah, every single Destiny tweet seems to be getting spammed with this post. Anyway, go back to wait. this one.
Now, so I'm pro-Israel. I'm Israel Chai. You know, that's right. I can't wait for my major media career. None of it is relevant. We'll talk about some of it as a joke. It doesn't really matter. Squirrel has been trying to cancel leftists for a while. Fed behavior? No. They're very passionate about this issue. They've yelled at me in the past. Again, like I said, we can have healthy and reasonable disagreements with one another. It's not a cancellation, you deadass platform.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, right? Squirrel, I think, is somewhat anonymous. I'm not sure if Squirrel goes by they, them, you know, out of like anonymity or as a because of gender, you know, identity. But I was kind of wondering about that because yeah, I didn't see any pronouns in Squirrel's profile, so I'm guessing they go by they, them.
Genocide denier. That's a bad faith misinterpretation of song. Come on now. The irony, of course, is that if you were to listen to the interview, these are some of the things that I addressed. This is some of the things that he also said. He says it's a genocide. So, but I do believe that a lot of people are going to come back in here today and just like make a mountain out of a molehill, which is fine. If you guys want to be on this wavelength, that's all right. I'm going to keep it pushing. I'm going to keep talking about things that I think are relevant and important. Yeah, because he's covering his ass after 2 years of genocide support. I told you what my policy is. You say it's a genocide. You want to fucking stop weapons transfers to Israel, and you are an advisor in the foreign policy blob. Keep pushing. As long as you don't try to limit others who are more radical than you, try to stop others, and try to actively deplatform others. If you are unconditionally and uncompromisingly on board, then it is what it is. Good. Only time will tell if these people are being cynical or being bad. But it's not like we agreed. There was a back and forth there that I think a lot of people fail to consider. I mean, you're talking to people in the Democratic Party structure like Zero Shock. They've had horrific takes up until this point. So you very clearly pushed them on things and didn't tone down your language at all. I know. But I think a lot of people, the issue is a lot of people think that a conversation that you have with a person who's like a foreign policy guy who you have disagreements with, that you let your disagreements be known, is going to lead to like a bloodbath. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm talking to fucking someone who is an ultra Zionist or someone who is like refusing to say it's a genocide. Like you know what my red lines are. You know, someone who is a significant hurdle, like someone who says like, oh, you can't speak about this, you can't speak about that. Someone who places the feelings of Jewish people in cynically in front of like an actual genocide. The irony, of course, as always, is that it's the same principle behind the Nelk boys. Like I had a conversation with them in the immediate aftermath where I directly told them like, what you guys did was like interviewing Adolf Hitler, and there were a lot of journalists that were tried at the Nuremberg trials in the aftermath of the Holocaust for their participation in it. And yet that in and of itself did not come across as like being sufficiently antagonistic to a lot of people, because some of you guys, I think, are more invested in the bloodbath of it all and not necessarily the
Interesting question. I wasn't aware that there were like, you know, so there were trials in Nuremberg, and then there were secondary trials that proceeded with the format established by the initial Nuremberg trial, right? And you know, the people that hung in Nuremberg were people that were determined to be architects of the Holocaust, right? But in terms of journalists being tried, I had not heard of that. And I kind of wonder, right? I mean, obviously we're talking about German journalists here. What about American journalists? What about all those journalists that were like, Hitler's man of the year, you know, Hitler, like, right? Like, oh, he's doing good things for Germany. Like, what about all the American Bund people, right? They put, you know, Japanese Americans in concentration camps. Did they not do anything to all the, you know, Nazi dick riders in America? I mean, obviously any saboteurs were I think there were like German Americans that acted as saboteurs in the United States. I think those people would have been put to death, but
the information you can derive out of that. I told you what the reason was. I also didn't know a lot of the stuff that Matt Duss had said, to be fair. And I wish I had known so I could just like push back on some of this stuff, right? I think there is a difference with the way that I have adversarial interviews with like someone like Matt Duss versus someone like, what's her face? Elise Stefanik, right? Crystal Ball's Stefanik interview is fantastic. Everybody loves that. Just apologize, man. I will never apologize for that. The fact that you are demanding an apology for this is the most idiotic thing I've ever fucking heard in my entire life. Who the fuck are you? Like, what the fuck are you saying? Who the fuck do you think you are? Like, this is what I'm talking about. The sense of entitlement that a lot of people have in this situation is so fucking insane. I don't know much about Matt Duss beyond the interview and his commentary yesterday. He seems like a fine dude. What's going on? It's because of a bunch of the stuff that he has said in the past that even I think are total fucking early genocide apologia. And I wish I knew more about that, because what he's saying right now is that it's a genocide. You got to stop weapons transfers. And part of the reason why I wanted to address some of that was because like I wanted to hear what he would say in defense of like offensive weapons versus defensive weapons. And I made these exact points about like how you wouldn't give Nazi Germany anti-aircraft weapons, right? Like those are the kinds of conversations that I think are important to have. Having said that, people are once again making an insane mountain out of a molehill. And not only that, but he conceded on that front. That's the other thing. Like there was a bunch of stuff that he actually there was a bunch of things that he conceded on in that situation. One of the things that I find important to address is having disagreements with people even to the right of myself that would still be in the center left sphere. He also appeared on Amy Goodman and Sam Cedar. I know, but it's really interesting because obviously their audiences are not going to fucking yell at them and be like, you're platforming an ultra Zionist or whatever, you're a Zionist. The difference there is because I am more accessible than those people. And also because like, I think I am more radical than Sam Cedar and also Amy Goodman even as well. I guess the only thing I will say is,
what do you think, chat? Is he more accessible than Sam Cedar? Yeah, Twitch streamer, you're like hyper accessible. Like you're literally there. Yeah, Sam streams with a chat going on, but he's not reading the chat, and he's not expected to respond to.
Is eyes on the prize. Keep it pushing. Eyes on the prize. You must have a singular focus in this moment. If you hate me for it, if you think I'm a Zionist, that's fine. I've been having to deal with the inverse of that my entire life. It's a new meta. Instead of being called a terrorist, now I'm being called a Zionist, which is ironically enough, in my opinion, worse than being called a Hamas supporter. Being called an Israel supporter is worse than being called a Hamas supporter, except, of course, in the eyes of the broader American public. One is the established norm in American politics. The other is, of course, anyone that recognizes the humanity of brown people, which automatically means you should be shot and killed and possibly sent to jail. So in this community, and in I think in the minds of honest people, in the minds of people who recognize the reality that is unfolded here, which is unfortunately still a very, very, very small percentage of the population. Of course, I will continue pushing to try to make that percentage of the population size larger. But, the stuff that goes back and forth in inter-leftist circles are not things that the average American is thinking about. And my job is to try to make the average American more primed and more open-minded to the things that we talk about here. And I think I do a fairly good job at it. So I'm going to continue doing that. It's not the first time people have yelled at me over stuff like this. Can you explain what you were hoping to get out of the conversation if you think it was productive? The initial reason as to why I had Matt.
Wait, I'm sorry, what? My Amy Goodman is the one that got Mohammed Atta his flight lessons? Is that a am I just missing the joke there? He gave a softball interview to Bernie's foreign policy guy. The guy defended Bernie's no ceasefire stance, among other things.
Was to talk about Ukraine and Russia, because that was, you know, that's the big thing that's happening. This was the day before the Vladimir Putin summit. You and ContraPoint should collab. You were putting such a spin on this to make everyone who's criticizing you look irrational. Does it make you feel?
You know what's wild is I saw a tweet from ContraPoints, and you know, she just, you know, she's keeping on her centrist, you know, bullshit, right? But like, I was surprised that there weren't a lot of people pushing back. Did she just ban everyone, chat? Did ContraPoints just ban everybody that criticized her? Because I'm a little surprised that she got like through all of that controversy this quick. Haven't watched the part of the interview where Hasan argues with Matt Duss, but the backlash against him seems like a massive overreaction. Yeah, we'll take a look at the Matt Duss interview in a second. There's definitely clips of what the Matt Duss interview. I'm sure they're all over Twitter.
Irrational when you hear my perspective on this, and that upsets you, so you have to say something that's irrational. I think demanding an apology for having a dude on who said liberal Zionist shit for far too long, for the record, only to turn around and talk about how Israel is committing a genocide, and also as a foreign policy advisor is like demanding the halting of weapons transfers in the grand scheme of things, in an overwhelming sea of course, interviews that I conduct from far more radical positions, is utterly ridiculous. The notion that I am similar in any way, shape, or form to a content creator who was silent for 22 months only to come out with a liberal Zionist position at the end of that 22 months, when half of the people who are now yelling at me learned about fucking Israel-Palestine for the first time ever post-October 7 from me, only to become, I guess, in their own estimations, more radical than me, and now have these kinds of opinions. Also insane. Bad Empanada's farming this shit, I know. And it's fine. I think ultimately Bad Empanada is a force for good. He will get some drama out of this. He'll farm it. It'll annoy me for like the week, which is ironic because like I'll be talking about some shit that's going on, something that's like going on that's like immediate, something that we must.
Yeah, what's weird about this, chat, is that when he says like, look, I got a different idea of like what farming is from Twitch Bowl, but when I've noticed when Hasan talks about farming, like he'll use this to describe people like Miskiv. So and when he says that Miskiv is farming, I think what he's saying is that Miskiv is playing into the dynamic that people in his community want to hear bad stuff about Hasan. I think because what Hasan is saying is that Miskiv doesn't really mean it, right? I don't think there's any doubt about whether empanada really means it. So I'm a little bit confused about that description. I mean, he may not mean it as, you know, like as eternally as he's stating it, right? He's, you know, he's kind of, it's coming off as like fuck Hasan forever, right? Maybe he doesn't really mean forever, but he's, I don't think he's like farming in the sense that he's, you know, twisting his rhetoric to suit, you know, to make gains from people that want to hear that shit. This is a sign that leftists need to move the fuck on from him. Wait, Hasan has reacted to similar criticisms for putting kid gloves on the Nelk boys. Yeah, I think they might talk about that as well. That is a sign that leftists need to move the fuck on from him if they are actually serious about politics. trying to compare this to the Nelk Boys interview. Oh, sorry. Wait, no. So there's two different things going on here. Charlie Kelly, I think, is talking about Hasan talking to the Nelk Boys after the Netanyahu interview, as opposed to the Nathan Drake who's mentioning, comparing this to the Nelk Boys interview of Netanyahu, right? So two different things there, as if Matt Duss and Netanyahu are anywhere in the same ballpark. Yeah, my understanding is that most people, I think, are they would have liked him to go harder on the Nelk Boys in that conversation. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Bad Empanada is being, he's saying what he feels, right? He usually does not refrain from that. I think Hasan's thinks Bad Empanada is being extra and doesn't literally think Hasan is a Zionist. Bad Empanada never appealed to me. Vibes are really off, says Dark Lord Ken. BE might be trying to pull however many Hasanabi heads further to the left than Hasan, his own twisted trollish way. I think he thinks Empanada exaggerated to get attention. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I don't know if I've seen him do that. I don't know if I've seen Bad Empanada do that. Also, Hasan knew that Matt Duss was. He knew who Matt Duss was beforehand. He's saying that he doesn't know. He just doesn't monitor his Twitter account. Yeah, he just doesn't know some of the things that Matt Duss has said in the past. We're gonna watch Bad Empanada's video for sure, George Jackson. I'm not gonna miss that. I think one problem that I have is that people don't realize that the left has an in-group problem. Sooner or later, people will have to realize that you need a bigger crowd to accomplish anything, and you might have to go to protest side by side with somebody who is not 100% similar to your ideology, says Ophelia. Marcavius, you can be extra and still be honest and authentic. Chinter, I watched parts of both Duss and Nelk.
Narwhal _ super chatted $10. I'm not a Hasan apologist, but I wonder if thinks he has truly deconstructed all of his own biases. And anyone that platforms him endorses those prejudices.
I wonder if Bad Empanada thinks that he, Bad Empanada, has truly just deconstructed all his own biases, or if Bad Empanada thinks Hasan has truly deconstructed all of his own biases, and anyone that platforms him endorses those. Anyone who platforms Hasan endorses those prejudices. Thank you for the super chat, Narwhal by Nature. We are 3 out of 10 on the butterfly goal. If we get 7 more teal super chats, I'll put a butterfly in my hair.
Talk about with respect to like the plight of Palestinians or whatever, and chatters will be coming in to be like, you're a Zionist because my favorite content creator Bad Empanada said you're a Zionist, you platform Matt Duss, and I'll be like, look at this screen right now, like look at, do you feel like this is a more important conversation that we should be having as this one that we have every single day? And then people will say you're admittedly not a good interviewer, you let him get away with too much, and then like it'll just be like a aesthetic conversation. The fall off is legendary, not even 20K. I know, it's over. My career, I think, is over. I'm being canceled, like I said. You are too charitable with your haters, I swear. It's because I have been a leftist for many, many years publicly. And in that time frame, I saw a community that I developed grow into the size that it did. And therefore, I am forever grateful for what I've been able to accomplish in that time frame. And that I know this position that I'm in is far better than my starting point. That's number one. Number two, I'm charitable to every single person, including my fucking haters, always, because I believe that I can change their perspective. Number three, especially if someone is on the same wavelength in general, someone like Bad Empanada, who I am in agreement with in terms of anti-Zionism, but we have maybe different methods. I don't really give a shit if he farms me too much. It's just a nuisance. It's annoying because like people, because of our collaborations and whatnot, and because of our ideological similarities, there's going to be a lot of people that watch both of us that will come in here and be fucking annoying. But ultimately, it doesn't matter because those guys are still going out and fucking protesting. And as long as they're doing that, I'm happy with it. As long as there's not like an active demand to deplatform someone like myself, then it's fine. Also, last but not least, as someone who is a socialist in the United States of America, as someone who is a leftist in the United States of America, as someone who is a progressive in the United States of America, I eat it from every angle. I have for the past 6.
I eat it from every angle too, chat, but I'm not talking about the same thing that Hasan is. I'm talking about fruit. What did you think I was saying? God.
7, 8 years at this point. This is the only experience that I know. There has never been a moment in my political commentary career, where I have had broad support from every aspect, from every ideological group in this country. That's never happened. My position and your position is not popular. A lot of people might agree with our worldview, empathy first politics, but they don't have the tools to recognize that they agree with.
You don't like to be called fruits anymore? Okay, melons. At least speaking of today.
Our empathy first politics. On an issue by issue basis, people might say, yeah, why don't we have fucking free healthcare? Oh yeah, I don't want my tax dollars to go into unlimited slaughter in the global south. Or they won't say that, but they'll say like, I don't want my tax dollars.
Chat. Fruit by the foot.
I was go killing like people overseas. I want them to, pave the roads and whatnot. But they don't understand that like the entire compilation, like the totality of those ideals actually point in the direction of socialism. Most people don't recognize that. My job is to try to get them to understand it. And of course, because this is a position that is not something that people know, this is not something that people understand. Socialism, the word is like spooky, scary, right?
Spooky, scary socialists?
Either they don't know anything.
Anybody know that channel?
About it, or everything that they've learned about it is just like false and incredibly uncharitable. It makes it all the less likely and far
I'm more than just my melons NCC. I have peaches too.
more difficult to get this message to a broad audience. As I've said time and time again, being a leftist is
Do you know that in Thailand, sometimes the lottery eats you? Like the way that you say you lost the lottery, you bought a lottery ticket and you didn't win, is that you say like the phrase literally translates to "I got eaten by the lottery."
a really annoying prospect. You're going to get yelled at by the far right. They're going to hate you. You're anti-fascist. They're fascist. They're going to despise you. They're fucking racist. You don't want that.
Speaking of which, apparently I am eligible to buy lottery tickets as well if I want to try to win the Thai lottery.
I hate you. They're going to...
I don't do that though, chat. I don't gamble. I don't buy lottery. I don't, you know what I mean? Like any of that stuff. Like it's never really appealed to me. I like poker. I enjoy playing poker, but I don't ever play it for money. Or also like blackjack is pretty simple. What's the most someone has won in the Thai lottery? I'm not sure. I haven't really looked into it. I just know that I think they recently made foreigners eligible for you don't have to be a Thai citizen to participate in the lottery. And it's a big deal here. A lot of people play the lottery and just really hope that they'll hit that they'll hit that big payout.
dox you. They're going to SWAT you. They're going to try to kill you. They're going to try to smear.
Yeah, I don't know how it works here. I mean, a lot of places, lotteries sometimes fund, education, or sometimes they fund in the United States. Sometimes they fund something good, but it's kind of like generally the people that play it will be people that need the money and therefore it's kind of taking money from, it's almost like a regressive tax. You could look at it as.
Near you, they're going to try to cancel you. Liberals will also hate you because your positions make them look fraudulent. Your worldview will make them look utterly fraudulent in the eyes of a much larger audience. That's the reason why you have the Bernie Sanders effect. Democratic politicians despise him. Why do they despise him? Same with Zoran.
Yeah, I see lottery going to education. That's the biggest lie I've seen. It kind of does end up in the same place, but I think the state that I grew up in, they passed they passed a bill establishing a lottery by saying it would help education. It would fund education.
They show.
And I hope that one of those educational initiatives is going to be like telling people not to play the lottery. I don't know.
The rest of the country that there is an alternative vision that you could be on board with. And that makes liberals really mad. That makes liberals really mad because then all of a sudden they look bad. All of a sudden people go and say, why don't you do this shit? Why don't you do the same thing that these guys are doing? Right? And then last but not least, every other person on the left fucking hates you as well. And that's because you might have a minor ideological difference or a different way of achieving ultimately the same goals. So you eat it from all ends. That is just how it's been. And the reality of the matter is we don't do this because we want to be liked. Especially in my position, being liked is important.
Yeah, people are saying they're noticing like Hasan's sort of defensive tendencies, and I see what you mean. I've noticed that myself several times. I will point out though that there's a difference between what he's doing and what Vosh and Xanderhall used to do. Which was literally, if anyone like Xanderhall's like harassed people that have criticized him off the internet. Same thing with Vosh, right? And Destiny too. Yeah. Like, I mean, that's literally what, my conversation with Destiny was about, was his desire to purge Demon Mama, from the internet for what? For beating him in a debate, for getting the better of him for, in at least the first half of a debate.
Only as it spreads the message across.
I think I used to like scratch tickets when I was little. I think when I was like a kid, like I would bug my parents to get like a scratch ticket because I don't know. I somehow thought I had a better chance than I actually did.
To an audience that will be
20 minutes of entertainment for $3 to $5. Yeah, that does sound like a decent deal. Does BE want Hasan to only speak to people on the far left or to the left of Hasan? I truly don't get what he wants. I don't know if it's an issue of platforming or if it's I feel like I've heard a lot of people say that they just didn't feel, they wanted to see him push back harder at times. He is extremely stubborn about only being a slight amount left of the center and then reaching out to people who are basically far right rather than actually being an audience for leftists.
Charitable rather than uncharitable. This is precisely the reason why the past 6 years of endless smear campaigns of, shit getting clipped out of context and then all of the drama surrounding it has played a formative role in making a lot of people who would otherwise agree with my worldview be disagreeable because they don't approach anything that I'm saying in a charitable manner. That's why they never talk about the message. That's why they never talk about the policies. They just talk about the messenger and how hypocritical the messenger is. Then they'll use the internal disagreements, the healthy disagreements that leftists have with one another as a way to say, see.
Ooh, that's actually a good point. Anxiety says not to glaze Hasan too much, but I think it's a shame that Hasan's bad interviews get more controversy or get more attention, right? I think is what you're saying, than the actual leftists or Palestinians he does interview. Yeah. There is a perverse incentive of the algorithm that it tends to promote content that is discordant rather than content that is, I mean, the hardest video in the world is a video where it's just like, yeah, I agree with this person, right? In terms of like what gets, what gets views to it. The problem is it with Hasan necessarily. Wait, sorry, let me. The problem is not with Hasan necessarily. The problem is with other people who see Hasan as a leftist instead of center left. That's the only real problem at the root of Bad Empanada's contention. I somehow missed the map. Yeah, I feel like in general, and I've noticed this too, chat, as far as formats, right? And this is true for streaming, just like it's true for videos. A interview that I do is going to almost necessarily get less views, right? So if I bring on someone I agree with and I talk about let's talk about all the things that we agree with, right? My people leave the stream, people stop watching, right? I could even be talking about the times I brought on Vadim to talk about Ethan Klein, right? It's just a thing that happens. I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming that if I brought Hutch on and debated him, it would probably be the reverse. But I mean, God, that would be cursed, wouldn't it? Talking to Hutch.
The audience fucking hates him. This is part of the reason why Jordan Peterson famously said that thing to Ethan Klein. It's not an easy position to be a leftist, but once again, you don't do it because you're going to get love from all of these different groups that you advocate for. You do it because it's right. That's why, in spite of the millions and millions and millions of different instances over the course of the past 6 years, over the course of the past 12 years, in spite of the reality that I have been yelled at from members of my own community who are like-minded individuals who think I'm not doing the right thing as far as like making this a safe enough space for everybody, or liberals who say I fucked up the bag for them and I was antagonistic to their favorite politician and that's the reason why they lost, or the right-wingers who want to kill me. I've continued. My positions on the things that I've advocated for have not changed at all. There have been a million people that have come before this very moment that have said, Hasan is secretly a right-winger. One day you'll see. Many of those people have become right-wingers, ironically enough. You know, the Jimmy Dore contingency.
Wait, he's talking about like Jackson Hinkledink, right?
People who were like, oh, dude, you are just a Democrat Party dick rider. Me, on the other hand, I hate the Democrats adequately and sufficiently. And then what happened? They now all vote for Republicans and defend the Republican Party. Once again, not my first rodeo. It's all good. By the way, that wasn't even a diss on Bad Empanada either, for the record. I'm not comparing him to like someone who is ideologically rudderless or a grifter. I'm not saying that at all. I think he's honest. I think he's a little insane. But I think when he has a disagreement with someone, you know, he that's an honest disagreement. If there's one policy, well, if there's two policies that I abide by, it's one, don't fucking punch left. Especially when people are on board with the same causes. You are, and this even includes Bad Empanada as well, no matter what he says. He says I'm a Zionist and everyone in my audience is a Zionist. Okay, fine. Sure. Who cares? Don't fucking left bash. Don't left punch. The left as a collective has no fucking meaningful power in the Western world. And ultimately, even if someone is like far more radical than myself, you won't catch me fucking shitting on them. I don't even talk about ACP that much. You know what I mean? And those guys.
Oh my God. What? Oh no. Chat. That's not a leftist, Hasan. He's talking about American Communist Party. Please don't confuse that with other communist parties. That one is that's a fascist party, co-opting the trappings of communism, right? To try to do entryism on the left, right? That is Infrared Haas, Jackson Hinkledink, right? That is not leftist unity. When you refrain from criticizing, you should be calling those fuckers out. Like, in some ways, chat, what somebody like Infrared Haas represents is something worse than, or let's just say it's an evolution of fascism, right? That, like what Haas is doing, not this Haas, not Hasan, but Infrared Haas, Haas al-Din, I think is his name, is Duginism, right? It's the fourth political theory, right? It's basically a evolution of fascism. But yeah, like I don't know. A lot of people don't know. The other person that I've seen that really missed the boat on understanding what the fuck Haas was talking about, what he represented, what he stood for, was actually Dylan Burns. And that's a little disturbing that Hasan and Dylan Burns have the same blind spot, right? Anyway, really, ACP? Am I mixing them up with something else, Chad? Is there another ACP? American Communist Party, right? Let me just make sure I'm not disparaging some other organization, but I'm pretty sure we're talking about the same org. Like Midwestern Marxist, it's like these kind of people, right? This isn't leftism that they're doing. In fact, when I see people like One Dime kind of flirting with people in this thing, I get nervous, right? Because I think One Dime does some good work. I think like I've been really impressed with some of their videos. Let's see, ACP, American Communist Party. Yeah, that's it. That is not fucking. Those are not communists. Please do not, like I said, the biggest, if you want to make Infrared Haas super happy, call him a tanky. He loves that shit. He loves being called a tanky, right? Because it means that you are making the wrong criticism. Like it, right? A lot of people are just like primed to like fucking hate, tankies, whatever that means, right? And when somebody like Haas like introduces himself, brands himself as like, I am a tanky, right? If you're calling him a tanky, you're missing what he really is. You're missing calling him out for the fascist that he actually is. But a lot of people fall for that. A lot of people just like, because the branding is not considered, most people don't think of a tanky as a good thing, right? So if you're saying like I am a bad thing, most people tend to believe, like, why would you lie about that? It's not making you any friends, right? And so that's the trick. That's how he that's his infiltration route.
I don't even talk about them, and there's plenty of disagreements there as well. They're like MAGA communists or whatever. But even then, I'm like, who knows? Number 2, always maintain charitability. And understand that people are at the mercy of social conditioning in general. I myself certainly am and certainly was. And so have many of you in this community. And that is precisely the reason why you have to always be charitable. Is that because you never shit on bad empanada like you shit on you? What is he achieving doing that anyways? Same if you did the same to him, it's unproductive. What bad empanada achieves when he shits on me is, let's be real, getting some of the people in this community to most likely go over there and watch his video, give him some fucking ad revenue. That's like a decent way to do it. So I think that's part.
As far as what I consider a tanky, I don't know. It's a word that like, it's a word that I'm not sure how much use it has. Like the implication is that you're so enthralled by historical attempts at communism that you refuse to look at their negatives, right? You refuse to acknowledge, like for instance, the USSR's agriculture, or like the chat. If you look at right, so it's Marxism, right? It's about like a big part of Marxism is like material. You start with materialism, right? The idealism, is there, but it's a part of the superstructure. Materialism is your base, right? Materialism is what you're analyzing stuff with, right? When you say that you don't like Darwinism because it feels like kind of capitalist, that's idealism right there, right? That is highly ideological, and you're missing the forest for the trees, right? And you know, if you end up embracing a Lamarckian theory such as Lysenkoism, that is just fucking the most bastardized pseudoscience that you could imagine. Like that you're gonna plant one type of wheat, like what is it? You plant soft wheat in a cold climate, and it turns into red wheat. It turns into a different wheat species. No, it doesn't. That's not how anything works, right? But they were so enthralled by the idea that that the Lysenko thought was like a more was like a less hierarchical way of thinking, that they end up embracing it, and yeah, it has terrible consequences. So yeah, if you can't acknowledge like really obvious mistakes that historical communism and socialism has made, then you're not gonna learn from the past. You're not gonna be able to learn any lessons from there, because you're so enthralled with the idea of the the veneration, right, of those kinds of attempts, right? So yeah.
Part of it, for sure. Is he not trying to change your mind? Trying to change my mind into doing what? When Bad Empanada and I had that conversation on
Lysenkoism is based. See, that this conversation goes one of two ways, George. Either either you're memeing, or you're gonna tell me something about epigenetics. Just Joseph Joestar'd that shit.
Noah's stream. If you realize, like, a big chunk of this back and forth actually derived from Bad Empanada not understanding what my positions were, and also just straightforwardly calling me a Jewish exceptionalist and blah, 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 all this other stuff. He'd done this before. He has done this many times over. This is not his first rodeo. And yet some of you dumb fucks do actually eat that bait every single time and then come in here and annoy the fuck out of me when I'm trying to do whatever I'm trying to do. So is he a left-wing grifter? No, I think Bad Empanada is earnest. I think he just, flies off the handle a little bit, which is understandable. This is not a normal issue. That's it. This is a genocide. So of course people are going to get mad. Bro, the shit about Matt Duss has nothing to do with Bad Empanada though. Yes, I think there are people in my community who are also frustrated that I'm not being as contentious as someone like Matt Duss. Part of that is because I didn't know what...
I mean, I will say Lysenkoism sounds cool as fuck, right? If giraffes gained their long necks from constantly stretching up for food and then pass that trait on to their progeny, like that would be pretty fucking cool. It's not true, it's not real, but...
what he had said in the past, as far as what his defenses were, I just kind of knew him as a guy who... post October 7 was definitely on the liberal Zionist track, even though he had been an advocate for cutting weapons transfers to Israel alongside Bernie Sanders. He was Bernie Sanders' former foreign policy advisor. And if I had known about some of the things he had said, I think I would have been more contentious overall, especially when prodding how he went through his journey, because I think there's a sense of embarrassment, especially at this stage, from people who do foreign policy stuff. For not being on board early on, and not recognizing it early on. And he tried to communicate that to me by way of Biden, which I, of course, vehemently disagreed with, and told him was utterly ridiculous. I didn't let him, quote unquote, get away with saying whatever he wanted to. There was a lot of pushback. I said a lot of messed up things 2 years ago, but I think it should be clear that his opinion is changed. Doesn't seem like a bad guy. Maybe he should apologize for some of that stuff, but it's not his view anymore. Yeah. I've also made it clear that if someone is saying it's a genocide, someone is talking about how we got to stop weapons, we got to stop aid to Israel, all this shit, and more importantly, last but not least, are also not standing in opposition to others who have even more radical positions than they do, then that's fine. You know what I mean? We need people like that too. It's just it's always supposed to be a broad coalition. You're not going to have every single person come to the table with the same worldview that you have developed over the course of the past 22 months. Let's be real. There are plenty of fucking people that are in here right now that didn't have any of these opinions 22 months ago. This doesn't mean that like someone can just overnight be like, I'm a good person now, and then everyone should just like eat that shit up. That's not what I'm saying either. I think, you should remember what people's positions were in the moments when it was necessary for them to also push. It's ultimately not a massively consequential nor relevant conversation that took place between me and Matt Duss, and I think people are going a little crazy over it.
Okay, wait, that last part, I'm trying to understand what he's saying.
You should remember what people's positions were in the moments when it was necessary for them to also push. It's ultimately not a massively consequential nor relevant conversation that took place between me and Matt Duss, and I think people are going a little crazy over it.
Well, now I want to see that conversation. I feel like we gotta take a look though first at Bad Empanada's video that he's just put out. Usually his videos are short and sweet. This one is a little bit more like 30 minutes.
So Hasan,
and before I go on, I should probably go and see what's going on with our poll. Chat, I'm conducting a poll right now on youtube.com. 109 of you have voted already. Feel free to vote regardless of what platform you're watching me on. You can sneak over from Twitch if you want to and vote. Doesn't mean you have to watch it on YouTube. Just that's where the voting takes place. And what are we voting for? We're voting for the bonus content that we get. If the number that says 21 out of 100 somehow miraculously ends up at 100 out of 100. So if that's the case, the top option of both the voting and with the bonuses from the donors will be the next will be the a segment that I'll finish up with. Of course, if it gets to 200, we do 2 of these topics. 300, we do 3 of these topics, etc., etc., etc. Anyway, the number goes up every time somebody does a super chat, super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, if you support me on Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, right? Any of those allow you to not only raise the number, get us closer to bonus content, but also to let me know which of these topics you want to see, and I will put your money where your mouth is. I will turn your donation into a percentage, adding that percentage at the end of the stream to the topic of your choice. Of course, if you want to reinforce the overall vote, what way people are voting, you can do that too by saying Vox Populi, or if you would like to see a video game stream, I never show this, but you can also say that. That's there too. But just to let you know, we're at 21% of the way towards bonus content. We're at 3 out of 10 in terms of the butterfly goal. That is the super chat goal, that if we get 7 more super chats that are teal status, I will put a butterfly in my hair. I'm supposed to keep track of that and let you know that we have 59 minutes left to possibly make that happen if in fact it does happen today. So with that being said, let's take a look at what Bad Empanada is cooking. Can you smell what the Bad Empanada is cooking? Chat, I just want to turn these guys into wrestlers, right? I want to see like a fucking wrestling arc. That's what it feels like now. The only concern that I really have about this, like, right, I do think that, obviously Hasan is not beyond reproach, is not beyond criticism. I've disagreed with him. I've criticized him at times. It's a little bit concerning to see so much of the so many of the pro Palestinian content creators at odds with each other, and I wouldn't want to see that weaken the movement. I also don't like the idea of like, you know, shut up and don't criticize the, you know, the guy with the clout. So yeah, I'm a little bit torn here. But and like I said, I haven't seen the interview yet, so it's hard for me to say much of anything until I see what people are actually talking about with which we'll do after. We'll take a look at what Bad Empanada has to say. We'll take a look at what Zay Squirrel has to say in their epic Twitter thread. And I do mean epic, right? A squirrel never tweets under a thread like under 9 tweets with, you know, long ass checkmark style tweets and video evidence and, you know, all kinds of links and everything. So yeah, you know, it's almost like Z writes a book every time Z tweets. But we'll take a look at that as well and see what we think, and then we will look at the document itself, the interview with Matt Duss. And maybe if we have some time after that, we'll get to see Chud Logic become an honorary Confederate general. Chat, how does that sound? Chud Logic being made a member. It's a honorary son of the Confederacy. Anyway, we'll see if we have time for that.
Piker invited liberal Zionist propagandist Matt Duss onto his stream for a nice chat. Why Bernie's foreign policy advisor broke with DC Democrats. He even uploaded it to his channel. He never uploaded his talk with me to his...
Wait, is that Hasan's voice? Are we doing voices now?
Channel. So this guy is...
Empanada, you very well may have a point here. All right. But Jesus Christ, I don't think that showing like what? He didn't upload our interview. He didn't upload our talk. Why is he upload? Oh my God, really? Is that what we're gonna? No, don't like make me even. Don't even tempt me to think that his motivations are that simple, or that, you know, self focused. Did it? That's not that. Oh my God, this is not a good way to make your argument. Jesus Christ.
To his stream for a nice chat. Why Bernie's foreign... So Hasan Piker invited liberal Zionist propagandist Matt Duss onto his stream for a nice chat. Why Bernie's foreign policy advisor broke with DC Democrats. He even uploaded it to his channel. He never uploaded his talk with me to his channel. So
okay.
So this guy is Bernie's foreign policy advisor, or ever was Bernie's foreign policy advisor.
Do you want that, BE? Do you understand what that means? When, like, I don't think Destiny ever uploaded any conversation I had with him to any of his channels, but even without that, even just appearing on Destiny's stream got me followed by a bunch of fucking Destiny enjoyers, and I had to purge those people out of my community. It was not what? Oh no, chat. Oh no. The magical sound. The magical sound. Wait, is it going to tell me where that came from? Wow. Okay, well, I mean, that is one way to support your streamer that I have not... In fact, I didn't think that link was available anywhere. Anyway. Apparently it is. Apparently it is.
Probably ring alarm bells as to what Bernie Sanders always has been for anyone who hasn't noticed that yet. But let's look at some of Matt Duss's openly extolled stances. Matt Duss in 2016 said that he endorses peace.
Infallible Fowl, thank you for the elite donation.
that said that the anti-Israel left is pure anti-Semitism. He actually wrote a piece December 14th, 2023, while the genocide was ongoing. I remind you, at this time, I already made my video making the legal case against Israel for genocide in Gaza, saying that Israel's methods are not as extreme as Russia's, and it's very important to acknowledge that. At that point, Israel had already killed more civilians in Gaza than Russia had killed in Ukraine during the entire war. He called Palestinian resistance a far-right theocratic
The link tree. Okay, I see.
organization committing mass murder
I mean, it is a good sound for sure. I love the wind chimes.
in the name of blood and soil nationalism. That is how this guy characterizes Palestinian resistance. And he spread the mass rape hoax. In December 2023, he said, denying the rape and sexual violence that Hamas committed on October 7th is disgusting. And then, he did a token thing. So he's using that to excuse the humanitarian catastrophe Israel is intentionally inflicting on the Palestinians. This is pure liberal Zionist bullshit.
Hasan only ever uploads his own content, not ever any appearances with other podcasters or streamers. Yeah, that's why, I mean, like, I don't know. Like what I was trying to get across though with comparing that to, I wasn't just like making it about me, but by talking about the Destiny thing. What I meant to say, chat, was that when a larger streamer platforms you tend to get some of their audience. I don't think that Bad Empanada really wants Hasan's audience. I don't think that, like, look, if he got a little bit of them, they probably, wouldn't get along with his pre-existing audience. If he got a lot of them, he would find himself in a position of being, having that kind of audience pressure, audience capture pressure, right? It would tend to, I mean, not that he would give into this pressure, but there would be pressure on him to, align himself more with those kind of views, right? It doesn't really, I don't know. If I was Bad Empanada, I wouldn't look at, you don't just want to like get subs as a YouTuber, although like people judge you by your subs. All subs are not equal. You want subs that are, compatible with the rest of your community, right? If I put the Destiny video back up, where I was, kind of like I probably treated Destiny a little bit nicer than I would if I had to talk to him now, then we would have deorbiters in here, and you would not like that. you would not like that. I would not like that. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It makes your sub count goes up, but like at the end of the day, what are you here for? Because if you're not here to do Destiny stuff, then you don't want those people in your chat. If you're not here to do Hasan stuff, you don't want those people in your chat, right? I don't understand why he's, showing jealousy over not being platformed on Hasan's main channel.
This is the Ethan Klein stance. Then he said, in May 2024, well after the mass rape hoax was fully debunked, so no excuse anymore. There was never an excuse in the first place for believing it, given that there was no evidence, but now there's certain...
Lord Dubious says, do we really have to deny that people got raped on October 7th? Is this really the purity test? No, in fact, Lord Dubious, but we also have to remember that there were claims of rape made on October 7th that ended up being dubious. That ended up being propaganda, right? People were used for propaganda by Israel. So, I mean, I think that's maybe that's the nuance that you're looking for in any kind of armed conflict. There is going to be sexual violence. I think Hasan has hammered this home. A lot of people have hammered this home that, it's just by statistics, right? There was likely sexual violence that occurred on that day. For a long time, though, the accusations that were out there were accusations that weren't actually supported. Like, as in, didn't have like a, there wasn't a victim supporting them, right? Since then, there have been, I think, at least a few incidents that did have like supporting details. So it's just making sure that you're not swallowing the propaganda, but that you're also being realistic about the nature of armed conflict. And you know, the nature that, you know, it wasn't just one group of people that came out of that hole in the wall, right? There were a lot of different elements, including criminal elements, that came out of there. So you're also doing rape denial. Got it. Lord Dubious. You're making me sad. You're making me question my belief in human potential to grasp truth, right? This is a very simple truth for you. Was there sexual violence? You know, like statistically, you know, yeah, like, right? And we do actually have, you know, since then, some evidence has come out to that effect, right? But the shit that was claimed at the time, along with a lot of other stuff. Do you remember the 40 beheaded babies? Did you also, would you, if this was, listen, Lord Dubious, if this was like, if we were in November of 2023 and I said there weren't 40 beheaded babies, would you be like, are you going to deny those beheaded babies? Are you going to deny that there were beheaded babies? like I'm sorry, but like, you got to know the difference between propaganda and war crimes, which definitely happened on both sides. Do you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? Because I don't think they're quite what you think they are. It's definitely not a denial that this kind of stuff happens in armed conflicts. It's not a denial that this kind of stuff happened on October 7th, but it's also not an acquiescence to whatever fucking kind of propaganda that Israel wants to push. That's the nuance. That's what I want you to grasp. That's you know, that I believe that you are a human with the potential to understand the nuance and to not get pulled, you know, one way or the other by propaganda.
No excuse. Very much worth noting that the ICC includes rape and other acts of sexual violence in the list of Hamas offenses. It's very clear that these things happen, and it's ridiculous that some continue to deny it. Very confident there, isn't he? May 2024, this guy was saying this shit. There could be like a world in which you invite this guy on, but you invite him on to destroy him. You invite him on to challenge him on this stuff. Not nice.
Okay. So we're getting
the fuck out of.
We're getting a little. Sorry, we're getting a little bit more specificity from Empanada here. He says that he's not, you know, adamantly against the idea of having a conversation with somebody like Matt Duss, but he wants to. He wants that conversation to include a lot more pushback on Hasan's side. So that was one question that I had. Was this an issue of platforming? It sounds like no. Or was this an issue of is this an issue of the way in which you interact with a guest that has expressed some pretty you know, disgusting points of view?
Forever. So that's what you should do with people like this. You invite him on. Your first question is, so you claim that Hamas did mass rape on October 7th. So why have you never provided any evidence of that, even though you've consistently spread this genocide-enabling blood libel from the very beginning? Hey, why did you say that Palestinian liberation is blood and soil nationalism? You pin them on this live and you get them stuttering. You debunk their entire narrative. That's the utility that these guys have. They are tools to be used. You destroy them, you upload the video of it, and then you just fucking forget about them. That's not what Hasan did here. He gave him a...
Yeah, Chad is mentioning that, you know, some of the documented sex crimes that occurred on the other side. The only reason I didn't bring this up to the chatter is because I'm not trying to do like a... I'm not trying to deflect, right? But that is also true. And there is a lot of people who are unwilling to acknowledge the kinds of crimes that go on in, you know, fucking horrifying places like Sedeteman, that are not willing to acknowledge the, you know, obvious war crimes of a sexual nature perpetrated by the IDF. That is something that there's a lot less people willing to acknowledge that. There we go. Thank you, Sky EB. There's a difference between, and hopefully you're still in here, chatter. Hopefully I didn't lose you yet. I don't know. There's a difference between some people getting raped versus mass rapes versus systematic rape used as a tool of war, right? That was what was accused. That accusation turned out to be untrue, or at least it's unsubstantiated, right? It's hard to prove a negative, but we didn't find any substantiation for that, right? But yeah, obviously, in an event like that, there's going to be, sex crimes perpetrated, and indeed, I think we do have some evidence for that now, but it didn't take evidence for those accusations to come forward. They just threw out mass R-word accusations with no, nothing to substantiate them other than maybe, people's pre-existing bias, their willingness to look at Muslim people, at Arab people as somehow being uncivilized and brutish, etc. Right? It's
awful interview and promoted him. It's important to note that people like this, he's trying to break into alternative media, because someone like this is no longer of much use to the Washington DC sort of think tank industrial complex and political advisor complex that he has mostly been involved in for his entire adult life. But this guy, you kind of have to consider that he's in this sort of in-between thing where he was a Bernie Sanders advisor. So he's going to be too progressive for the mainstream Democrats, but he's also too pro-Israel for anyone who's someone posturing, someone who's on the cusp of being consumed by the Democratic Party, entrism complex. There's not really much of a home for someone like him. He's not needed by the mainstream Democrats. He's not even needed by people like Bernie Sanders anymore, who have gone full mask-off Zionists at this point. So he needs an alternative income stream. He needs a safety net. And his way of doing that is making a podcast. So he's trying to leverage his disgusting career.
So we're talking about Duss here, that Bad Empanada says needs a podcast.
As a Washington, D.C. foreign policy genocider, to sort of get out of that inorganic sphere where you are propped up by people with lots of money and lots of interest in genociding people in the third world for money. He's trying to get out of that by making a podcast called the Undiplomatic Podcast. And you can see they don't really get many views. This podcast is something that no one cares about. And they immediately uploaded the
classic Bad Empanada
Hasan Piker talk highlights of their podcast channel. It's the best thing that's ever happened to them. They got fucking Hasan Piker, this big streamer, big up-and-coming, soon-to-be mainstream media personality onto their podcast. And they're ecstatic. They are so happy about this. It's the best thing that ever could have happened to their podcast. It already has 10 times more views than they usually get. So this is just irresponsible from Hasan Piker here. He did not challenge this guy. This was not an adversarial interview. It's not inviting someone on to rightfully destroy them. It's inviting someone on to promote them. That's what this was. It's
funny though. I don't want to say, that again, I'm remaining somewhat agnostic until I watch the Hasan interview itself. But it does strike me that there is a video about Hasan platforming a Zionist here on Bad Empanada's live channel. And yet Destiny just platformed a person that described attraction to minors literally just had somebody on that's notoriety comes from the weird things that they've said about underage people. And anyway,
most of this guy as well, by the way. I haven't even
he is, he is reacting to he is doing this shit right here, every single Destiny post. Confirmed pedophile. What is this thread? This is from August 16th, so this is now Oh, it's just him. Oh, talking about 15-year-olds. Gross. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe Bad Empanada thinks that given the fact that Destiny has, ideated on minors himself, that him platforming somebody who does that isn't, that big of a deal in comparison.
Showing you what I think is the worst thing, which is not this. This is pretty bad, though. Like, I was just looking through his tweets for anything on Israel, and he's like, this is a tweet from August 2024, in which he said, I know folks who previously served in the IDF who I'd be thrilled to have in the White House. This is someone who Hasan Piker invited onto his stream to give him a nice little boost.
Sorry, god damn it, I missed pausing that by half a second.
In which he said, I know folks who previously served in the IDF who I'd be thrilled to have in the White House. This is someone who Hasan Piker invited onto his stream to give him a nice...
What is Daniel Mate? Wait, is that... No, I don't know if that's who that is. Daniel M. We can't tell, can we? Since Shapiro's college op-ed said he volunteered in the Israeli army, I asked his team what it meant. Josh Shapiro, we're talking about, governor of Pennsylvania. Okay, so this is definitely not Daniel Mate. I don't think. It's Daniel something else. I appreciate Dan's reporting here, but even if Shapiro had served in the IDF, I wouldn't consider that determinative. I wish I had a little bit more, like, are we talking about people he's just cool with, like, IDF members? Or is he specifically, like, people that went into the IDF and later spoke out against their actions, right? Because they're,
nice little boost. Here is Matt Duss going on democracy.
I've always said that I wouldn't have an issue with Ela Klein if she wasn't still defining the, terrorist activities that she participated in, those night raids in Ramallah. If she wasn't still describing those as anti-terrorist actions, they absolutely aren't. Those actions are meant to traumatize people in the West Bank.
Now, arguing against the ceasefire in Gaza and justifying Bernie Sanders' anti-ceasefire position. Hasan Piker's latest interviewee, folks.
Matt, you worked for Senator Sanders.
Josh Shapiro was not sorry for volunteering in the first Intifada.
She pushed him on a ceasefire. He said he was for a
I think this is Squirrel's thread. Did it show who posted this? I think this is something Squirrel posted.
Hasan Piker.
Oh, Aaron Mate. Oh no, yeah, Squirrel reposted Aaron Mate's, or quote retweeted Aaron Mate's tweet here.
His latest interviewee, folks.
Matt, you worked for Senator Sanders. She pushed him on a ceasefire. He said he was for a pause, but wouldn't go so far as a ceasefire. Your thoughts?
No, I think the senator has been one of the strongest voices for a cessation of violence, for stopping the bombing. These are the words he used in his speech on the floor of the Senate a couple of weeks ago. He has been one of the strongest voices in the country.
I want to be clear as you listen to this. Remember that this is someone who Hasan Piker chose to help with his entry into the alternative media sphere. This guy is looking for an exit ramp.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So he's been a advisor. He's been in Democratic politics. Maybe at this point he's said too much for him to continue to participate in that ecosystem. And Bad Empanada is positing that the podcast that he's trying to start is a soft landing for him, and that Hasan platforming him at this time is, contributing to that soft landing, whereas Bad Empanada would rather just have this guy wash out.
From his career justifying
Like just do something else. Go into, you know, go into sell insurance, go into day trading, right? You know, don't do
Hasan Piker
politics anymore.
Helped him with that. He's realizing that the palatability of what he offers these Democratic Party genociders is going down. He's not going to have his job forever. And his like podcast sort of thing is a way to give himself an off-ramp from this career, which isn't going to be viable forever. And here he is fucking advocating against the fucking ceasefire of all things.
Oh my God, chat. The first things first, Lord Dubious, can you prove you're not a bot? Because you're saying the kind of shit that a bot would say, right? You're not engaging with what anybody's saying. You're characterizing what you're saying in a way that could be easily accomplished by a chat bot. So just, you know, could you say something to let us know that you're not a chat bot?
Raising the issue of the Palestinians who are dying, and even before October 7th.
Could you actually try to engage with like anyone's opinion in chat rather than just like, you know, dealing with creating straw men?
He was one of the strongest voices pressing the U.S. government to address the humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
This is liberal Zionism par excellence. I can't fucking believe that you could platform this without calling it out.
So I understand there are some of my colleagues on the left who've been pushing for, you know, to use the word ceasefire. I get that. I think what the senator said there about the challenges of a ceasefire being negotiated with an organization.
Yeah, that's what we need, G Dave. We need like a CAPTCHA.
Are valid. Where my focus is, and I think
amazing. Okay. In an interview, Matt Duss leveraged his supposed Ukrainian American identity to say that Israel has the right and responsibility to defend its people. He also goes on fucking Bill Maher. This happened in June 2024. This fucker went on Bill Maher, and as Bill Maher did like blood libel, genocide propaganda, painting all Palestinians as pedophiles, this guy sat there smirking and nodding. I want you to know that. I want you to know this is who Hasan Piker decided to platform and boost. And I want to say to Matt Duss, if you're watching this, I hope you are, my friend, you're never going to be allowed to have a career outside of what you're doing. We're never going to let you in.
We, the alternative media sphere, will never let you in. Right? I wish, BE, that we owned I wish that we owned the alternative media sphere the way that BE seems to think that we do.
Ever try, we will be there. Not just me, but also others.
The Vanguard will be there, sir.
Don't even fucking try. Don't even.
Silly and Billy with their media critique.
Try. Just
you'll be the new TYT replacement for them.
To doing what you know. Justifying genocide for Zionism. You know, do a hard right turn. Become a Republican.
You'll be their TYT methadone. What does BE stand for? It stands for Bad Empanada. That's the guy in the lower right corner, right next to the weasel that you're watching. That is a gentleman by the name of Bad Empanada. He's a history YouTuber turned live streamer, I suppose. We're watching him on his live stream channel right now, Bad Empanada Live. He also has a larger channel called Bad Empanada, where he puts out mostly history videos, but sometimes it's drama. I don't know.
Advisor or some shit. Those are your realistic options, not this. We're not going to let you do it.
People of Gaza, by the way, if the Israelis did get rid of Hamas, they'd be doing a giant favor to the people of Gaza who hate Hamas too.
He's nodding along with that, by the way. This is him on the left. This Vosh thing. He's a lot worse.
This Vosh thing. Who's the other guy? Wait, I recognize. Is that Michael Malice? Bad Emma Panda. That's right. Who's sitting next to him? Is that? No, it's not Michael Malice, is it?
The real Vosh, by the way. I think advocating for the genocide of the Palestinian people in Gaza, as he did, in a very official role as well, is worse than consuming drawn child porn, as Vosh did. Unequivocally. He's worse. This Vosh lookalike is worse than the actual Vosh.
But let's just go through the lists. Because the Israelis look like us in most ways, value.
The Israelis look like us.
Damn.
Oh,
damn.
This guy, he says this.
He's wise. Maybe we're not doing it the right way. I don't know. religious tolerance. That doesn't exist in Gaza. You're either Muslim or an infidel, and you better be a Muslim.
Thank God this guy who just sits there, as he said, and nods along to it was.
Yeah, that's what happens if you're in Palestine. Everybody, you know, people are always coming up to you with a curved sword, putting it to your throat, and says, "Are you a Muslim? You better say yes." Like, I mean, this is just out of like some fucking racist 80s movie or something.
Piker and given an opportunity to rebrand. Now the genocide is too obvious and the tides are turning against his previous positions. Something that I will note, Hasan recently went on Noah's stream and watched one of my videos warning against. Literally like a week before he did this, he watched a video that I made saying, don't let these people do this, and he's letting this guy do it.
Female freedom, free and fair elections, free speech, gay rights. Can I just finish my list of pedophilia? I'll put that under don't ask. Child.
You know, that's what their policy is in Israel.
Narwhal_by
about pedophilia as well.
Am I just high, or is bad empanada doing Hasan a favor and showing him he should do his research better? And then did it for him. Is BE his Sam Wise?
Wait, Samwise. Oh my god. At first when you said Sam, I was like thinking Sam Hyde. But no, you meant Samwise, the plucky hobbit sidekick to Frodo from Lord of the Rings. From wait, which one is that? The Fellowship of the Rings.
Brides and so forth. Equality of the sexes, I'll categorize that under don't make me fucking laugh. The fact that...
Don't make me laugh. I have my bigotry, I have my biases, and I will not be disabused of these with the facts, right? I will not consider that it's possible that Hollywood movies from my childhood might not have been accurate, might have been filled with some tropes about Muslim people rather than being completely historically and materially accurate.
You know, these people think that this is where they should be aligned with, that these are the values that you support.
I love Matt Duss. I'm glad that this is the guy who Hasan Piker is giving an out from his soulless consulting career in Washington, D.C. This is the guy who is giving an out into like building a potential audience in the alternative media space by getting platformed by, no exaggeration, probably the biggest streamer who could, the biggest guy who could give you a shout out in this space. Because what this guy is doing is just a rebranding. It's a rebranding.
I really wish he hadn't started off with like he didn't put our conversation up on his stream.
He sees the tides turning.
Because I mean that, like, I think that it sounds like he does have some like legitimate criticism here as far as Hasan's level of research, and I would hate to see that get classified as base jealousy when it's actually something more substantive. Does that make sense?
When he helped this happen in the first place, he helped legitimize it, and he's trying to save himself. We can't let that happen. This guy spent, the first 30 years of his life, at least, pro-Israel, Zionist. October 7th happens, he justifies the genocide, he attacks, Palestinian resistance for it. He spreads blood libel, mass rape, stuff like that. And then 2 years later, he sees the tide turning. He's like, oh no, this is actually really bad. Zionism is bad. Shock, horror, time to break with the DC establishment or whatever. And you just let him do that, and you're like, oh, come on, but he's changed or whatever. We don't have an obligation to let these people keep having fucking media careers. We don't have an obligation to let them keep being talking heads that we have to listen to. Like, you advocate for Zionism.
I just don't understand what he's talking about. Like, with this, like what he's saying sounds like we own the alternative media space, and we don't. There's plenty of entries. Let me give you one example. The Hill, right? You want to get into alternative media? You want to start a podcast? You can, if you can convince Crystal and Sagar, then yeah, you're, it's not a leftist thing, right? I mean, we do have more representation in alternative media than we do in mainstream media. We're pretty much gate-kept out of that, but that doesn't mean we fucking own, you know, like, and it's just a weird thing to say in the light of the dominance of alternative media by primarily right-wing figures, some of whom are straight up astroturfed. So then you got to ask at some point, how long are we going to keep calling it alternative media? How long are we going to keep treating it like it is grassroots organic when there's so much? Brett Cooper would call herself alternative media. Chat, she is literally a plant. She was literally set up in a studio that looked like, by the Daily Wire, that looked like a streamer bedroom in order to try to capture some of that audience.
For 30 years, and you spend like the first 2 years of a genocide justifying it. If you're truly repentant for that, go work in fucking McDonald's like a normal person. Get the job application going. Go work in the mines to provide restitution. Go help rebuilding Gaza as a manual laborer. This idea that we need to forgive people because they came around late or whatever, and what forgive means in these...
Well, I mean, is this guy trying to do a leftist podcast?
Cases is like...
Because I do feel like he would have a lot of trouble with that.
Let them have a career as as like a fucking political commentator or whatever still. No. If you want to be forgiven, first thing that needs to happen is that you renounce everything that you've ever done and do something else with your life. This is not someone who should ever be given forgiveness. You can't just reward this stuff. You can't let these people rebrand and let them get away with what they did, because they'll do it again next time. So they watched my video where I was talking about how these people are going to try to rebrand. And then Hasan invites someone...
Wait, who's a ficus?
...who is actively attempting to do a rebrand right now.
Career. And I think with a lot of these people that are going to change their mind and try to reposition, we got to remember, we got to keep a very close record of what they said while it was happening and not let them do that. They'll try, but there should be a continuous effort to say, no.
Hasan agreed.
On October 10th, you started justifying what Israel's doing. You started weaponizing your identity to run cover for Israel and blame everything.
What did Hasan agree with?
Effort to say, no.
Hasan agreed.
We got to remember, we got to keep a very close record of what they said while it was happening and not let them do that. They'll try.
This is Noah and Hasan. Oh, so yeah. This is Noah putting up his video where he talks to Hasan. They're watching they're watching Bad Empanada in this video. So yeah, he's saying, I think that Hasan did not watch this video with Noah, but did not seem to get the point of what he was saying.
Try, but there should be a continuous effort to say, no.
Hasan agreed.
On October 10th, you started justifying what Israel's doing. You started weaponizing your identity to run cover for Israel and blame everything Israel's doing on Hamas, which is exactly what Israel's doing.
Or college protesters.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what you were focused on during this.
I think the only way that these grifters can ever do something that is...
So Hasan promoted his podcast too.
...redeemable is if they detail and identify exactly how they were paid.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, Bad Empanada said that his numbers, the conversation with Hasan got 10 times the numbers of his normal videos, which I saw were around 50. So we're talking about, going from 50 to 5,000, which is, a big jump percentage wise, but it's not, these are not numbers that my VODs have not gotten, let alone my videos, right? So it's not, I don't think he really, I don't know. Matt Duss has said disgusting things, but the vast majority of current Democrats and politicians are still not calling out the genocide / don't want a ceasefire. Palestinians deserve much better, says Rob. Be roasting it right now. Let me let B cook a little bit.
A good way. We need to get that out of this guy here. We need to get Matt Duss to detail exactly how and why he was paid. But he hasn't done that, so I don't know why you invited him onto your stream. He could blow the lid off.
Wait, he only got 500 views on that video? What was he getting, like 5 views before then?
All this shit by telling us who paid him to spread genocide propaganda. As far as I'm aware, he's not even Jewish.
He had, 666 views on the dot.
So he doesn't even have, like, the ethnic solidarity thing to go with. Who paid him? I want to know. That's a good question. Why didn't you ask him that, Hasan? There's also Hasan Piker saying that Zionists should not even be allowed to be the local dog catcher. I mean, you've all seen that clip, right? But apparently they're fit to be invited onto his stream, I guess. There is certainly merit to inviting people like this on, but for a confrontational debate where you confront them and use them as vectors to show that, for example, the mass rape hoax is precisely that. And like that Zionism was always...
Oh yeah, good point. Piers Morgan is now calling it a genocide, and he definitely did a lot, has done a lot of damage to the, primarily was a opponent to the cause of freeing Palestine. Prior to that, he only just really felt the winds turn and turned along with them.
Precisely what it is now, and that they assisted in allowing what is happening now to happen. So fuck them for trying to wash their hands of it now. I noticed that Israel is bad now. Previously I supported it, but I noticed that it's bad now. I didn't notice, I didn't notice with the Great March of Return. I didn't notice with the 2014 bombings that killed like 2,000 people. I didn't notice with Operation Cast Lead. I didn't notice with the Nakba. I didn't notice with anything else. Now I'm finally noticing, now that the tide is turning to a massive degree and people like me aren't going to have a job anymore soon. Finally, I'm noticing. What a coincidence that once it's potentially going to hit my bottom line. Now I'm noticing that. And this is how Hasan ends his talk with his new best friend, Matt Duss, genocidal Zionist, mass rape, 40 beheaded babies guy.
Yeah. Well, Matt Duss, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you, Hasan's editor, for plugging him so that everyone can go and follow him. And thank you for revealing to us that you follow him yourself as well.
This was a wonderful and enlightening conversation.
What were you enlightened by, Hasan? What were you enlightened by? I'd love to know.
I hope I didn't press you too hard on some
not
of
at
these
all.
things.
Thank you.
No, not at all.
And yeah, I hope to have you back on the broadcast soon.
All right, anytime.
Hope to have him back on soon. No different to inviting Ethan Klein onto your broadcast. So let's talk about why this is happening. There is an enlightening clip that basically summarizes the entire thesis of manufacturing consent, which I will use to sum it up here.
Oh, I'm sorry about Empanada. You just revealed yourself to be a dumbass, according to Ethan Klein. You said the words manufacturing consent, and Ethan told me that everybody who uses those words is just revealing that they have tapioca between the ears. So I guess I can't listen to you anymore, because Ethan said.
Sponsoring organization. Tell me how that works. You're not suggesting that proprietors phone one another up, or that many journalists get their copies spiked, as we say?
It's actually Orwell, you may recall, has an essay called Literary Censorship in England, which was supposed to be the introduction to Animal Farm, except that it never appeared, in which he points out, look, I'm writing about a totalitarian society, but in free democratic England, it's not all that different. And then he says unpopular ideas can be silenced without any force. And then he gives a two-sentence response, which is not very profound, but captures it. He says two reasons. First, the press is owned by wealthy men who have every interest in not having certain things appear. But second, the whole educational system, from the beginning on through, just gets you to understand that there are certain things you just don't say. Well, spelling these things out, that's perfectly correct. I mean, it's the first sentence is what we expand on.
This is what I don't get, because it suggests that, I mean, I'm a joke, people like me are self-censoring.
No, not self-censoring. There's a filtering system that starts in kindergarten. It goes all the way through. And it doesn't work 100%, but it's pretty effective. It selects for obedience and subordination. And especially, I think that...
So stroppy people won't make it to positions of influence.
Behavior problems, or if you read applications to a graduate school, you see that people will tell you he's not, doesn't get along too well with his colleagues. You know how to interpret those things.
I'm just interested in this because I was brought up, like a lot of people, probably post-Watergate film and so on, to believe that journalism was a crusading craft and that there were a lot of disputatious, stroppy, difficult people in journalism. And I have to say...
Stroppy? That sounds like a word we need in American English.
I think I know some of them.
Well, I know some of the best and best-known investigative reporters in the United States, I won't mention names because I want to, whose attitude toward the media is much more cynical than mine. In fact, they regard the media as a sham, and they know and they consciously talk about how they try to play it like a violin. If they see a little opening, they'll try to squeeze something in that ordinarily wouldn't make it through. And it's perfectly true that I'm sure you're speaking for the majority of journalists who are trained, have it driven into their heads that this is a crusading profession, adversarial, we stand up against power, a very self-serving view. On the other hand, in my opinion, I hate to make a value judgment, but the better journalists, and in fact the ones who are often regarded as the best journalists, have quite a different picture, and I think a very realistic one.
How can you know that I'm self-censoring? How can you know that journalists are self-censoring?
I'm sure you believe everything you're saying. But what I'm saying is if you believe something different, you wouldn't be sitting where you're sitting.
Especially that last quip. I want you to think about that and apply it to Hasan Piker. I want you to think about how this might explain why Hasan Piker has only been getting more and more mainstream media penetration. Why he's getting profiled more and more.
It sounds like he's calling Hasan controlled opposition. Am I mistaking the conclusion of his thesis here, of his
and whether there is an incentive for him to quote unquote self-censor or to even regulate his own genuinely held beliefs, in which they give him reasons to do so. Like, he's learning right now. He doesn't go too far on certain issues, or he at least tries to direct people to certain purported solutions, like Democratic Party entryism, for example, which he loves. Look at his support for Zoran right now, which in 5 years isn't going to age very well, mark my fucking words. Provided that he keeps within those sorts of limits, they will give him these sorts of rewards. That is mainstream media penetration, more celebrity, potentially money, more fame, blah, blah, blah. In the same way that, if you're a journalist who spreads like the imperialist neoliberal status quo narrative, you have like every incentive to keep doing that, and they select you not because they're telling you what to say, but because you say what they already wanted you to say. This applies to
random 3PO. That's what bothers me about this too, is you could just keep on applying to this you could knock off like the most popular streamer or content creator on the left, and then you'd be left with the next most popular, and you'd be like, okay, well, how did they get there? Yeah, clearly controlled opposition, knock them off. How, right? It's like, God, and combined with how he started this off, which, like, look, I don't want to jump to conclusions from him having felt slighted by Hasan. I don't want to jump to the conclusion, especially that this is coming from a place of jealousy, right? Because and like, even if it was, right, he could still have criticisms for Hasan that apply. Yeah, popular with people or profiled in the media. I think he's saying profiled in the media, and then that they're sort of rewarded for playing ball. Is that it? It's almost like a classical conditioning where, of course there's an incentive to self-censor. This doesn't feel like legitimate critique. It's not about popularity, says George Jackson. Listen to what he's actually saying. It's about, I think, access to the mainstream. I think his point is that while others may be popular, Hasan is the only online leftist content creator. Okay, so it's more about the popularity, not with the people, but popularity with the chattering class, so to speak.
To everyone, you can apply it to Chomsky himself. Ask the question of why was Chomsky, despite supposedly being an anti-system radical, such a mainstream media mainstay for such a long time?
Because he played ball with Jeffrey Epstein. No, just kidding.
There has to be something there, right? With Hasan, it's even more obvious. Hasan is becoming more and more and more incentivized by the attention that he's getting from the mainstream media to self-regulate. It's similar to training a dog. We're all animals. We're all...
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I thought he was saying, yeah, classical conditioning.
Train Hasan to believe that as long as he keeps advocating for, say, Democratic Party entryism or whatever it is that's making them comfortable enough to do this with him, he gets these interviews, he gets...
Has he said what he means by he thinks that his Hasan's support for Zoran won't age well? I think what he's saying is that Zoran's gonna let us down, or gonna people that, you know, I think what he's saying is that, you know, Zoran's gonna end up kind of in the same place. Krachi says BE wishes it was a socialist being featured. RIP. Haven't heard the interview. We're gonna check on that in a second. I thought maybe, yeah, I kind of want to watch the look at the Z Squirrel thread first. Yeah, that's what he's saying. Yeah, George Jackson's got it. He's saying Zoran is going to be the new AOC, and in terms of the way that AOC let people down, Zoran is going to also.
Involved in the NYT and GQ or whatever.
Sorry, wait, what did I do? If you're talking about a chat that didn't, wait, I don't see anything.
He will self-regulate so that he gets more of these profiles, more of this mainstream media penetration. Eventually, you know, he's going to make some debate appearances on CNN or something. It's going to go further and further and further. If you think he or you are...
Wait, did something happen, Hermit? Did you type something and it didn't get, like, posted or...
into this stuff, you're totally and completely wrong. We're watching...
Other things you can do is switch to live chat. If you're on live chat, then you'll see everyone's... Oh god, I was supposed to let you know. Goal is 6 minutes from being over the butterfly goal. I have 6 minutes if you want to see a butterfly in my hair, and we have, I believe, 6 super chats still to go.
Watching someone basically be groomed by the mainstream media in real time. This is just the beginning of it. He might not even be noticing it, though I have to wonder how it's even possible, why you are suddenly like getting increasing mainstream media attention and they're normalizing you and stuff like that. You know, that would make me wonder whether what I'm doing is in some way useful to them, or whether they have like aspirations for me that I perhaps am not that conscious of. You know, it starts the same in every way. You know, I'm sure Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez actually thought that she was a crusader out to break the Democratic Party norms regarding foreign policy and stuff like that in the beginning. Look where she is now. You know, I'm sure all the journalists who got subsumed by the system started out thinking that they were going to join the New York Times and be heterodox and really challenge power, and look where they are now. And I'm sure Hasan Piker genuinely thinks that he's doing what's right for anti-Zionism or whatever. But then look where he's going to be in 5 years. Do you think he's more likely to be like trying to lead people to a burgeoning third party that is finally making, say, this is, you know, obviously hypothetical, this probably isn't going to happen, you're Americans, you don't do shit, but like a burgeoning third party that's actually making inroads? Or do you think he's going to be supporting the next iteration of AOC Zoran? I think he's going to be doing the second one. And I think he's going to be doing that after many more profiles, not just profiles anymore. They'll let him write an opinion piece. They'll bring him on to CNN every now and again. That sort of thing. He's being groomed. And that is why he's whether he realizes it or not. That is why he's inviting someone like Matt Duss onto his stream. Because inviting like a DC foreign policy guy, Zionists no less, is what you do when you are in the mainstream, when you're trying to curry favor with the mainstream. This is the sort of guy who goes on CNN all the time to like, rationalize Bernie Sanders' foreign policy positions from a aggressive sounding lens. Makes perfect sense that someone who's being groomed for a role that serves the status quo would talk to someone like that. Hasan can realize this now before it's too late, or he can let it happen. I mean, there's plenty of personal benefit to him for this happening. Why wouldn't he let it happen? He'll make a ton of money from it. He'll get really famous. He'll get invited to the fucking Oscars eventually. Why wouldn't he? He's going to be highly incentivized to become, or to at least maintain the role that he already serves rather than to challenge it. He's gonna take the incentives. Get angry at me all you want for pointing out what is really fucking obvious to anyone who understands what's going on here at all. Like anyone with a basic understanding of like materialism, historical materialism, like the basic thesis of manufacturing consent, a book from 40 years ago that like every 14-year-old has read. Like every 14-year-old interested in politics at least. This is very obvious stuff, and I think that some people would even contest it is very worrying just because it's like their favorite streamer who we're talking about here. He can realize what's happening here, or you can just like keep letting them train him like a dog by giving him incentives to act the way they want him to act. Thus far, he has like danced with that tune to a T. So yeah, I don't really expect much here. It's going to be Democratic Party entryism until the end of time. It's going to be vote for the latest new Democrat guy who's totally different to all the other Democrats, who 5 years later is just going to be exactly like all the other Democrats over and over and over again to prevent potential anti-systemic energy from really forming into like a critical mass that could potentially do something different. Or he can surprise me and everyone else by ceasing to allow them to use him. Whatever he is that he wants. Go ahead, Hasan. Make my day by not doing it anymore. I don't think he will, though. And his fans will be fucking so angry at this video. They're going to call this drama. They're going to do...
Random 3PO. Everyone wants to apply the idea of elite capture to other people, but be eerily quiet on the idea that what they do, their revolutionary potential might have been subsumed by capital. Yeah, people don't want to acknowledge how far recuperation stretches, how efficient recuperation becomes, because it's easier to keep doing what you're doing without question rather than to like reevaluate, to do that constant reevaluation about what happens if BE gets to Hasan size. What's the limit? So in other words, like, I guess the Garfield meme, what is it? Like the Garfield meme that's like, you are not immune to propaganda. You are not immune to recuperation. There we go. Revolutionary acts, revolutionary words, revolutionary deeds must be constantly revolutionized in order to not become a, to not, become captured in some way and direct revolutionary energy to the to the capitalist structure. It's
do everything possible except actually deal with the substance of what I'm saying. Just because people follow him, and it's not just him, it's everyone else, but people follow YouTube personalities, the same way they follow like mainstream musical personalities, like Taylor Swift, for example. Hasan is the Taylor Swift to a significantly less amount of people that Taylor Swift is a Taylor Swift to, but he is nonetheless to them like their obsession. And it makes them really uncomfortable to see him criticized in a way that is really uncontestable and just correct. To be clear, I am actually not incentivized to shit on Hasan Piker. For me, like, the financial, celebrity, fame, reputational incentive is for me to align with Hasan Piker on everything and to, like, leech off him. But I don't do that even though it hurts me, because I guess I'm a moron. And I think that as humans, I mean, Israel has been trying to disprove this a lot recently, but I think that as humans, we are generally smarter than, like, just following the incentive structures, like like dogs. And I think we can go above that and do better. So I try to, which is why I don't follow the incentive structures, because if I wanted to, I would be like sucking Hasan off to the point that he invites me onto his stream regularly, which, to be clear, Hasan does not even have direct contact with me. It's always for a third party because, like, he really doesn't want to have to talk to me directly. I think I would probably ruin his brain and he'd block me in 2 seconds. Like Hasan always says, like, if I wanted to make money, I'd be doing the right-wing grift. That's bullshit. He has a niche that he is a part of now that he is largely dominant in. He would not make more money by leaving that niche. The right-wing media space is overflowing. There's way less opportunity there. There is a lot of room for someone like him, especially given that he still remains within the bounds, not just of what's allowed or what's considered, you know, acceptable to the mainstream Democratic Party, but also Twitch, you know. The fact that he doesn't move to YouTube is very telling. He cares more about, like, maintaining his Twitch platform and perhaps the money that it makes for him than he does about, say, multi-streaming to YouTube, which doesn't have any rules against multi-streaming. And YouTube is a much bigger audience as well.
He's definitely thought about that, though.
So there's something going on behind the scenes there. Not just a...
Wait, do you think that there's somebody, like, some kind of deal with Twitch where he's, I don't know, given special treatment, special consideration? Maybe his, potential moderation actions against his channel are like double checked, and that's a facet of him. Not that would not happen were he to dual stream to YouTube. Shinsra says Bad Empanada's worldview is very cynical. If someone with a leftist politics has a shot at achieving something, just wait until they disappoint you. If they're a real one, they'd never have made it through the filter. Whenever someone is watching BE on Twitch, I always think he's actually talking. Wait, whenever someone... Oh, that he's talking to the streamer?
A much bigger audience, but has much laxer rules. You can say way more on YouTube. You can say Zionists on YouTube. I have to ask questions about what's going on there as well. There's incentive structures that everyone, you know, has to abide by. Like, I have incentive structures to not, for example, violate the YouTube terms of service because I'd get kicked off the platform. No more money. But they are nonetheless way more permissible than Twitch's. So you have to ask the question, why does he remain on Twitch? YouTube gets way more viewers, especially for politics. Why the fuck is he on a gaming platform? It's incomprehensible. Just another question that we need to...
There's a lot that Bad Empanada doesn't know about Twitch, and I'm not somebody who does. Otherwise, I'd have a lot more views on Twitch. But, you know, there is a way, it's mostly social, to increase your viewership really quickly that just doesn't exist on YouTube, especially not with politics. Right, I think that's what Hasan is on Twitch for. The fact that if you are, you know, friendly with the right people, well, I don't know, does he get raids though? Like, I mean, he gets raids from Mike from PA, and I'm trying to remember the last person I saw Hasan get a raid from. I know he doesn't raid out a lot. Usually it's through things like raids, but it can also just be being friends with somebody, having them talk about you, shout you out. Obviously YouTube has that too. Twitch is mostly gaming thing though, or it was. When Hasan's big, when you're Hasan big, you get raids by people mentioning you. Yeah, I normally look. I'm in Southeast Asia, Sandroid. I would love to. I've been trying to make my streams earlier because I know most of my audience is in the United States. Maybe most of the U.S. audience is on the East Coast, and therefore it'd be much easier if I streamed earlier. Unfortunately, it's like this. I wake up at like 5 o'clock in the morning. I try to put together a thumbnail and a title and a theme for what I'm going to cover. And by the time I get on, it's like, 8:30 Pacific time, which is 11:30 Eastern time, and I know that's not ideal, and I really do apologize for those of you who, especially those people that aren't here right now, because it's literally too late for them to stay up. And then you're like, if you're watching this on VOD, know that you're the reason that I haven't switched my mods to member only, right? I wouldn't want, for people to, especially not without like letting people know that I'm doing that way ahead of time. People who raid Hasan are more so doing it in the hopes of a shout out from him than as a gift to him. There are, it's hard to describe, chat, but it doesn't occur where I'm at on Twitch. I mean, I'm getting there, right? I think it's when you're carrying like 100 viewers or more, in just chatting, you tend to get, because you're going to be, higher up on the list, right? You tend to get more, I mean, not just raids, but also, just random people coming in, random people seeing your stream, random people finding you through the categories or through what do you call them? The tags or whatever. My current stream times are really convenient for you. Nice. Yeah, because I basically stream, kind of first thing in the morning. Raids are mostly a thing between channels of the same size order. Rating a 500 view stream with a 50 people gets you a shout out. Rating a 50k stream is just oh yeah, you'd never be even noticed maybe in a 50k stream. Stream time is perfect, says well, Twitch, that almost gives me an idea to do like sometime recommendations. Oh, there you go, Ron Stoppable. Okay, look, the Twitch crowd is giving me a little lesson here, or reminding me of things that I should know. Recommendations is another place, but recommendations they come from who you raid. They come from where else do they come from? Who you got on your streamer shelf, right? Which I probably need to update some of that. We've got some new friends that I probably don't have on my streamer shelf yet. And, giving people promotion through that encourages them to give you promotion. Mostly found streamers through the word of mouth as a random person. Yeah, it's just you kind of get served, or your stream gets served to people differently on Twitch compared to YouTube. And there is a way to I don't think that Hasan's like exponential growth could have happened on YouTube. You look at the biggest person that has or the biggest kind of growth in terms of political streamer that happened in the time that Hasan has been streaming on Twitch happened with Vosh, and Vosh's concurrents are still a fraction of what Hasan gets. And it does seem like Hasan, though interestingly enough, I don't know how many people know this, but a lot of people Vosh started on Twitch. He was banned from Twitch after stating that the country of Israel perhaps should be subjected to a high temperature, high pressure event that would cause the sands in the deserts to turn to, I almost am scared to even say it, right? Because it's literally what he got banned for. I hope people understand. I'm just communicating what Vosh said. No, this was one time that Vosh said something about Israel, right? That got him permabanned from Twitch. Amy Goodman used to have like 300k subs in 2017.
Ask, will Hasan realize what's going on here? Or will he not care? I don't know. He's just going to ignore this video. He's going to ignore that I ever talked about this. He's going to call me crazy or whatever. As long as he gets to do a bathtub photo shoot for GQ, I think he cares way
sounding a little bit like Ethan Klein here
more about that than any of his espoused politics. He may care about them at least a bit, genuinely, but Not enough to really think about what is going on with...
Yeah, Vosh, Demon Mama, Keffels all started on Twitch and moved for various reasons to YouTube. I think Keffels was specifically because she wanted to say slurs. She, like...
These mainstream media outlets suddenly being very interested in him. He's very much incentivized not to ask questions about that and what they might indicate regarding his overall stance.
All right, well, that is Bad Empanada's take on Hasan Piker and his interview with Matt Duss. I feel like we should probably get... Let me see if I can go through the squirrel thread with you. All right. And for the record, chat, I don't know if you caught it in the earlier Hasan segment, but Zay Squirrel Hasan says that he is in contact with Zay, like that he talks to. God damn it! Why just go to the click? God damn it, Twitter! Why do you suck so bad? Oh, that is I am on the okay. It's complaining about nothing apparently. What it just transfers you to being like way the fuck down the fuck good is that? Anyway, I'm just annoyed by x.com chat. I'm annoyed by Paradigm X, okay? I don't trust Algon X to deliver me communication with my fellow citizens of Amami City without also trying to hack my soul. So that's all I'm saying. Kashama Shama Sawant. This might be related.
It's one thing for someone to realize they were wrong and then actively work towards helping alleviate the problem, which is a genocide. It's another thing entirely to use this as a way to boost a media career. And I think with a lot of these people that are going to change their mind and try to reposition, we got to remember, we got to keep a very close record of what they said while it was happening and not let them do that. They'll try, but there should be a continuous effort to say, no. On October 10th, you started justifying what Israel's doing. You started weaponizing your identity to run cover for Israel and blame everything Israel's doing on Hamas, which is exactly what Israel's doing.
Or college protesters.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's what you were focused on during this. Yeah. So you can try to move on. And it's good if you want to make videos about how it's a genocide and you want to make like contributions to this, to like, the knowledge of the space. That's a good thing that should happen, but we have to keep in mind that the reason they're doing it is a grift. They're trying to make money.
I think the only way that these grifters can ever do something that is redeemable is if they detail and identify exactly how they were paid.
Yes.
And basically out this entire pervasive influence network and work as a whistleblower.
Yeah.
Like that is the maximum impact that you could have. If you are one of these people and you've gotten your bread buttered all along, the only way that you can change the tide, the only way that you can salvage what remains of your morality, okay, is to basically snitch on all of the people that have been like, hey, this is a good article to write. Okay, here's some money for.
Okay, so by that measure, you'd want to see that sort of behavior from Matt Duss, I think is what... A few weeks ago, Hasan Piker agreed with Noah Samson about pro-genocide people grifting to soft launch media careers by claiming they've changed course. Matt Duss is doing exactly that. Hasan even says the only way these people are redeemable is if they whistleblow their funding. 6 hours ago. Magenta dinosaurs. Should I get a giant stegosaurus or brachiosaurus? Wait, are you asking stegosauruses versus brachiosauruses? Like those are the choices? Both were my faves as a kid. Yeah, I really like the Brachiosauruses. I feel like Stegosaurus was so like freaking pervasive that I almost like, the hipster in me doesn't want to say I like Stegosauruses. Want to like classify myself with something more niche like the Ankylosaurus or. Wait, I think I saved Squirrel's thread. There it is. All right, so here's the thread. Why does Hasan Piker do cozy interviews with genocidal Zionist Matt Duss, who is one of the most odious scumfuck cunts alive, describing the Palestinian resistance as blood and soil Nazis while playing... That sounds like a... Well, like, actually, Vosh isn't even saying this kind of shit about Palestine. He said this about other, colonized groups, but Nazis, blood and soil Nazis, while playing a key role in spreading the genocidal atrocity propaganda, rape hoax to progressives and liberals to get their consent for the genocide. But he would never have people like Aaron Mate. See, again, like, that this is kind of weird with the, like, well, you won't have these people, you won't have my faves on. Which, I mean, starting with Aaron Mate, I gotta admit, I follow Zay Squirrel. I have for a long time. I'm not on Twitter that much. I don't know, kind of what, I guess Squirrel does have a YouTube channel I'm seeing, and a Substack, and a Discord. But I'm not entirely, I guess I feel like there maybe have been some developments in Zay's politics that I am not aware of. Wait, 3.8k likes to 6.6k dislikes on the Matt Duss interview. Hasan the Hun, why are you promoting the most odious scumfuck cunt scum? Sorry, we've got too many scums in one sentence, right? Alive instead of the people actually doing good work. Matt Duss is endorsing a piece by Bradley Burston, progressive except for Jew hate, pure anti-Semitism on the purely anti-Israel left. Here in the New Republic, he says December 14th, 2023. That was February 29th, 2016 that he said he endorsed that piece. So that's almost 10 years. That's like 9 years ago. We have December 14th, 2023. Israel's methods are not as extreme as Russia's. It's very important to acknowledge that. God, that didn't age well. But its goal is nonetheless the same: prevention of the other's independence. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said explicitly that he had helped sustain Hamas in power in Gaza precisely because it served that goal. Yeah, I mean, that's and then what do we have here? What we actually witnessed was not the Palestinians mounting a violent struggle for justice, but a far-right theocratic organization committing mass murder in the name of blood. And there's the blood and soil comment. Denying R and SV that Hamas committed on October 7th is disgusting. So is using that to excuse the humanitarian catastrophe Israel is intentionally inflicting on the Palestinians. So yeah, equivocation here, very much worth noting. That's on December 6th. Very much worth noting that ICC includes R and other acts of SV on the list of Hamas offenses. It's very clear that these things happen, And it's ridiculous that some are continuing to deny it. This was May 20th, 2024? I feel like that was at the time where there were just like accusations, right? Now you can say that, like I have said, statistically speaking, in a mass violence incident like that, in a that historically there is likely to be R and SV, but what we had was accusations that R and SV were being implemented as weapons of war by Hamas when no proof was offered by the IDF. So, all right, Matt Duss literally sat on a panel with fellow genocidal Zionist Bill Maher as he called every Palestinian in Gaza that was being subjected to genocidal mass murder and are a PDF R-ist, and gleefully laughed along with him. This is what you promote. So we saw this earlier. Bad Empanada showed this clip.
Because values and customs make a difference, okay? And
I hate Bill Maher.
And the people of Gaza, by the way, if the Israelis did get rid of Hamas, they'd be doing a giant favor to the people of Gaza who hate Hamas too. But
that's fucked up. That's fucked up. Look, when they say Hamas, like, understand, they're talking about the Palestinian people. This is a slippery slope from differentiating Hamas, from like looking at them as the group and then saying that the civilians are innocent, to associating every single civilian, every single civic official, like everyone's Hamas, or they're hiding in tunnels under the people, or they're, right. It's just, when you give in to them on that and eradicate Hamas, like they're going to use that to eradicate Palestinians. And if you don't realize that, you are not paying attention.
Let's just go through the lists, because the Israelis look like us in most ways, values-wise. Maybe
of all the shit for him to say right there, that's very telling.
Not doing it the right way. I don't know. Religious tolerance.
It would have been so awesome if somebody had been there to call him on that. Oh, really? Mar, the Israelis look like us? What do you mean by that? Actually, I don't have to ask you what you mean, because it's pretty fucking obvious.
That doesn't exist in Gaza. You're either Muslim or an infidel, and you better be a Muslim. Female freedom. Free and fair elections.
Female freedom. Tell that to the chicks that Bill Maher creeped on in the Playboy grotto. They enjoying their female freedom to be cornered and
free speech, gay rights. Can I just finish my list of pedophilia? I'll put that under don't ask. Child brides and so forth. Equality of the sexes.
Also don't ask when somebody's immigrating to Israel whether they are escaping from, sex predator charges involving minors. Right? That's a famous phenomenon as well.
Categorize that under don't make me fucking laugh. The fact that, these people think that this is where they should be aligned with, that these are the values that you support.
So the claim is that he's laughing along with Maher here.
You were the Muslim female free in Gaza is wise. Let's just go through the lists. But
okay, so there we see him reacting to what Maher is saying.
A giant favor to the people of Gaza who hate Hamas too.
Oh, he's definitely nodding along. Yeah. Who's this other guy?
But let's just go through the lists.
Anyway, that's about as much as I can take of Bill Maher for today. Hasan asked him about the J Street offensive defensive weapons propaganda used to justify sending Matt Duss's favorite death and our cult Infinite Arms and funds to launch wars to do its genocide. And he just offended the AOCIA defended AOCIA. That's yeah, okay. And said Israel has the right to defend itself, but I guess Palestinians do too. But also Hamas are literally blood and soil Nazis. By the way, this is same Matt Duss wants to send infinite advanced weaponry to literal Azov Nazis in Ukraine. Literal Nazis he wants to send advanced weaponry to. Nazis who, by the way, actually do mass R and burn civilians alive, but Hamas are evil monsters and have to be destroyed. This is the guy that you put on your platform to boost and promote. This cunt really, in the middle of a genocide, this vile subhuman cunt is who you decide to promote. This is a quote from Matt, or a tweet from Matt Duss from October 11th. So 4 days after October 7th. What we actually witnessed was not the Palestinians, okay, we read that, yeah, mounting a violent struggle for justice, but a far-right theocratic organization committing mass murder in the name of blood and soil nationalism. Every word of this excellent Eric Levitt's piece. By the way, Hasan, oh my God, this is what I'm saying, chat. This is what I'm saying. The check was a mistake. The blue check was a mistake. Anyway, if your principle is you will have anyone on to talk. Yeah, this is not subs. Yeah, the Squirrel's got a Substack. Anyway, sorry, I'm bitching. I'm bitching about the length of the microblog that I'm reading here. If your principle is that you will have anyone on to talk and boost their platform, as long as they're generally good, even if they're literal genocidal atrocity propaganda spreaders who said Hamas are Nazis like Matt Duss, okay, fine. Why do you not have Max Blumenthal on? Why do you not have Aaron Mate on? Why will you not have Ali Abunimah on? Why do you not have some of the great people from Mondo Weiss on? These are people who have done all the essential work in exposing and debunking the very genocidal atrocity propaganda that cunt Matt Duss you promoted spread, and to this day still demand everyone accepts. To this day, Matt Duss is using his status and platform to normalize and spread one of the primary genocidal hoaxes used to launder the ongoing actual mass R of Palestinians. You have such a large platform, you decide to boost one of the most odious scum fuck cunts alive, a genocidal Zionist liberal J Street wow, I can't read this shit on Twitch, right? But you have never had on all the people whose work is essential in dismantling genocidal Zionist atrocity propaganda. I know if you have Max on, you will get shit from deranged liberals. Oh my God, Gray Zone. Oh my God, oh my God. While if you have Matt Duss one on, it boosts your status and reputation amongst DC cunts. I know that. I know AOCIA loves to see Matt Duss on your platform, but maybe you have to take those calculations into account and go with the option that doesn't maximally benefit your platform and those scumfucks in DC, vile pieces of shit like Matt Duss. By the way, if you want to know how the supposedly radical left media works, Amy Goodman banned Norm Finkelstein from appearing on Democracy Now! Years ago. Matt Duss has been on there 5 times this year. A genocidal, so yeah, Amy Goodman also catching strays from the squirrel. A genocidal Zionist who spread the main atrocity hoax to launder the genocide has been on the DN 5 times, while on Democracy Now! 5 times, while Norm is blacklisted. They just had Duss on again earlier today to debate John Mearsheimer, where he just spouted the most insane, deranged pro-NATO propaganda bullshit. The only time DN has had Mearsheimer on, it was a split time with Matt Duss as a debate. The same Amy Goodman gleefully spread the genocidal rape hoax herself two leftists and liberals on Democracy Now! In the Democracy Now! Audience, praising Sheryl Sandberg, who, by the way, is herself a artist and was the partner of Epstein, PDF artist Kotnick, and Hillary Clinton, whose husband is an Epstein PDF artist who she has defended. So this is the receipt. Advocates condemn, this is a headline from Democracy Now! Advocates condemn lack of attention to assault accusation against Hamas. The UN Monday heard accounts of SA during Hamas's October 7th attack on Israel. Speakers criticized the UN and others for failing to promptly investigate and condemn crimes. Former Facebook executive Sheryl Sandberg, who helped organize the event, was a key speaker. Sandberg, didn't she do the, oh my God, that was that documentary, something screams through the silence or something? Hillary Clinton sent in videotaped remarks. President Biden on Tuesday condemned Hamas for alleged attacks, which the group denied. The nonprofit Physicians for Human Rights Israel last month released a report detailing survivor accounts of SA, which it said were widespread on October 7th. This is Orit Soliciano, head of Israel's Association of Our Crisis Centers. All right, here's Norm. Here is genocidal Zionist Matt Duss, who Hasan has had on his stream to promote and launder defending the G side, saying Israel has the right to defend itself, justifying Bernie Sanders opposing ceasefire, which AIPAC praised him for multiple times. Aaron Mate tweet here. Yeah, I think we watched this. This was Aaron Mate's tweet, but like she's got Norm right here.
I want to just clarify one thing, Senator, if I might. You support a humanitarian pause in Gaza. Some of your fellow progressives say that there should be a full-on ceasefire, which would require an agreement on both sides to halt the fighting.
Is this Dana Fash?
Do you support a ceasefire? And if not, why not?
Well, I don't know how you can have a ceasefire, permanent ceasefire, with an organization like Hamas, which is dedicated to turmoil and chaos and destroying the state of Israel. And I think what the Arab countries in the region understand, that Hamas has got to go.
My innards writhe at the despicable thing you said in the interview today, whether it was moral idiocy, whether it was exemplary of being a moral monster, or whether it was cynical opportunism, because you're too much of a coward to break ranks with President Biden. I don't know which it is. When you oppose a ceasefire at this point, you are in effect and in fact, you are in effect and in fact giving Israel carte blanche to continue to indiscriminately target the civilian infrastructure and the civilian population of Gaza, 1 million of whom, or 1,100,000 of whom, are children. You have become a moral monster.
Here's Matt Duss saying he supports sending endless advanced weaponry to literal blood and soil Azov Nazis in Ukraine because they were invaded, and as a progressive, I believe in the right to self-defense, but he supports Israel's genocide to destroy Hamas This is who Matt Duss is and always has been, a genocidal Zionist, a huckster, scumfuck, liar. Maybe a good question to ask him in this moment would be, since you support sending advanced weaponry, jets, tanks, missiles, to literal blood and soil Azov Nazis, do you support sending the same weaponry to Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad and the PFLP to resist genocidal Zionist invasion, occupation, and genocide? First of all, he will laugh in your face and call you an evil anti-Semite terrorist for even entertaining such crazed ideas, to dare to ask it of him. But he doesn't even support an arms embargo and sanctions on the side literally doing the genocide. For Russia, of course, he wants total and complete sanctions, BDS, all the way, BDS forever on Russia, but Israel, no, Punisher meme. We have to give them all the defensive weapons they need, which, by the way, include jets, tanks, missiles. Are you insane? You're suggesting when we should stop giving my precious Israeli R cult weapons. It needs to do its genocide and launch wars and impose sanctions on them too. Are you insane? You're a terrorist and anti-Semite. Maybe ask basic questions like that and see how it goes. All right.
However, the way that I approached it as a progressive, who believes in people's rights to defend themselves, people's rights to independence, in international law, and the right of countries not to be invaded by their more powerful neighbors is a pretty foundational idea in international law. I mean, I saw a set of principles and values that were being upheld by a policy of the U.S. government, even if I didn't go all the way with the reasons why the U.S. government was doing. However, the way that I approached it as a progressive, who.
This is actually insane. Matt Duss laundered the Zionist hoax that the genocidal murderer are hooligans in Amsterdam. Oh shit, this is about the fucking bullshit fake pogrom. Our hooligans in Amsterdam who beat up people and vandalized homes were just randos who were victims of anti-Semitism. Having Duss on your stream, yeah, that's pretty bad. So yeah, one thing I can see so far is that there is, and I think Hasan has basically admitted this himself, there is research that he should have done before having this conversation. If Duss is, changing his mind, changing his attitude, then there's got to be some answering for this, right? And that interview would have been a great opportunity to just be like, hey, dude, what is up with this? November 8th, 2024. It's absolutely abhorrent and unacceptable for Jews to be attacked on the streets, regardless of the fact that some racist Israeli soccer thugs picked a fight. Yeah, the question is, does Amsterdam have the right to defend itself? And it sounds like Matt Duss says no. Aaron Mate answering, I didn't know that Duss had spread Hamas rape hoax, but I shouldn't be surprised he insists on parroting pro-war propaganda while posing as a critic. His belief that Israel's methods are not as extreme as Russia's, it's very important to acknowledge that, is what happens when Ukraine proxy war apologia meets Israeli genocide apologia. Squirrel says that line is fucking insane. And he was saying in December, it wasn't October 8th, 9th, 10th, which would have already been absurd and deranged. No, he was saying it December. And he still believes it today. He's one of the most odious scumfuck cunt. You say the word enough and it just like loses all meaning. I don't think I've said scumfuck as many times as like today. So Hasan's not responding. Yeah, Hasan or Vosh. Wow. Meteor Piker. I keep on wanting to type at Matt Huss. Wait.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
18 hours ago. Okay, this is the one. Why were the Podjons there? Wait, what? Oh no, wait, are they just showing they're watching a clip between the Pete Buttigieg interview. Yeah, so Hasan is putting up the horrible interview that Pete Buttigieg gave on Pod Save America. And I guess asking about it. I got to pee really bad, chat. I do want to make one more plea. If you value what you're getting from this stream and you can afford to financially support it, this is the time. I am going to be making some tough decisions really soon about which way to go, whether to try to expand my operations here by putting out more content, or contract my operations to fewer streams during the week and adding some remote work in order to pay the bills. So support the stream, I guess. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna put Hasan and Matt Duss on, and I'll be back.
Son.
What's going on, Matt? Pleasure to have you on the broadcast. Welcome to the Hasan Abi broadcast. Here it is, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, Matt Duss. As I said earlier, a second ago, Matt Duss is the former foreign policy advisor to Bernie Sanders and now currently working at the Center for International Policy. Matt, someone called you evil yesterday, for the record. That's how I presented you, and it reminded me that I was meaning to have you on the broadcast to talk about both the Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin summit that is supposed to be taking place tomorrow, but then also talk to you about Democrats, their failures on Israel-Palestine, your opinion and your evolved opinion on Israel-Palestine personally, and what happened, like how that attitude change took place for you. Maybe that can be instructive for others as well, and numerous other things that we can talk about. And I'm very excited to have you here. Thank you for coming on.
Oh, glad to be here. Thanks so much, man. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, you also are a Sam Cedar acolyte as well, right? Or you go on the Majority Report every now and then.
Yeah, I like to refer to myself as one of his designated foreign policy nerds. So
yeah,
that is one of the roles I play for Sam.
Hell yeah. Foreign policy advisor to Bernie Sanders, foreign policy advisor to Sam Cedar.
Yes.
Okay. I love Sam. All right. Well, Matt, we are actually currently talking about Pete Buttigieg's horrible response, or very Pete Buttigieg style response, if you will, to the question that came from the Podjons on a podcast where they asked him, like, what do you think about Israel-Palestine? Like, what do you think about what's going on? And he gave this incredibly wishy-washy answer. Let's take a look real quick.
More than half of Senate Democrats just voted to oppose the sale of over $500 million worth of U.S. bombs and guns to Israel. Would you have voted to oppose sending those weapons?
I think we need to insist that if American taxpayer funding is going to weaponry that is going to Israel, that is not going to things that shock the conscience. And look, we
as opposed to weapons that don't shock the conscience.
Yeah,
I love
upholding the law.
No, I love weaponry that doesn't shock the conscience. Like when it's, specifically not baby melting weaponry. I mean, that's all weapons.
So yeah, I can sort of see what Bad Empanada is talking about. In addition to this appearance on Hasan, it looks like Matt Duss also had a debate a day ago with John Mearsheimer on Democracy Now! That's I guess why Amy Goodman and Democracy Now! Are coming up so much in Squirrel's thread. Thank you, Sweet Hyacinth, for gifting Emeritus a gift sub. Sorry, I'm misreading your name. Emma Tremus 22. You just got jellyfished. Also, it looks like Yes, of course, also got jellyfished by Sweet Hyacinths. Yeah, thank you. Trying to push the button. There we go.
That's what weapons are. Anyway, sorry.
We see images every day that shock the conscience. So much of this is complicated, but what's not complicated is that if a child is starving because of a choice made by a government.
I'm sorry, I'm just really bad at mispronouncing names. But on the plus side, if I mispronounce your name, it means you're cool.
That is unconscionable. And I think especially including voices who care about Israel, who believe in Israel's right to exist, who have stood with Israel in response to the unbelievable cruelty and terrorism of October 7th. I think there's a reason why so many of those voices are speaking up now too, because this is not just something that is on its face and in itself a moral catastrophe. It is also a catastrophe for Israel for the long run.
How do you think the next administration...
So, Matt...
Burpel, and I call you Burple, which is wrong. I've been calling you Burple, as if you're the burp version of purple, or a purple burp. Wait, that's wrong? Wait, which one is it? Is it Burple or is it Burpel? That beard is awful on him on Buttigieg or on Matt Duss? It's Burple like okay, so I have been saying it right. Okay. Well, no, because you I thought you put it with a E-L-L-E. Oh, you're just talking about how I mispronounced your name.
You had until recently a different opinion, I think, right? If I'm not mistaken. I mean, you've been very progressive. You are a lot more progressive than the average person in American politics in terms of your analysis on Israel. But like, there have been...
It's Pete Buttigieg you don't like the beard on him. I mean, you know what he's trying to do it, right? I mean, you see, like, there's this whole thing, like, with liberal men where they have, like, interpreted the results of the election as that they need to be more like conservative men, right? So conservative men, like, you have to get a certain number of masculinity points, right? If you're Jon Favreau, you gotta say fuck, right? They think they're missing the point of why they lost the election, and they're just like, be more like the right, be more like the right, be more like the right. Here Favreau, we're gonna get you a fucking gold chain to wear. We're gonna get your haircut in an Edgar. And we're gonna get you like a oversized, t-shirt to wear along with some, I don't know. It's just like he has zero personality. Yeah, be more man. I don't know. It's like, and I mean, obviously with Buttigieg, there's the other factor of that he's out as being gay, and that maybe he gets this kind of gender policing, I would almost call it, more so than straight guys on the left. But yeah, they are all the liberal dudes. They're chastened, and that is so pathetic. That is so fucking never learn your lesson. That's right, Blue Magician. You got to stop shaving your face. If the left is really gonna learn their lesson, then they're gonna grow beards. They're gonna pop Zens. They're gonna, I don't know what the fuck else. All other cultural signifiers of conservatism. If the left was only more conservative, right, that would work out really well. I'm sure it wouldn't result in MAGA doubling down and going full fucking, turbo Nazi, right? Because that's totally not what's happened since 1980. The left has tried to emulate the right. The left has let people like Blue Magician get in their heads, tried to emulate the right, and the right has just gone fucking batshit. We can't stop here. This is guano country.
Some instances I feel like where I think we have a disagreement ultimately on.
Yeah, he needs to do BJJ. That's right.
In general, probably a reasonable disagreement.
If you're under, here's the deal. If you're under 5'7" and a man, you need to take up Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. If you're over 5'7" and a man, you need to take up Muay Thai. There we go.
But overall, if you don't mind,
if you're a woman, put on a dress like I'm wearing, become a trad wife, learn to make sandwiches. That's how we win. We just emulate, just be more like the right, I guess. Right? Shit on every marginalized group that appears in front of you.
Elaborating on your position for the people that might not know, like what your take is on what is currently going on in Israel and Palestine, and then we'll talk about Pete as well.
Sure. No, I mean, I guess we may disagree on, Zionism or some other questions like that, but my position on, conditioning aid and stopping arms sales has been that we should do it for a long time.
Chat, just please nobody take that as me being anti-beard. All right. It's like, so yeah, some people do look better with a beard.
Yeah. Just going back.
But people are saying that maybe Pete is not one of those guys. I just wish that I just wish everybody was able to like look the way they want. You know what I mean? I would hate to think that Pete Buttigieg is growing a beard because he thinks he has to, right? I would hate to think that it was something like that.
Years. I mean, and the point is not just to kind of punish Israel, it's to uphold U.S. law, because U.S. law explicitly prohibits providing U.S. weapons to governments that are abusing human rights. And that's one of the weird things about Pete's answer, is that he answered the question, even if he didn't intend to, when he said that this government is making a choice to starve children. The law says that that's one of the things we cannot support, and arms must immediately stop. So if he's familiar with the law, he should understand that he kind of answered his own question, even if unintentionally. In terms of things that we might disagree with, happy to chat about that. But my own view, initially, going back for a long time, has been that the U.S.-Israel relationship is just completely bonkers. It exists in kind of this weird Alice in Wonderland. I was listening to your stream early on.
Wait, doesn't Hasan look really bad without a beard? I'm trying to remember. When is the last time he shaved, chat? Oh, wait. Didn't somebody did a makeover on him, right? They did were they trying to do an emo makeover on Hasan? I think that was the last time. This is Evil Pete, the evil version always has a beard, whereas the evil version of Hasan would not have a beard. Yeah, because Hasan, I would when he shaved his face, I was like, no, go back. Definitely. I mean, he's not ugly or anything. It's just I don't know. It doesn't look like him somehow. He shaved a few times over the years. Only lasts a few days though. Yeah. Did he just shave it down to a goatee?
Way we talk about this, like Steny Hoyer, that we could go on and on about this. It's what the hell is he talking about?
Yeah.
No, in what reality is he looking at? The point is he's just not looking at reality, and there's an enormous kind of machinery of lobbying and advocacy and fundraising and kind of punishment and consequences imposed on anyone who wants to kind of tell the truth and refuses to hew to the usual talking points that exist in Washington. But that's really changing. It's taken far too long for it to change, but I think the backlash that we've all seen to Pete's comments, example, the fact that, as you said, the fact that he needed to clean this up. Pete may be making this decision because he's sensing a change in the weather, but that change in the weather is what's very important here. That's the result of not only of the inescapable, undeniable reality of starvation and genocide, but a movement that has been working very hard for many years to make presence felt and to be able to kind of.
God, I will say that Duss's audio is atrocious. right? I think, is he using a do you think he's using a noise gate and he's just not, he doesn't have it set right?
You know, to apply pressure from the left, so it's not just coming right.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Oh God. So wait, the current representation of gay men in public office, like on the left, you got Pete Buttigieg, you know, CIA Pete, and then on the right, you got Scott Bessent, the like, I guess slightly less insane half of the blue. Is he using a blue Yeti? Oh no, is he gonna use that? I don't know. Here, like, I'll say something. All right, I don't sound good on a blue Yeti. Maybe some other people do. Maybe for some other, I feel like there's like Golkanaru famously uses a blue Yeti, and he sounds fine on it. I think it depends on your voice, right? I am much happier with an SM7B, but yeah, I didn't know Besant was gay for a little bit either. Sounds like his noise gate is just, yeah, cutting that's what I'm thinking. The yeah, the settings on his noise gate need to be adjusted.
Without so many people consistently.
I worked in the large audio supply store. I would steer people away from the Yeti. Yeah, I mean, it's not good. Would you say it could be sufficient for some people, like depending on what they're doing with it? I definitely don't like the way that it makes my voice sound, but
mounting pressure everywhere around the globe, really. I don't think that we in an environment, in a media environment where like someone like Pete Buttigieg would feel the need to go and course correct, which I thought was still, again, in classic Pete Buttigieg fashion, like some of the statements that he made in this piece, in this political piece, were also incredibly bad. He did the classic, like,
oh yeah, I almost forgot about Lindsey Graham, who just got outed by Laura Loomer. Lindsey Graham, you just got Loomered, and that's not a good thing.
You know, I would have signed Bernie Sanders' proposal, even though he didn't say it.
I'm just noticing I don't say that as much anymore.
Right? Fine, but then he still turned around and still was like saying, oh, it's because it's important to clear something about this enormous. Something this enormous and this painful. It's just that it's so enormous and it's so painful that sometimes words can fail. It's like your job as a communicator. That's
because it's a USB mic. Yeah.
What you're billed as. You're like the main communicator of like establishment Democrats. You're the voice of the establishment Democrats who can actually show a young face, some kind of dynamism that like these guys are desperate for, right? And I think they're looking for all of the. They're looking at all the wrong reasons why Zoran won, and they think like maybe Pete Buttigieg could be the type of, you know, Zoran-style candidate for third-way neoliberalism.
They think that somehow it's aesthetic. They keep on thinking it's aesthetics, whether it's the Republicans or whether it's, you know, the actual left. They keep on thinking it's aesthetics. They never think about that it might be authenticity. Because you know what? Honestly, with authenticity, they're kind of cooked. Either you are or you're not. Right? You can't be like an inauthentic person and then realize that authenticity, you know, is a selling point, and then somehow like, oh, I'll be more authentic now. Thanks. That's just not going to work. Anybody be able to tell an SM7B apart from all the eBay fakes? Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that. I wonder if I could get some good, like, you know who does good fakes though is Behringer. I've always liked. I mean, I know it's a shitty thing that they do, right? Behringer, where they just break people's copyrights, and then they plan on getting sued. They factor that into the cost of doing business. But I feel like, yeah, I used to own a pair of their headphones that were like $20 headphones and so good. I mean, not great, but for $20 they were great. There's a big lawsuit between them and the guitar pedal manufacturer recently. They're hit or miss. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. I was thinking maybe it's only certain Behringer items that are worth getting. Behringer's $25 mic. Is it a USB or a
and you know, the continued American foreign policy bipartisan consensus that we see, which is like permanent war. constant, endless increase to military funding. And, Pete Buttigieg is clearly falling short of that. But
oh, no, you're right. Play something. That's definitely a Yeti.
There are still...
I would recognize that, might cover anywhere.
So many worse people out there. I talked to Rashida Tlaib at the DSA National Convention this past weekend, and she brought up an interesting perspective. And you've been in DC, you've been in these circles for a very long time, so I want to hear your perspective on this as well. There is an attitude outside of DC, outside of this little bubble that exists, that dominates our lives, that like either politicians are cynical and doing this because they are, either like black.
Chad, I don't think I can justify doing Chud logic today. I'm sorry I teased that earlier.
Into this position.
Just like if I'm not cutting it as far as being, I mean, we're not in like, I'm not like in super bad trouble financially yet, but if I'm not cutting it, on basic things like the sub goal, then I really I gotta somehow figure out a way to make more videos. I gotta concentrate on just growing the channel and maybe picking up a little ad revenue where I can, and maybe even doing some of those. I think it would be fun to do some to actually write like a script and do some videos that are like to camera, right? I got the idea from what Ethan said that he was going to do, and I kind of want to give that a try now, because it feels like what I do when I go through, like for instance today, right? I didn't pre-watch this. I didn't have an opinion. I still don't completely have an opinion about whether I think that Hasan, like, I do think that the critics have shown me that he could have done more research. I think Hasan himself has admitted that. But as far as how I feel about like this, interview, whether it was a mistake or whatever, I haven't really made up my mind. But it's kind of like I go through this stuff, and I get a better concept of it by the end of it. And so like the old school way of doing, content is to just take your segments, like, right, so one segment would be Hasan and Matt Duss, one segment would be like, I don't know, Bad Empanada and Zay Squirrel, right? These would turn into, those segments would turn into videos. But if I could take what I kind of learned from covering that and make shorter, more concise videos that sort of wrap up and cover in maybe a little bit more polished way the topics that I'm talking about, I mean, that's a possibility too. Interview never gets bad. Bad Empanada's point of Duss trying to rehabilitate himself still stands, but I still don't think Hasan did much wrong. Yeah, there could have been, yeah. Well, we got to try something, chat, because one thing I'm not going to do is sit here like a deer in the headlights and, while I, and like let myself become unable to support myself, right? I got to do something. Something's not working.
Or, and this is like varying degrees of like anti-Semitic conspiracy as well, Jewish hypnosis, things of that nature, all the way to they are tunneled in on unlimited support to Israel and loyalty to the Israeli state and unconditional aid permanently to the Israeli state because of the pervasive influence of the pro-Israel lobby and numerous other advocacy groups. Which side do you fall on? If we were to present it as like Noam Chomsky, who says Israel is an extension of American imperialism and profoundly important, versus it's the lobby, the Mersheimer perspective. Where do you see yourself on that equation?
I mean, I'm not. I hope I'm not like avoiding the question by saying it is a little bit of both. And I mean, so I'll talk about them both. I mean, first off, yes, of course, the Israel lobby, AIPAC, is very influential, and they're partly influential, for a few reasons. One is Americans just generally who don't think about foreign policy a lot
Oh no!
And that's no ding on.
What if everybody just got pissed off by this? By his sound. What if everybody got pissed off by the combination of the Blue Yeti and the badly attuned noise gate, and that's why everybody's mad because they had to listen to this fucking audio? No, I think it's more than the audio. Sadly, like the live streams when the topics are sometimes all over the place. That's the other thing that I've been thinking about experimenting with too, is trying to cover stuff less in depth, but cover more topics, because generally you bring in more people that way with more topics.
Things that are more important to them and more immediate than thinking about foreign policy. But for a lot of folks, especially folks who in the Christian community, and this is where I came from, I grew up in the evangelical community. There is something important, like the U.S.-Israel relationship is founded in a very important historical narrative for them. Part of Christians' culture. They understand the story of the Old Testament as part of the Christian.
The connection, the people of the book, is that what we're talking about? Why don't we extend that ever to the, like, right? There's one other group of people that Christians, Jewish people, and what's the third one? There's another religion from that uses the same book
in a way that they don't identify with stories and histories and narratives.
But even that's bullshit. All right? I'm not saying, I'm just, it's wow. We gotta honor the special relationship. I mean, is this the shit that people wanted? I'm surprised we're not hearing. The only thing I could imagine that Hasan is thinking of when he doesn't push back on this is that I'm not going to convince this guy. I'm not going to convince this guy that there's not, like, all right, he's got these brain worms. I'm not going to extract them today. But yeah, I don't know. You can't be surprised when your audience doesn't like this shit.
The region, certainly the Palestinians. And that's not a value judgment. That's just something that for a huge number of Americans, even who don't know a lot about the region, about foreign policy, they identify with this one country because they learned about it in Sunday school.
Yeah.
And so that's the kind of political basis on which the pro-Israel lobby is operating. You add to that American politics is deeply corrupt. The influence of money it's a complete outlier among, developed democracies, the extent to which, wealthy interests are able to kind of game the system and achieve influence just by spending huge sums of money. And the pro-Israel lobby is very effective at using huge sums of money to reward and punish. I mean, that's what a lot of about, pleasure and pain, rewards and punishments. And that's how you end up, with people like Steny Hoyer. I mean, Steny Hoyer is not saying anything.
It also sounds like they turned up they did EQ this, and they're trying to fix the sound profile of the frequency profile of the Blue Yeti by just turning up the bass. And it's like, it's not, there's more to it than that.
That
Hasan is agreeing with him, not on this though, right? Not on the special relationship, the Judeo-Christian thing that he's pushing here, right?
He doesn't believe. He does believe these things, but
they changed chat to emote only. You were there. Oh my God.
Part of the strategic use of campaign funds and donations and lobbying is to make sure people who believe.
Hasan was not adversarial enough, but he could have tried to cut off the interview sooner and tell chat in real time that this is all Hasbara and ahistorical analysis of socialist countries. See, here's the deal. The other thing is, just looking at this dynamic, if he really is getting like yeeted out of the establishment, right? If he is really burning his bridges there, and that he's hoping to stay relevant by becoming a, like a new media person that's a little bit to the left of the establishment, it's kind of like, so I could see Hasan saying, that this is a big establishment voice. If, you know, he's changing what he's saying, if he can be pushed, then there's a real chance to, you know, use him to inject a better message into the mainstream, right? But it sounds like he's not. It sounds like he's leaving the mainstream. You know what I mean? It sounds like he's getting kind of pushed, and I don't know what it is that he said that's like put him beyond the pale for mainstream, but I don't see the upside as much as what I feel. If I remember correctly, what Hasan was claiming the upside was, I'm not sure if it's as, you know, like Bad Empanada's got a point that Hasan's doing you know, more for him than he is maybe doing for the movement, right? Even with his you know, changed, somewhat altered point of view.
Leave things like Steny Hoyer are the people who end up in leadership positions in the Democratic Party, and that people who want to take a bit different view always run into trouble, and they're going to face lots of, you know,
is there RNG on that egg thing?
Fundraising challenges, and they'll probably face you know, well-funded challengers in their primaries. So the system, unfortunately, kind of selects for you know, a set of beliefs that are pleasing to high-powered, well-funded lobby groups. And the last thing I'll say here is, and this goes to what Chomsky was saying, yeah, I mean, there is a faction in Israel and in the United States, and this has really come to the fore lately with, you know, with Israel essentially making war across the region and reestablishing itself as really kind of an unquestioned military.
Do you think he could be, his mic position is contributing to that random 3PO?
Hegemon with the backing of the United States. That, you know, there are folks in the United States and in Israel who see Israel as basically the United States' sheriff.
Yeah.
And this is not just about Israel. It's about sustaining America's primacy, sustaining America's global military hegemony. So it's not, and this is why I tend to recoil from when people say,
when do they go, it doesn't look like they're emote only at this point.
I mean, America is doing Israel's bidding. I mean, yes, Israel has enormous influence.
Is it meant to be pointed at the ceiling? You know, there's different patterns that you can set it to. I would assume that, I'm trying to remember what the most common, I think most people put it on like a cardioid, you know, kind of like this sort of pattern where I think the chat, am I right? Like this, you know, if this is a Blue Yeti, right, then the sweet spot is like right here, right? There's that cardioid pattern kind of like around the mic. And so I'm going to hit it right here, right? This is an SM7, so actually the sweet spot is dead on. Cardioid is the most common pattern people use.
I think way too much influence in Washington. But there is a shared kind of ideology that undergirds this, and I say,
but yeah, I can see where his voice is pointed versus like it's just nowhere near the sweet spot of the mic.
Say, you know, putting all of this on.
I think that's right. Am I right about that, chat? That's how you position a like the Blue Yeti
on Israel kind of lets American policymakers off the hook.
Oh, people were screaming about the audio, so they put it in emote only. Second, because they were shitting on Duss. I don't think people were banned for shitting on Duss. Wait, somebody came in here and said that they did get that his like name was like word filtered or something. I don't know if they caught a ban from that, but
oh, absolutely, I agree with you. The reason why
cardioid is when it's strongest when it's pointed directly at the sound source, and it fades out exponentially at more extreme angles. Oh, we got some rain, chat. We got some rain.
I'm bringing this up is because like what Rashid.
Oh, you got some information about cardioid mics there, Luffy. Cardioid are generally intended for condenser microphones. Yeah, tend to have a much wider frequency response. They capture a lot of noise, including the room noise, which Chad is commenting on.
Talib told me was basically that like politicians are still malleable, and it does seem like this
be chills chat says somebody
unshakable force, like the loyalty and defense of Israel is just like impossible to break through. But it's very clear that at least from her feedback, that they do see people at their town halls and they do get scared. And I think Gallego was a great example of this, like a person who has been pro-Israel in his town hall when faced with that question had to be like, oh, well, maybe I would have voted against weapons. There's also the other side of this where people talk about like the distinction between defensive weapons and offensive weapons. I wanted to hear your perspective on that.
Sure. Well, first, in regard to what Congresswoman Tlaib said, I mean, she's right. It is so important for members to kind of hear from constituents and to get grief and to get complaints. I mean, that's what I was saying earlier, that for the longest time, they've only ever felt like they had to fear pressure from their right. They've only been looking over their right shoulder when this question comes up. And it's because of a lot of work by a lot of people, activists and others who, that they understand, like they need to check their left shoulder as well. And that Politico article that you quoted.
Wait, so is cardioid kind of like, is the heart like here? Is it like kind of like that? Like the two like the top of the heart is like here, and then is it like kind of like that? Like here's the heart?
From where Pete went to kind of clean up the mess. I mean, it's saying, this is going to be a litmus test going into 2028. And I think we saw
the other way around. So the two little nodules are down here, and then the point is like up here. So it is still better to like, if you can, to like be like directly into there, but then you can also kind of hit it from the, the side. On this side or on that side? Is that, or top or princely plea picks up from the center and a bit from the sides. I see. Yeah, but it's capturing a lot of noise that way, a lot of room noise.
From Mamdani's campaign, something really important. There's a good reason why it's a litmus test, because it signals to people that you're not full of crap. On a whole range of...
Wait, you're directing me to a YouTube page called Squirrel Tactics for Good King of the Hill Analysis. New season is decent. Oh, the reboot, you mean? Yeah, so that's a possibility, chat. I've got, if you're looking on YouTube, you can see a poll that's going on. I don't know, chat. Did I like fuck up by not... Nope. Let me switch to this one. I should probably let everybody know if anybody's interested in bonus content. It is slipping away yet another day. These are the items that we've got as a possibility. If this number gets to 100 out of 100, we'll cover one bonus topic. And what am I trying to do? 24. Okay, so I should... All right, like we've got a possibility of checking out the King of the Hill reboot. That's a video from Awestruck Fox, my old fave animation YouTuber. Second, oh no, that's in second place now. First place is Hasan Reacts to Ethan Going to Kick, and tied for third are the video essays, new Thought Slam video essay on Israel-Palestine, as well as new Overzealots video essay on Israel-Palestine. However, these only matter, the vote only 151 of you have voted. and we're still at unfortunately 51%. So anyway, if we're gonna get any kind of bonus content, if I'm gonna stay on after this video, then that 51 is gonna need to get to 100 somehow. These are the options. We've got that King of the Hill reboot up there, as well as the Hasan reaction to Ethan's change up on his content. And you know, if we don't hit that, I will probably be getting off really quickly and looking into how am I gonna change up my content, and I'll try to let you know what that will mean as far as streaming hours going forward in the near future.
Other issues. You know, you can offer, you know, a really fantastic platform, a whole set of great ideas. But if your answer to a question about Gaza is that Israel has the right to defend itself.
I do like to cover other things other than, you know, politics and media analysis and commentary from time to time. So yeah, it'd be nice to get some of that, like, you know, kind of pop culture topics in as well, especially for, you know, videos going forward.
You're basically telling people that I'm full of crap and I'll probably fold on all that other great stuff too. So it really, it's a litmus test, I think, for a couple of really good reasons. So what was the second part of your question there?
The second part of my question was the distinction being made in some circles, at least, like between offensive and defensive weapons. Do you feel like this is a distinction without a difference?
I mean, I understand, just you don't want to be, I mean, it's important to allow countries to defend themselves, to defend their civilians. We talk about that a lot with regard to Israel. You know, it's a fair question. I think it's a very important question. Why do we never ask that of the...
The frustrating thing is that Israel did not defend its civilians on October 7th. The last time that its civilians were under, you know, serious threat, right? The last time that you had like mass casualties in, you know, in Israel of the Israeli populace, right? That happened in a large part because the IDF were so concentrated on defending the settlements in the West Bank rather than, you know, being anywhere near the action on October 7th, right? So it's just, it's a weird thing to say. That every country has the right to defend itself. Okay, well, you know, you don't see a lot. Yeah, defend itself, like maybe try to keep their hostages from getting killed. You know what? How you do that? By negotiating. You have a ton of Palestinian hostages that you could trade for the hostages. You know, in the Israeli hostages in Palestine, right? And that wasn't done. That wasn't fucking done. Just yeah, I can see why this is rubbing people the wrong way. Thank you for the super thank you for the super I can't talk. Thank you for the super chat, Splashson.
The Palestinians, you know, Israel has a right to defend itself. Do the Palestinians have a right to defend themselves?
I say yes.
I think, yeah, absolutely. I think they absolutely do. I mean, they not only have a right to defend themselves, they have a right to resist occupation, as any people do.
No, it's both legal and moral, for sure.
That's right. They should do so within the bounds of international law.
Yeah, maybe not starving the population. That Israel has absolutely let it be known that their hostages are expendable.
Treatment of civilians and non-combatants, just as Israel should. But anyone should be able to answer unequivocally yes, that the Palestinians have a right to defend themselves. Now, going to this question of defensive versus offensive, you know, I understand that Congresswoman, you know, AOC got some grief for her vote and then for her explanation. You know, and I understand people's concerns.
Of all the words to use, please don't use the word explanation. This is the wrong context for a word that translates to Hasbara.
You know, my kind of question here is like, was it worth spending that much bandwidth on this amendment that was not going to pass at all? I don't think so. She ended up voting against the entire bill anyway. That was the right vote. And I think where people should focus.
Well, see, I agree with you. And I think the concern that I have isn't like, oh, AOCIA or whatever the people say all the time in online circles. The concern I have is
I want more AOCCP and less AOCIA.
On this, that there is a void in discourse right now with the way that the Democratic base feels. Is a 92-8 issue at this stage, right? And that void is being experienced in every facets of American politics. Like there's independents are overwhelmingly seeing Israel in a disfavorable way. Even Republicans by majority, regardless of their loyalty to Donald Trump, have had issues with Israel in ways that we've never seen in American politics before. So when the overwhelming public sentiment is, as I like to jokingly say, Israel o'clock, and the Democrats are completely unable to ride that wave, even on a partisan, even with a cynical, cold, calculated.
Oh my God!
I fear that void will be taken over by grifters and maybe even anti-Semitic people. And
I'm afraid you're right, Charlie Kelly.
Dropping the ball both politically and also on the policy front on this issue once again. I think AOC should be the person that is pushing for amendments like that. Do you disagree?
I don't know if that amendment is the one to fight on. I think there are a lot of great things that she's pushed, and she will. We're moving into the NDAA, this big defense authorization bill. I'm really interested to see what she's going to be offering there. I don't know if that one bill that Marjorie Taylor Greene offered was the kind of hill to fight on. I understand what people have concerned about it. I think there are smarter places to fight, but I would also say, people should understand, and I think most people do, that she's been one of the great champs on this. And I think it's fair to have disagreements and to question some of the choices she makes, but I also think it's important to keep that in mind. I mean, she has done enormous work.
Oh, for sure. She called it a genocide way before many people did in Congress.
Right.
And that should be recognized, and I definitely do recognize that, which is why I always think like it's inconsistent, even in the simplest terms. If you're like saying that this country is committing a genocide, but then you're also saying like, but we have to keep giving it weapons to allow itself to continue behaving in this belligerent way. Because that's my main point on this, is that like everyone, including Israeli society and Israeli officials, knows that without America's unlimited support in Israel's offensive capabilities and its defensive capabilities since October 7, 70% of all munitions that Israel has used has come from the United States of America, both on the defensive side and on the offensive side. We've moved our Navy around Israel's enemies and around Israel's allies as well, in an effort to defend Israel whenever there's retaliation from countries or militancy groups that have the capacity to resist against Israel or to fight back. And in that process, like, I think we're giving Israel bandwidth to continue behaving in this belligerent way, and defensive weapons, I think, play a formative role in this.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, and also, I get that, money is fungible, and money they are getting for, quote unquote defensive weapons is money that they don't have to, that they can then spend on offensive weapons. So, I get those arguments. Yeah. I guess what I would say is that it's fine to disagree with the vote and disagree with her explanation, but I also think in terms of, where we're focusing our energy and where activists are focusing their energy, it's rather than going after her, it's like, I want more people to be voting against the offensive weapons,
Yeah. No, and the other thing that I also am finding myself consistently trying to get politicians on the Democratic side to like advocate for is that if they lead on this issue, and even are unafraid to take bold and, dare I say, radical, I guess, stances on issues like this, they will immediately move the Overton window in a more positive direction. What I mean by this is, if congressional leaders that are the most progressive right now were running around talking about no more weapons to Israel at all, and maybe even a sanctions package to Israel, if that was the advocacy that you heard...
Fungible sounds like it should be a silly word. I feel like it should have to do with fungus, but instead it has to do with tokens. Well, it has to do... My fungibles? Wait, what would fungibles be? Like Lunchables, but...
From the Bernie Sanders and the AOCs of the world, and like, you know, bold and progressive policymakers, then I think more moderate parts of the Democratic Party would inevitably try to find a centrist position and retry.
Sounds like something on Invader Zim, like the Squeedly Spooge.
Regulate their perspective instead of just like continuing to say like, oh well, you know, we don't know if we can stop giving.
It is sometimes fungible is sometimes a word that people are trying to affect a intelligent, you know, way of speaking will drop there just when another word would suffice. But
weapons to Israel. That's just the way I see it. I think that that's part of the reason why the Republicans have dominated discourse on every issue about domestic and foreign policy in perpetuity, because they're unafraid to be radical.
Well, I mean, don't get me. I'm with you on that. I mean, we need kind of bolder, more courageous leadership on a whole range of issues. So I agree there. But I'll say, just, you know, on this one issue, I mean, even that Politico article, the fact that, you know, Pete was even asked about, you know, banning arms sales is because of Bernie's resolutions. These JRDs, these joint.
In fairness, money is a token, and it is fungible as well. It represents labor.
Of disapproval that Bernie introduced, and it was voted on a few weeks ago. It got the most votes from any from Democrats ever. I think it was 27 for one, 24 for another. Both of them more than half of the Democratic caucus in the Senate. Still too few, in my view. I mean, this should have, you know, when you look at the reality of the genocide and what's being done with our weapons, I mean, we should have stopped these arms sales a long time ago. But still, recognizing the weird way that this issue works, I think it is important to chalk that up as an important achievement. But also, one of the achievements was getting, you know, potential candidates for 2028 to have to answer, what would you have done? You know, Senator Alyssa Slotkin, who managed not to be there for the vote, she had to answer the question, would you have voted for it? Gallego, also not there, had to answer the question. This is going to keep coming up. It's going to be a question that's going to be asked to every candidate who wants to run in the 2028 primary, and that's important.
Yeah. This is not only a litmus test for upcoming elections, but I think this was a litmus test in many ways for the previous election as well. And I wanted to hear your perspective on this, because a lot of people, I think, falsely, claimed that the left was a single issue on this, right? And that the left was responsible for the defeat of Kamala Harris, which, of course, if you actually look at the numbers, like Jill Stein and all the other, you know, spoilers.
You see, dude's his cheek is like twitching on your right side, on our right side, like right his. Like, did he disagree with something that Hasan said? I couldn't tell if that was like just a tick, like not a tick, like Ethan's ticks, but like a nervous tick, or whether that was like some kind of a if he's conveying his reaction in some way.
To be on the left flank, did not actually make up for the margin of defeat anyway, so it's objectively false to make this claim. But I think that a lot of people, including those who I talked to, including the Pod Johns that I talked to before the election and the lead up, when I was like ringing the alarm bells about this issue, actively avoided it. And I think it was actually deliberately cut out of their autopsy on why the campaign failed as well, like this issue in particular, because people's attitudes about what's going on in Gaza.
That's another question. Why do you think people were... Is it just that he gave better pushback to John Lovett? right? Because like I'm pretty sure that Lovett, said some pretty objectionable things as well, and up until really recently, had a pretty just a bad take factory when it came to Israel Palestine.
But what Israel is doing did not dramatically swing overnight. There were numerous polls that showed that denying weapons to Israel and forcibly implementing a ceasefire would have been a very important issue that Kamala Harris could deviate away.
218 says, King of the Hill is funny. I know. It's really funny. It'd be awesome to cover.
Away from the Biden regime on, and yet she failed.
I'll be right back, chat.
So what is your assessment on this?
Yeah, and I'll just say there's been polling. I remember this one poll that came out in 2019 by the Center for American Progress, where I used to work years and years ago. But I say that because, the Center for American Progress is a very closely party-aligned think tank, they put out a poll that showed a majority of Democrats in 2019 supported, blocking aid, conditioning aid. So this has been a majority position among Democratic voters for more than 2 election cycles now. It's now a super majority that supports this, and for very understandable reasons. Now I don't know that I know that the Pod Save guys have actually covered Gaza and Palestine quite a bit. I do want to recognize that. And going back to 2019, it was actually, they hosted a series of talks at the J Street conference where Bernie came out and declared, conditioning aid. Warren came out. Buttigieg came out and declared support for it for like 2 weeks until he got some pushback. And so that's when he kind of moved off it. So going to Harris, what I'll say is this, like I said about, why it's a litmus test. I think it's impossible to say, the actual, down to the decimal point, what impact Gaza made on her loss. I think there is no question that it played a role, not just among voters for whom that is a priority issue. And, to people who criticize, the left for being, one issue on Gaza, I'm like, being one issue on a genocide, I think that's a fairly decent thing to be one issue about. The fact that your government is supporting a genocide in front of our eyes. But it was also
said it best. He said, a party that is unwilling to stop a genocide, what makes you think they are willing to defend democracy?
That's right. That's exactly right. And that's also kind of what I was getting at, is that even for people for whom Gaza and the issue of Palestinian rights is not a real priority, the fact that she couldn't give the bare minimum, that she couldn't depart from these pre-baked nonsense talking points about how too many Palestinians have died and we're all so sad to watch this happening day after day after day, as if we weren't, completely complicit in this happening, just signaled that she wasn't for real. People are looking to be, they want to believe people. And she was not believable on this. And I think that, that signaled that she's probably not for real on a whole bunch of other things too.
Yeah. No, it was a perfect issue to show the problems that was emblematic within the entire Democratic Party's inability to listen to the demands being made by their base, their own base. That they were so willing to throw them aside to say, we're not going to do anything on this. We're just going to stay the course and just feed a bunch of bullshit about how they're trying desperately to get a ceasefire deal done. When in fact, everyone who was even like a little bit aware of what was going on would either get mad because they're like, what do you mean we can't get a ceasefire done? We're America. Okay. Or they just thought, okay, well, you're feckless, like you're unable to do this, like you're weak. Or of course they knew the truth, which was this is bullshit, which is what I want to ask you about, because I have tweeted a lot of things. I've said a lot of things about Israel and all of the militant resistance against Israel that oftentimes Zionists get very mad about. People that are doing Hasbara, people that are pro-Israel get very mad about. One of those is the notion that this conflict could end, this genocide could end, at any given point with one phone call. And I wanted to hear, I mean, what your perspective is. You're a foreign policy guy. And if you think that, well, this is, of course, an exaggerated claim. It's not literally one phone call, but it's as close to one phone call as you can get in American politics. And it has ended with one phone call in the past with George H.W. Bush, with the continuation of the settlement projects with Ronald Reagan, with Lebanon, and also with Joe Biden in 2021 with Israel's siege on Gaza in 2021. So what's your assessment on that?
Yeah, as you said, not one phone call, not one day, but as Joe Biden did in May 2021, he calls up Netanyahu and says, "We're out of runway here. We got to wrap this thing up." He never did that.
Yeah.
Here, and granted, the mood of Israel, the reaction to October 7th, this was a different situation, but still, after months and months and months of this, and knowing for a fact, and let's be clear, they knew for a fact what Israel was doing. They had complete visibility onto Israel's policy, its strategy, its tactics. And this is something I bring up a lot because I think it's important to note. I mean, the Biden administration assessed publicly that Russia was committing war crimes in Ukraine within a month of the February 2022 invasion. They could not, by the end of the Biden administration, after whatever it was, 18 months, they still could not come out with an assessment of Israel's, behavior in Gaza. I mean, that's just such bullshit. We have such absolute visibility, far greater visibility into Gaza, into Israel's tactics and what it's doing than we do into what Russia's doing. And the fact that they couldn't make an assessment, which everyone can see on their phones, literally everyone, Palestinians are reporting it.
USAID itself actually floated a report all the way up to Anthony Blinken, and he spiked it on purpose because he wanted to continue unlimited weapons to Israel.
That was not the only report. I mean, I know that, there were numerous people inside USAID, inside state, and, others outside the government who were reporting this, sounding the alarm, and they constantly, Blinken and Biden, because Biden had simply decided at the beginning, we're just going to support Israel. This is his long, deeply ideologically held view, that this is how the relationship works. And
so what's his excuse for all the stuff he was tweeting at the time? Yeah. Here's what's really, I think, super destructive to the Democrats. Look back at what they were saying after George Floyd was killed. And now look at how they are blaming the people that they supposedly were being responsive to. Look how easily they throw that shit under the bus and be like, oh yeah, fucking DEI, I hate it. It's terrible. Wokeness, ew. Transgenderism, fuck that shit, right? Look at how easy they do that. And when you hear somebody, when you hear one of these, Democratic Party operatives, this, a Bernie Sanders operative in this case, saying like, oh, I have totally changed my mind, dude. I mean, he's not even saying that, right? Because Hasan doesn't have the tweets to confront him with. Hasan, like he said, wasn't completely aware of, the kind of stuff that this guy had been saying up until very recently. But like, how are we supposed to trust? How are we supposed to trust any sort of response that the Democrats give? Like, we want the Democratic Party, if you look at it as a possible vessel of, popular change, which, they better damn well hope that we look at it that way. You want a party that's responsive rather than a party that continues to toe the line from 10, 20, 30 years ago, even in the face of 85 to 10 numbers in terms of people being against continued arming of Israel. It just makes it really, and they think that they're winning somehow. They think that the sin was to indulge the groups in 2020. In 2020, we gave in to the pressure. Like, right? This is the lesson that they fucking learned. Oh my God, that is not going to help them. And that really worries me, chat, because as much as I fucking, have, like, I have a really bad opinion of the current Democratic Party, I also understand how difficult it is to build a third party, especially given the time constraints. That like, you absolutely, if the Democratic Party no longer works as a vessel, you've got to get something in there to take its place in like 3 years. That is not something that I think of as easy. That's the opposite of evil. The opposite of easy, sorry. I was distracted by the King of the Hill reference, which, yeah, I too am excited about the prospects of a King of the Hill reboot. As much as I had a very mixed relationship with that show when it was on. It's it's burrowed its way into all of our consciousness, many of our consciousness.
And I do also, my understanding is that they actually thought, because Netanyahu kept telling them that, oh, well, I'm gonna downshift. We're gonna start to wrap this thing up in the next couple months. And if you believe him once, okay. But they kept on getting screwed by Netanyahu, and I don't absolve them for that, because the idea that Joe Biden, like the greatest foreign policy president of all time, was going to keep getting fooled by this grubby crook Netanyahu, I just don't buy that.
Yeah, no, he was.
For a second, I was going to be like, wait, did he used to be a cook?
On it, he was on.
I was picturing him, chat. I was picturing him, like, I don't know, working the grills at Denny's or something.
He was invested in the continuation of Israel.
But he did what? He was born in, like, New Jersey, right?
Slaughter, I think.
I mean, do I think that Biden just wanted to keep supporting what Israel was doing? I don't. I think when he came out and kind of proposed that ceasefire agreement in May of 2024,
wait,
he really wanted...
King of the Hill is the Boondocks for white people? I mean, I wouldn't put it on that level. But I was banned from watching South Park as a kid?
Wanted that to happen. But the fact is, he was not willing to do what was necessary to actually make it happen, which was to make that phone call, to bring that pressure, to say to Netanyahu, we are stopping support for this. We're stopping military support. We're stopping intelligence support. We're going to stop giving you diplomatic cover. You're going to face all these consequences unless you do A, B, and C. And Joe Biden was just never willing to do that.
Yeah, which is why I say he wanted it to continue happening. And that's what I mean. I think, like, the way I look at it, I have a more simplified, maybe too reductive of a attitude on this kind of stuff, where I just think that, like, America's global power is waning. And I think that Israel is a profoundly important regional ally for American interests. Both because of that, Israel has been able to create this, like, pervasive network of influence peddling and pressure campaigns that have created this environment, both by way of the media and also by way of, like, lobbying efforts. It's created this information environment that is utterly at odds with what is going on the ground. And
so, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can see, like, overall the criticism, because I'm gonna have to sort of say something about this after watching this. Like, the criticism for me that really sticks here is that he didn't know enough about his guest, and it's understandable given his streaming schedule, but at the same time, I know that that's not the kind of content that he ultimately wants to produce. So, I mean, like, hopefully at least some of this, criticism makes it through. Like hopefully the useful parts. Because yeah, I mean, this is like something that I would, you know, if it was like Chud Logic talking about the sons of Confederate veterans, and without realizing it, the lost cause, because he doesn't fucking understand, you know, the significance of that in American history, right? The other content that you would have gotten today. But you know, I mean, I don't think that like Chud Logic is the worst person out there or anything like that. This is not like the beginning of a, like, you know, a anti, you know, Chud Logic arc or anything like that. But it's just like such a obvious thing to call out. And even though it's a situation where the person he's criticizing is Xander Hall, who I don't know why. I don't know why, chat, but I'd love to be mean to Xander Hall. I mean, and in this case, I find myself actually saying that, you know, the Xander Hall versus Chud Logic of it all, Xander Hall is the closest to right in that back and forth. So if I'm going to call it out, what I'm saying, chat, is if I'm going to call it out when Chud Logic does it, I mean, this does seem pretty obvious, right? That he's not completely, you know, checked up on, and he said it himself, that he's not completely checked up on, you know, he knows vaguely about this guy, the trajectory of this guy's career. He has like a decent maybe assessment of, you know, where he's at now. Doesn't Chud Logic say slurs a lot? Oh yeah. He thinks it makes him it's like a way to bridge the gap between his age and his audience's age, I suppose. I don't know. That's okay. You don't know who Chud Logic is? That's okay. He's a man with a plan, and unfortunately, a man with a flag. And that flag is something that, oh my god, I already switched the images out, didn't I? I switched him out for Vosh's dad. Do you think this guy looks like Vosh's dad, chat? Anybody getting that? Oh my god. Like, yeah, let's get back to Vosh and Hasan. It's alternate universe Vosh here on top.
Thought that they could continue this going after October 7, but of course with social media, it was impossible to maintain a pressure campaign or keep people in the dark. But I think the American foreign policy apparatus was of too much.
Wait, this is where Vosh would have been without all of his scandals? Banned from all cartoons, even Doug and Rugrats because of Beavis and Butthead, but they bonded with my conservative father over King of the Hill. Isn't King of the Hill by the same guy that did Beavis and Butthead? It's kind of the same art style as Beavis and Butthead. Not exactly, but like the characters, I think, are based on something from Beavis and Butthead.
You had the State Department people that saw what happened, knew exactly what Israel was going to do, and thought from a position that is pro-American imperialism, not against, not anti-American imperialism, They thought if we let Israel do this, they are going to fuck up the bag. They're going to ruin America's global standing. They're going to harm
mission accomplished.
Israel's own global standing and make it a pariah state, which it has become. And therefore, it's going to make it harder for America to intervene in the events of the region. And then there were, of course, the...
Wait, the way he moves his eyes and face reminds me of Hutch?
...side that won, that said, you.
Oh.
No, it won't.
Oh, no. Okay, that is...
Doesn't matter. We're going to go full tilt into this final solution, this one large military incursion, ethnic cleansing, wholesale slaughter campaign, so that Israel can grab as much land as it possibly can and have a stronger position of dominance in the region. And we all know which side won out. But I think that it is, I'll be reductive, but like that's, I think, the actual assessment, the top-down actual assessment that took place in that situation.
I might disagree with some of the terminology there, but in general, I don't. I think you're right. I mean, you had people in the White House, particularly Brett McGurk, who was the National Security Council's director for the Middle East, who basically took that latter view. He kind of fashions himself as a realist, a hard-nosed realist. He's someone who knows very little about Israel, Palestine.
I'm sorry, I almost got the Zoomer stare there. A hard-nosed realist? A hard-nosed realist? What is this bullshit? He fashions himself a hard-nosed realist? Yeah, I just made another no comment clip. You're welcome.
Who's very close to the Gulf regimes. He's someone who's very anti-Iran, and he was the one who was essentially, determining the policy within the boundaries that Joe Biden set. Which again, the boundaries that Joe Biden set were we're just going to keep supporting Israel. If we have differences, we'll express those privately.
Isn't Mearsheimer considered a realist? Yeah, but is he a hard-nosed realist? Does he have the hard nose? Because there's a lot, soft-nosed realism is one thing, okay? Anybody can be a soft-nosed realist, right? But to truly be one of those hard-nosed realists, I mean...
We'll try to kind of encourage them not to kill so many people, but ultimately, you're right.
Yeah. And you said there was a terminology to disagree with. What in particular? Is it imperialism, or is it the utilization of the final solution?
I know that my understanding of this is that there were folks inside the White House who understood that this war was going to be absolutely brutal. I don't know if people in the White House understood how brutal it was going to be. I think, and in retrospect, people should have known, because Israeli leaders were saying this publicly. Anyone who doubts that can just look at the huge dossier that was assembled in the South African case.
Dossier?
The ICJ on genocide. But I'm cautious about saying that no, like the White House knew that this was just going to be an absolute genocide from the get-go. That's not a defense. I think
the reason why I guess like disagree with you on that is because one, I just don't think that they care, right? Like I don't think that the American government cares when people are dying. They do care when there's pushback. They care when there is a environment of instability within the American public that sees.
Saying you're hard-nosed implies that you've been punched a lot for your views. So you're a realist, but even other realists maybe get mad at you because you're giving it to them more real than they're wanting to, entertain at any given moment. Wow, being a realist is harder than I thought.
This and then like fight back against it, and then they have to like decide, do we actually change our foreign policy, or do we just like create an incredible environment of repression and suppression that violates constitutional protections afforded to every single person on U.S. soil, like the Trump administration is doing. And I think Biden also gave that runway as well. But I don't think that they care when people are dying. They care about the backlash more so than the actual. I mean, this is a government after all. That's my assessment.
Yeah, like, I think unfortunately that's fair. Because like I said, I think Joe Biden wanted a ceasefire, but he wasn't willing to do the things that I think were clearly necessary to achieve that ceasefire. So it's fair to ask, did he really want a ceasefire?
Yeah, like he didn't, he at no
Okay,
point did he.
I mean, yeah, this guy's pissing me off. There's something even beyond just the answers that he's giving. Like, I don't know if I'm using this word right. Maybe some of you out there can tell me. But this reeks of a snow job. Is that the right way to use that term? Is this what a snow job is? When somebody is just like, yeah, no, that's fucking terrible. I mean, I guess, yeah, no, you're totally right. Yeah, oh God, what are those people thinking over there in the establishment? They think they can just let this thing go on, and you're like, yeah, no, I was definitely against it from the very get-go of everything. Even down to his face twitching. See, I don't know. I mean, like, he could have some condition, right? Yeah, Sweet Dreams. Oh my God, you reminded me of that song. Sweet Dreams is also a really good song, chat. Do you know the one I'm talking about? It's something about Sweet Dreams, tomato cheese. Who am I to disagree? I travel the world in 7 seas. Everybody's looking for grilled cheese. Something like that. I think I might have messed the lyrics up just a little bit. But you get the idea. Anyway.
Ever float any kind of cessation of weapons transfers beyond like the 2,000-pound bombs, which was like,
He just blurted out in the middle of an interview and was not
is that Marilyn Manson?
Kind of a planned strategy. So yeah, you're
also
right.
Completely went along.
I forgot that was
along with like.
I forgot Marilyn Manson was a thing.
Some of the most insane claims that like Israel was making. And that I think had a dramatic shift in the way that the media covered it as well. Like after the Al Ahly hospital courtyard explosion, there were a lot of people who were like, Israel would never blow up a hospital. This must be the work of Palestinian Islamic Jihad or Hamas. And of course, we now look at that and realize how insane it was. But my point was like, even back then.
The Eurythmics? Wait a minute. What is their famous song? Oh wait, is it that? Maybe that's... No, they have another song. The Rain song. The Here Comes the Rain song. Right? That's Eurythmics.
They had already struck the Al Ahly hospital 2 days prior with an artillery shell. Right?
Oh my God.
Beyond the pale for Israel to blow up a hospital. Because if I know that, and I'm some dumb guy who's 34 years old, who's like maybe a little bit invested in this stuff, and I've known about what was going on in the region for a while, like I just can't in good conscience assume that like brilliant foreign policy minds that are working in the White House that have dedicated their entire lives to this were completely oblivious to what Israel was going to inevitably do.
No, and the point you're making there, I mean, this is as bad as materially supporting the war was and is. In my view, just as bad was the propaganda campaign that the Biden administration waged on its behalf. I mean, this was a campaign of lies and disinformation that I think it was as bad.
Do people agree with me that just putting a tomato in the middle of a grilled cheese kind of makes it pop? Oh my God, chat, I can't believe this. My hair is getting so tangled.
The lead up to the Iraq War. And I use that, and I'm very careful about saying that. But when you look at what we constantly heard from White House spokesman John Kirby, from people at the State Department, oh, we're not seeing evidence of these war crimes. Oh, we haven't finished our assessment. Oh, I mean, it was just such bullshit. And it played like a really just a really corrosive role, and was designed to play a role in suppressing Democratic pushback. And it helped lay the groundwork for the continuing denial of this genocide that we're seeing now. And this is again why, as you know, as critical as I was of the Biden administration and people inside for doing what they did, I am even more critical of them now for staying silent about it.
Yeah.
You know, they're, you know,
Wait. How about this? I feel like I've never tried this before, but I feel like cucumbers. Like, don't you think you could put cucumbers in a grilled cheese and kind of get them cooked, but like just only a little bit cooked?
You
Kamala
saw the
Harris.
intelligence.
Kamala Harris, in this Political article we were looking at earlier, chose not to give an answer. And it's been like 8 months. She's out of office. She's a private citizen. If she considers what's going on to be unconscionable, even from a partisan position, she could be like, the Trump administration is doing something so awful. But no, the only voice that we hear from the Biden administration, with the exception of like a couple State Department spokespeople. That
zucchini.
Like, yeah, we lied because that's my job. Right. I think it was Matt Miller who came out and said something like that. It was crazy. It's been Anthony Blinken.
Cucumbers would overpower it. They do have like a, yeah.
And it's been Brett McGurk, who, especially with,
they're very pervasive.
The Iran strikes, he was all over that on CNN, talking about how great Donald Trump is, as a matter of fact. What am I supposed to think? What are Americans supposed to think? That like Democrats are actually against this? Or is this
Yeah, warm cucumbers. Oh God. See, I've gotten used to that. I don't know. It like there's some Thai soups, I think, that have cucumbers as a cooked ingredient. But to be honest, I've only ever had them in the US. I haven't gotten a hold of anything like this out here. I feel like there was some kind of tom yum that I tried in the US that had that. Cool cucumber soup? Oh yeah, like a cold soup. Those are kind of underrated. Oh my gosh, it's not working. Sorry, chat. I have to press the button once again. Bing? It's playing the wrong thing somehow. Let's try it manually.
Total bipartisan consensus.
In fairness, and I don't want to. No one needs to be fair.
Oh my God!
He's not even a Democrat. I mean, he's someone who was originally Republican and just stuck around from administration.
Gazpacho
administration. But yeah, the fact that he is now out there, having overseen not just this catastrophe but previous catastrophes, and is now kind of making bank as a CNN contributor on top of whatever consulting gigs he's lined up. I mean, this is like the embodiment of the corrupt foreign policy establishment. There it is, right in front of us. And until we change this equation and actually find a way to impose costs instead of grant rewards to these people, we're going to have a tough time changing it.
Yeah. So a couple.
What do you think a streamer's responsibilities are in terms of being a judge of character? Like, because like I think the reason that Hasan's getting cooked on this is that he's the guy that his guest reads as disingenuous, pretty transparently so to the viewer, and so it's kind of like, on top of all the things that Hasan maybe should have known going into this interview about his guest, there's there's almost like a expectation maybe that I have, and I'm trying to decide if it's fair. I'm trying to decide if I'm being fair by having an is that fair of me to have an expectation of him to, like, sort of read this guy the way that I'm, or am I just imposing something that's inherently subjective? I can't tell, Chad. I can't tell if I'm being fair with that. Yeah, gazpacho is a term for a cold soup. Wait, any cold soup is a gazpacho? Or does it have to be the tomato one? Because the tomato one is good. Oh yeah, that is the perfect pairing in my mind for grilled cheese, which I don't really eat anymore. Like, I guess if I found like a good vegan cheese, maybe I would try it, but I don't really I just haven't thought of grilled cheese in forever. But if you're gonna eat grilled cheese, it pairs so well for some reason with tomato soup. Maybe not gazpacho, but some kind of tomato soup to dip the said grilled cheese into. Is that too much tomato though? Tomato in the grilled cheese and tomato in the soup? Maybe that's overdoing it slightly. I don't know. I think streamers will screw up on vetting guests, says Charlie Kelly. It's how he ended the interview by endorsing. Oh, there we go. By endorsing Matt Duss, tell people to sub to him, chatted chat for being critical, and then doubled down. Irresponsible. God, altogether, it is a fucking optics nightmare for Hasan. I mean, and obviously it's more than just optics, but it's a bit of a alignment of, I don't know, it feels like a it looks bad in multiple ways, and maybe some of which Hasan doesn't seem to fully appreciate yet. I don't know. But I'm just like, I'm reticent to, be super judgmental, because I don't know if, like, I don't want to have, expectations for somebody else that I wouldn't, like, for myself. Vichyssoise? Wait, what is Vichyssoise again? Didn't know this guy prior to this. I extended my good faith to him because he was a Bernie staffer.
Well, a couple of questions I had for you in particular. What was the turning point for you, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, how did you get over the zombie bite that you got?
Uncomfortable conversation to have, but what was the turning point for you where you were like, okay, this is a genocide? Because, like, I could tell you, for me, from the jump, I was like, Israel's an apartheid state. October 7 had numerous atrocities that unfolded during October 7. Israel is a Jewish ethno state. Like, the project of Zionism relies, in my assessment, of propping up an in-group with the sole purpose of exterminating all of the out-groups, and that in-group being the ethno-religion of Judaism, and the out-group being Palestinians and Arabs and basically non-Jewish people that the Israeli government, not so ironically, it calls Arabs, which includes even like Armenians, for example. Like they are under the demographic categorization of the Israeli state. They are considered and classified as Arabs if they are Christian or Muslim.
Yeah, I mean, before October 7, I would have agreed certainly that Israel was an apartheid state. I don't agree that the goal of that state was the extermination of the Palestinians. I think the goal of a strong and rising faction in Israel, and it's been in control for a long time, has been the complete kind of destruction of the Palestinians as an independent political force, which is an element of genocide.
Yeah.
Not just the physical destruction of a people in whole or in part, but a destruction of their ability to act as a political community. And I think that has only become, much, much more explicit, along with the physical destruction of tens of thousands of people and their homes since October 7. Now, under the question of genocide, it seemed clear pretty early on, just from the statements from Israeli government officials, on top of the absolute brutality of the war, that it seemed likely that it was going in that direction. I think a couple things that really kind of pushed me in that direction. There was a piece in the New York Review of Books by Aryeh Nair, if you know him. He was one of the founders of Human Rights Watch, himself a Holocaust survivor. That piece really basically convinced me, because that piece, what that focused on was the denial of aid, the denial of food, the use of food and humanitarian aid as a weapon, which was clearly happening. Now, there's all kinds of other things you can add on top of that, just the massive destruction, the rules of engagement that don't even deserve to be called rules of engagement because they are so permissive. You're fine. They're fine with killing dozens of civilians, men, women, and children, if you're possibly going to get one guy who kind of stood near a Hamas rally 5 years ago. I mean, absolutely absurd. But saying it publicly as far as our organization, we made that decision back, I believe it was May, when the Gaza plan was announced, the plan to reoccupy Gaza and to essentially to corral the people into an ever tightening, smaller.
Wait, what is this? Avocado, kimchi, Kewpie, mayo, and cheese, single toasty? Oh, like one, like side toast, or like toasted with the cheese on top, or not toasted but like grilled. I'm about to have the fattest breakfast today. I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm thinking about food. I could get some fruit out. Why is my button no longer working? It wants to play music, chat. And it's not the time for music, it's time for this cursed interview.
Piece of land. I think.
But people are telling me it gets worse in the Scold's chat for unhinged behavior. Oh no. Oh no. This is the wrong time to do that. Like, this is what I mean, is the constellation of shit that's going wrong here. It is bringing me, chat, to a catharsis of pity and fear. You know what I mean? This is a classic tragedy. I'm not saying he's, falling per se, but yeah, it's just not a good look. Don't get grumpy. Oh no.
It just became undeniable.
What about Grumpy Smurf? Wait, is the Smurf's name Grumpy? What is the angry Smurf?
At that point, that this was the intention.
Oh, toasted sandwiches are toasties.
I have total respect and understanding for people who came to that conclusion and said so publicly before that, but just organizationally, that is when we decided that term was undeniable and inappropriate.
Yeah. This is something that a lot of people that I talk to who are Palestinian or are Arab or are like very familiar with like a lot of what Israel has done in the region can't contend with. Where like I've had these conversations with like they'll be like, why is denial of aid the main thing? Because I think it's because like under, I guess, and this is a Western chauvinist framework for sure, but under like the assessments that Western nation states usually make, they can, no matter how brutal a bombing campaign is, they can try to fit it within the confines of plausible deniability. They can collateralize the civilians that are being deliberately and directly targeted. But denial of aid, denial of entry of any sort of aid to a captive civilian population, I think is just like, there is no justification for it at all, which is precisely the reason why Israel tries to do the stupidest counter narrative campaigns on this, saying Hamas is stealing the aid or whatever, when they are known to be utilizing ISIS affiliate groups from local tribes that are drug dealers, like the illiterate Abu Shabab, I think his name is, who is now in charge of the popular forces, as they call it. And they are the ones who are actually disruptive and causing chaos at the point of delivery. So it's in every aspect of Israel's campaign, I think, and that's precisely the reason why you sometimes see the killing fields accidentally shooting and killing the World Central Kitchen aid workers that are engaging in deconfliction with the Israeli state, and they still get triple tapped on their convoy. So, and that is a byproduct. I think it's like it's a deliberate mechanism of chaos at every aspect, because the ultimate goal is the complete ethnic displacement of Palestinians, if not expulsion, but like the death and destruction of Palestinian lives, to make it
acting within acting within a permission structure that the United States has helped create and enable over many, many years. Yes.
Somebody's listening to the pod, Johns. You know, that's like 90% of the play. Actually, Hasan says permission structure too, but you got to understand, Hasan works out apparently with John Lovett from PodSave. So I don't know who's influencing who. I assume it's like PodSave influencing everyone else. Or no, they probably read it somewhere. It's probably some John Haidt shit. Chat, I need to look it up. Anybody know, where does permission structure come from? Like if the pod Johns are, introducing this word, I am suspicious of its origins, let's just say.
On that front, I guess because I wanted to see like you're a foreign policy guy. This is what you do. I wanted to see like what are some of the disagreements that we might have, and one I think is on the issue of Zionism in general, because as I said, I see Zionism as an ethno-supremacist ideology that.
Chat, do you hear something? I thought I heard something. Yeah, you hear that? It's like bubbles. What's going on, chat? There's persistent bubbles. And more bubbles. Yo. That's a lot of bubbles. I mean, this is kind of nice, actually. This is almost ASMR-esque. It's definitely a palate cleanser of sorts. I need to put more sounds on the stream. I don't know, chat. I was worried that it'll make it sound like a morning radio show. If there's too many, it'll turn into that Weenie in the Butt thing from Family Guy. Favreau? I thought he worked out with Lovett. I thought that he lives like close to John Lovett. Joel, thank you for the 10 gifted. That is some jellyfish for me to read out. And a hype train. There is a hype train. So if you're wanting to get on it, this is the time. And Twitch, you've been wanting to get yourself a membership, you've been wanting to use a Prime that you've got hanging around, or if you've been wanting to gift memberships, this is the time to do it, because you can earn rewards. You earn some kind of emotes. What are the emotes? Oh, it's on level 3. So that's a level 3 hype train. Speaking of which, Jim Star Jim, you just got jellyfished. Fattest Yakuza, you just got jellyfished. Whoa. I have to like... Brown Chad, you just got jellyfished. Oh my god. This computer is not... Mobile Newman, you just got jellyfished. B33LI, you just got jellyfished. Duck Under, you just got you also got jellyfished. Oh my gosh, there's so many jellyfish. Donk Bonk, you got jellyfished. Trudy Maid, you just got jellyfished. I feel like okay, I think I read all of the jellyfish. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Joel.
Is built around the extermination of the indigenous population that happens to be non-Jewish, like the in-group, out-group dynamic. And so therefore I see it as inherently fascist. And I feel like this is something that a lot of people refuse to reckon with. And I wonder if you have disagreements with this.
I mean, I would disagree with defining all of Zionism that way. I think the actual material reality, like Zionism as it exists in the world, unfortunately, I think reflects that. And people who are Zionists, I think, need to contend with that. But I think there are other forms of Zionism. I mean, there was a pretty serious debate going in the late 1800s into the early.
Oh my god, Choki, you just got us to level 4 hype train, chat. Is this like this usually happens with Majority Report, but today it's happening here. Level 3 complete, level 4 hype train, go. You have 4 minutes and 40 seconds to try to capture even more emotes.
Part of the 20th century, people who classified themselves as identified as Zionists, but there were questions over, do we need our own state? Can we form a community within an existing state? There were all kinds of questions about.
Oh, you're right. I'm supposed to say poggers. Poggers.
Relate to the indigenous population. Is it a Jewish ethno-state? What does self-determination for Jews really require? And so that's how I would tend to define Zionism broadly. It's just the belief that the Jews are a people, and as a people have a right to self-determination. Now others define, a right to self-determination in their historic homeland of Israel in the Middle East, a right to a Jewish ethno-state. People add all kinds of different details on that. But in understanding it in its broadest terms, I understand it as I said. I mean, I know I have really close friends who identify themselves as progressive Zionists, who would share a lot of our criticisms, and who live there and do this work under considerable pressure and trying to create a society that is equal, in which Jews and Palestinians are equal under the law. Some of them support 2 states, some of them support 1 state, some of them support one kind of confederal arrangement. But I do think there are people who identify strongly as Zionists, to whom your description of kind of an a violent ethno-eliminationist chauvinism doesn't really apply.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, if the impact and the ultimate reality that is unfolding is genocide in Gaza and pogroms in the West Bank, with a deliberate attempt to inevitably implement the greater Israeli state project, which Benjamin Netanyahu
King of the Hill it is.
was even pontificated on as recently as this past week. Then the way I see it is just like the
oh my God, chat
of Zionism, and I always go back to Albert Einstein on this, which you know he was.
I'm gonna have to comb my hair on chat. On chat. I'm sorry, I'm not combing it on chat. I'm combing it on stream because it's tangled and it's really bothering me, and it's probably better than fiddling with my hair for like 20 minutes here.
I guess such a Zionist initially that he was slated to be the president of Israel, the first president of Israel, and his attitude on this was that the brigades, the initial like the early Zionist brigades that turned into the Israeli Defense Force after the development of the nation state, when he saw the atrocities that were unfolding, when he caught wind of this, he wrote
dabbing on chat. I'm not that kind of streamer.
Letters decrying that Irgun, Lihi, and even the Haganah, these militia movements were behaving exactly like the Nazis were. And I feel like someone who has that attitude that early on in the initial formation of the Israeli nation state, which came with the Nakba, an ethnic displacement campaign that was crafted with the deliberate interest of ethnically displacing 750,000 Palestinians from their villages, implies that, especially when you factor in Theodore Herzl or even Jabotinsky's assessments or David Ben-Gurion's statements about the indigenous population and what must be done with them, it comes across as though it's been marketing. It's been marketed as something different, and I think that social conditioning has played a major role in this.
Would it be ASMR if I like mic'd my hair? Is that what would make it ASMR?
Especially in the West, for American Jews as well as, of course, the evangelical Zionists, the evangelical Christian Zionists. But ultimately, if it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, then it's probably not a chick.
Oh wait,
you know, we might be looking at a duck.
No, I mean, everything you said there is fair. I would also add, you know, someone who might identify as a communist can defy communism in very basic terms, but if they're being honest about their ideology, they do need to contend with the reality of governments that identified as communists, like the Soviets, like the Chinese Communist Party, and some of the things that were carried out in communism's name. That doesn't mean that defines communism for all time. But if they're going to be honest about what you know their ideology means.
Chat, check in that chest, in that hype chest. I think you might have just gotten some new emotes.
They do have to, you know, grapple with actual.
Is hair ASMR a thing? Anything can be ASMR if you really want it to be.
Existing communism. You can find other examples too. So again,
but you have to have special mics, right? You have to have that like fuzzy mic for ASMR.
I think that it's very important to learn from the past mistakes of attempts towards developing communism, like the transitional socialist states, whether it be like USSR or existing transitional socialist states like the current formation in China. There are always going to be issues. There's always going to be mistakes, and some of them are going to be incredibly costly. Widespread famine is obviously a great example of this in terms of some of the major issues that existed. And I think people need to contend with that, certainly. But I just think ideologically, when we go back to like first principles, like the fundamentals of an ideology, not only just like the opinions of its initial movement.
Wait, Hasan hates ducks?
Leaders, but also in its implementation. I guess what I'm trying to say is not an accident that we have arrived at the current genocide that's going on, which many people are now recognizing as a genocide. It was an inevitability. And I would go so far as to say that we're experiencing something of the sort.
What do you think would have, I mean, like, what if Hasan had, like, right there, like, said something to purposefully fuck with him and make him nervous, right? What if when he's like, well, you know, it's important to, you know, contend with the failures of, you know, communism past and yada, 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 like, right? What would, what could he have said? I feel like there would have been something that he could have said, some like edgy statement to just be like, you know what I mean? Because what he's trying to do is be like, you're not one of those you're not one of those communists, are you? You know those communists. Hasan is anti-duck. Wait, when did this happen? Imagining an ASMR of the segments. Oh, the Zionist is clapping back by talking about deaths of communism. Yikes. Oh no. Brush sounds made not with literally a brush on hair, but something that exaggerates it. Is that how those videos work? I always think that the videos where the girls are chomping on green mango and hot pepper paste, I always think those are like that they somehow Foley that with like celery or something.
In America as well. This is something that I saw in Israel in I think it was a 2018 Supreme Court protests that were taking place, where, you know, you had liberal Zionists and progressive Zionists that were out in the streets and protesting against the Israeli state. And the Israeli state was using some of the mechanisms of enforcement that they routinely apply to the Palestinians on their own, their own Jewish citizens. And one thing that I saw in those protests was everyone was waving the Israeli flag, and one thing that they never wanted to contend with was the existing apartheid mechanisms, the violence of that enforcement, the notion that the IDF is actually a secular force for good. They could not contend with how this country was becoming even more right wing. And we have something similar here in America as well. Like, we leave a lot of these contradictions unaddressed, whether it be white supremacy, whether it be America's settler colonial history, and this nation's founding. And I think if left unaddressed, it is inevitable that we will have a leader like Donald Trump. And if left unaddressed, it is inevitable that Israel will...
Wait, there's aggressive ASMR? Whisper, no talking, close-up sounds, far away, literally... He said earlier he came from an evangelical background.
Of Benjamin Netanyahu as the leadership again, and his coalition will become increasingly more reactionary and increasingly more violent. That's just the way I see it, and I think that's an extension of the ideology of Zionism, and it can masquerade as like trying to find a homeland for people that have withstood tremendous amounts of oppression, historic pogroms, the Holocaust, unimaginable pain for thousands of years. But in the way that it has unfolded, it has been an incredibly violent endeavor to the indigenous population that didn't do anything to these people that came in as a part of initially a British settler colonial. Settler colonial.
What is the sound of someone chewing gum?
Operation.
Yeah, I hear that. I mean, I get
there's a bunch of funny things you could Foley that with, like the sound of like something stretching, like rubber stretching or something would make it seem like, or even like rubbing a balloon.
Yes, we'll just, I look at the history of the state of Israel, even before the founding of the state, some decisions.
Okay, the balloon thing is a bad idea.
That were made by the various waves of Zionist immigration, and decisions that were made by, foreign powers like the United States and others. And I think I can identify possibly some pivot points where things might have developed in another way. So I don't know if I'm going to agree totally that this was all pre-baked and predetermined from the beginning. But clearly there has been a tendency, a kind of variation of Zionism that has taken control and been in control for some decades now, that is clearly violent, that is clearly exclusivist, and is clearly eliminationist, as we're seeing in front of us. And again, I do think the U.S. bear some responsibility here, because the United States, more than any other country, has been the one that has kind of shielded Israel from any real consequences from decades and decades of these abuses. And I don't know if irony is the right word, but no country has done more to help really diminish and strangle the Israeli peace movement and the possibility of the emergence of a more pluralistic and equal, vision of the Zionist state of Israel than the United States, by shielding it from those consequences. And people like Joe Biden, whom says, there should be no daylight between the U.S. and Israel. That kind of approach has been wind at the back of the settler movement. That has been wind at the back of the extremists who are now, perpetrating this genocide.
Yeah. Okay. Let's switch gears a little bit and let's talk about Ukraine. And by the way,
I'm sorry, he's kind of doing that thing
at any point
where somebody says a bunch of bullshit and you change the subject.
If you have if you need to pull out, because I've already taken up a lot of your time.
Yeah, if you want to be done with this, that is cool with me. No, I can't tell. What do you think, chat?
Today, you're a busy guy. You can let me know, and we can end it. But what's up?
Let's talk Ukraine.
Okay. So
here we go.
Ukraine. Some people like Tim Pool have called it the enemy of the United.
He wanted to make sure that we could talk Ukraine.
States. I do not have this mindset, of course. I feel like it's been a litany of policy, a string of policy failures overall. And I do think that there were exit ramps, but I fear that it's an unsalvageable situation that the Trump administration is making even worse than the Biden administration. What do you think is going to happen at these summits by your estimation?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't really know, because this summit is, let's just say Donald Trump is not a traditional foreign policy leader, to put it lightly. A summit of this kind, you would have seen at least some real work being done at the lower level by kind of lower level diplomats from both sides to kind of hammer out an agenda and a set of kind of key, discussion points and a general expectation of what you're going to try to get out of it. Whereas Trump is just kind of charging in and saying, I want to end the war. I want to get a ceasefire. And if Putin doesn't agree to it, then, basically something bad will happen. I'll also say, I don't necessarily see that as, a criticism. I think there's sometimes good reason to do non-traditional foreign policy. When Trump with Kim Jong-un, the North Korean leader.
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out, Emily, because the charge against Hasan is that he did not maybe research this guest enough to know some of the stuff that he had been about, and he's really trying to portray himself here as somebody who gets it. Despite the fact that, there's a lot of signs that he's not, he's not coming off as authentic. He's coming off kind of disingenuous, and that on top of the, sort of track record that he's had post October 7th. And things that he said, it's just not what's happening is Hasan is unintentionally letting him off easy. And then that combined with, him sounding disingenuous, combined with, I guess, Hasan yells at his chat and tells them to chill out at some point here. It's just kind of it's a perfect storm, and not a good one.
Back in, I think it was 2018, a lot of people criticized.
I loved it.
Bernie was one of the people who didn't.
Yeah.
It was we should be talking. We should be talking to our adversaries. Diplomacy is good. The question is what you get out of it.
Yeah.
And I think that's the question to have here. What is Trump hoping to get out of it? Clearly, he came into office saying, "Oh, it'll be easy to get peace in Ukraine. This will take me 24 hours. I'll go in. I'll kind of push the Ukrainians to make an agreement. I have a good relationship with Putin." He found out it's a bit more complicated than that. Even though I really didn't enjoy watching the kind of brutal treatment of Zelensky in the Oval Office, the kind of upshot of Trump really, strong-arming the Ukrainians into agreeing to ceasefire talks is that he's revealed once again that Zelensky isn't the problem. Putin is the problem.
Yeah.
It's Putin's choices who are driving this war. And as far as I've seen, Putin has not really changed his goals here. And his goals are, if not necessarily to kind of occupy all of Ukraine, it's to prevent Ukraine's independence. It's to curtail Ukraine's ability to make its own foreign policy and to kind of restore Ukraine to its proper role as he sees it, as kind of this subject within the larger Russian imperium. And if that continues to be his goal, it's hard for me to see what kind of workable agreement could come out of this meeting.
Okay, that's interesting. So you said that Russia's goals in Ukraine might not necessarily be like the
chat immediately erupts into Putin
entire takeover of Ukraine, which I feel like is a position that other liberal foreign policy wonks would disagree with you on. I think that is, and there is like real fear, I think, from what I've seen from the Western world, liberal capitalist countries in Europe that are worried about an even further incursion of Russia. Like this is a real fear. Whether Russia has the capabilities to do so does not even matter in this equation, even though I feel like that calculation is obvious. They recognize that Russia does not have the capability to do this. Otherwise, Finland and Sweden would not have voided their handshake neutrality agreement and joined NATO. If there was a real imminent fear of Russian invasion, right? I think.
Yeah. This idea that Russia is going to take over Ukraine and then roll tanks into Poland. I mean, that's nonsense. I think,
like, I can't tell you what the credentials are that got him into the Bernie, his spot in the Bernie foreign policy campaign as foreign policy advisor, but he's currently at the Center for International, oh my god, what the fuck was it? Center for International Policy, CIP.
The concern,
he's at a think tank, but I think Hasan is gonna explain it's a good think tank. I don't know.
I think is that if Russia is able to, achieve its goals in Ukraine, that creates a basis for it to, just spread its influence.
Let me grab some food.
Making its presence felt, so to speak, across Europe in a much stronger way. I think that's a legit concern. And that's why we need to kind of figure out some kind of modus vivendi with Russia. I think there were some bad choices made. On the whole, and this is where I've had, an ongoing discussion and debate with some of my brothers and sisters on the left. I think all things considered, Joe Biden handled this fairly well. I think he clearly didn't want this conflict. If you go back to 2021, I think it was June 2021, he actually had a summit with Putin. I mean, his goal for Russia was like, I want to park the Russia relationship over here. We're not going to be friends with Putin, but at least let's have some stability and clarity in the relationship, because the Biden administration wanted to focus on China. Strategic competition with China was kind of like the obsession. It's a kind of an obsession Washington generally, but Biden definitely
started. I would say started by Barack Obama. By the way, one thing that a lot of people I think fail to consider is that even when Donald Trump came into office initially, people were worried that he was going to dismantle NATO. I wasn't worried. I obviously am. I will say I am anti-NATO for historical reasons. But the idea, the thing that they pointed to was Donald Trump's demands that NATO allies are supposed to give back more of a higher percentage of their GDP to their own defense. Buy more American weapons, right? With a higher percentage of their GDP. That was actually an Obama era provision. Yeah. And Donald Trump was really continuing and actually forcing the NATO partners to do that. And clearly it was such a good idea from the foreign policy uniparty mentality that Joe Biden never reversed that decision. He continued along with it as well. And And I think now it's gotten to a point where Donald Trump is now demanding even more. They're talking about 5% of these countries' GDPs being spent on American weapons manufacturing. And the European partners are calling him daddy and is saying, sure, we'll do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously, you know.
Chat, what the fuck is that? Like, what is that phrase that premature compliance or something like that? What is it called? Like when you comply with an authoritarian request before it's even made. That's like, did Trump even ask to be called daddy? Why are they calling him daddy?
You know, U.S. defense contractors and a lot of people in the U.S. government would prefer that money be spent on U.S. weapons. But the basic demand that Obama kind of elevated was just spend the 2%, however you spend it. Yes, as an American president, I would prefer you spend a lot of this on American weapons. But the key concern was, these countries need to be spending the...
Like, that's what it says, but how the fuck did that happen? Don't obey in advance. Yeah, they're obeying in advance, it sounds like. I mean, I know he, like... Wait, did he refer to himself as daddy in a speech, or was it like Charlie Kirk? Charlie Kirk said the daddy's home thing, but has Trump like referred to himself as daddy at some point? Like, I mean, this is some really disgusting shit. To think of the United States as the extended Trump family, chat. To think of us all as his failed sons and daughters. And be like, that's not... Oh my god, chat. Anticipatory obedience.
The agreed upon amount, so
okay,
that they're not...
Secretary General of NATO who called Trump daddy. He's Dutch. Is this a thing in the Netherlands? Do they do that? Like, I mean, people, like, there is a...
We're reliant on the United States. It really does get back to when Donald Trump says we're being ripped off. The reason that got traction is because this is a long-standing concern amongst the American public. They feel like our, European allies are kind of free riding on money and security that the United States provides.
Do they? I'm not sure most Americans are aware of the existence of NATO, let alone have strong opinions about the spending rates of different countries in the alliance. Did you think Biden is jelly of his precious NATO? Oh my god, yeah, he never got NATO to call him daddy. That's what you need NATO to call you daddy, apparently. He's European, but he's not representing the EU. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. He's like it's a NATO thing? They call the president daddy?
So, I mean, you're right to bring up the fact that Obama really pressed this originally.
Speaking of Obama, so I'm once again going to go back to Mersheimer on this issue as well. He's Mr. Realpolitik. He's a big China hawk. Obviously, I have many disagreements with him on that front. But in terms of his analysis on the relationship between the United States of America and Russia, especially as it pertains to Ukraine, I think when he identifies Ukraine as a proxy, a Western proxy, but specifically a proxy for American interests, I happen to agree with him on this. Like the interventions that have happened in Ukraine in terms of like civil society organizations and things like that is a mechanism of the American State Department. And this level of involvement starts with this like holistic let's make Ukraine more progressive, or let's make this, insert whatever country you want to, more progressive. But then it's like it turns into a way to utilize and maybe even kind of rip apart the sovereignty or whatever sovereignty that these countries might have, not just Ukraine, but every other country, at the behest of America's foreign policy interests, which would be to undermine Russia's attempts of violating Ukrainian sovereignty and bringing Ukraine into its sphere of influence. Would you disagree with that assessment?
I would disagree that, with treating Ukraine as just a proxy for the United States or for NATO. I think the Ukrainians themselves have wanted to get independence from Russia. I mean, this is a longstanding, again, just speaking as a Ukrainian myself, this is something I was raised with as well. I mean, when Russians refer to Ukrainians as our little brothers, every Ukrainian knows what that actually means. It's not a compliment. But there has been many efforts going back even before the Soviet Union to achieve Ukrainian independence, with the understanding that there are going to be strong relations between Russia and Ukraine. A lot of Ukrainians are Russian speakers first. I mean, there's obviously family relationships. There's culturally a lot that's shared, but the stuff that USAID is doing, like supporting democracy efforts, supporting civil society efforts. I mean, yes, there's an element of that where the United States obviously is looking to achieve its interests. He wants to bring countries closer to it and farther away from its adversaries. I would not just interpret that as all of this was kind of like this coherent effort just to kind of weaken Russia. I think the Ukrainians themselves have had and still have a strong desire to set up an independent, sovereign democracy. And again, that's why I've been supportive of efforts to help them defend themselves. I mean, I want this war to end. The Ukrainians want this war to end more than anyone. But I think referring to Ukraine as a proxy for the United States, really denies the Ukrainians agency in a way that I just don't think is right.
I don't disagree with you on this, by the way. Of course, I think your assessment is completely correct. I see it as converging interests. Ukrainians have always, in their national history, and you know this a lot better than I do, given your personal background, have always always made their national project to be outside of the sphere of Russian influence, outside of the to have complete sovereignty. So that part I understand, and maybe along the way historically there have been some not so great attempts to do so by some Ukrainians, while the overwhelming majority of Ukrainians were busy, liberating the concentration camps. So, and it happens. I mean, the IRA also, an institution that I am wholeheartedly in favor of, may or may not have in the same time frame thought that they could have allegiances with someone who is an enemy to the British Empire. I won't say who, but both the Ukrainian groups and the IRA had found themselves in the throes of a dark allegiance, let's say. So I understand, of course, the IRA did not participate.
He's talking about Nazis.
In some of the initiatives that the Ukrainian collaborators did initially. So obviously it's not to the same degree, this allegiance. But the point I'm trying to make is that, well, this is converging interest. Like, it's the same as a lot of the former Soviet bloc Eastern European countries that wanted protection and wanted to be rid of any sort of outside influence they were getting from Moscow. Having said that, I think ultimately it almost comes down to the same things that I've said before, which is America was on the right side of this conflict. Ukraine was invaded by a much larger, irredentist regional power, Russia, unjustifiably. But America was on the right side, but it was for the wrong reasons, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think that America's ambitions, I don't think any country's ambitions are moral or immoral. I think they choose to push and pull in a direction that favors their overarching foreign policy goals. And I guess the question I'm going to ask here is, because of being on the right side, but still ultimately for the wrong reasons, and you might disagree with me on that, and we can talk about that too. Do you feel like there were exit ramps where there could have been more leverage for Ukraine that could have been entertained more? And I think you know exactly what I'm talking about, the Antalya 15-point program that was put forth after the initial pushback by Ukrainian forces and an abject failure of like the fake Russian military operation, special military operation that failed to take over Kiev in a matter of weeks, as the initial assessment looked like.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple things in there. One is to answer your second question first. I see there, you know, I'm not convinced that any of these agreements, the Istanbul agreement or any of these, you know, subsequent agreements, I think they were worth exploring. I think some of them were explored. Could they have been explored more? Yes. But again,
Dylan has recently made a video about Hasan. I don't think it's about this interview, because he was wearing his Mexico jersey, so it was a different day than this one. But
at no point along the way have I seen any real evidence that Putin has ultimately changed his goals. I mean, he has stated them pretty clearly, whether or not it's the physical occupation and control of all of Ukraine's territory. It's, you know, creating a Ukrainian government that is subservient to Moscow. I think the United States definitely could have leaned in on, you know, wanting a ceasefire and an agreement, could have leaned in on diplomacy at a few points along the way. Not necessarily because I think that would have achieved much, although that is always worth exploring, but because, again, it would have put the onus back on Putin, just as Donald Trump has done in his own way. He just made clear, like, this is the man whose choices are driving this war. And now going back to what you said about, you know, being on the right side for the wrong reasons, I hear that. Listen, Joe Biden, I mean, even though I think he handled it fairly well, I understand he was doing this because he saw it serving the ends of American primacy.
Chat, I didn't see a super sticker, but there it is. Narayan, thank you for the €6. I'm so embarrassed, chat. It's for some reason, my software doesn't make any sort of alert. So.
That is not.
Somebody probably told me. Somebody was probably like, hey, super sticker.
A goal that I agree with. However, the way that I approached it as a progressive, you know, who believes in people's rights to defend themselves, people's rights to independence, in internet.
You know, that would be awesome. Play something. There is a cat that lives here. But yeah, it like lives outside. That would be awesome if that cat would make a cameo on stream.
National law and the right of countries not to be invaded by their more powerful neighbors is a pretty foundational idea in international law. I mean, I saw a set of principles and values that were being upheld by a policy of the U.S. government, even if I didn't go all the way with the reasons why the U.S. government was doing that. And of course, the U.S. government is wildly hypocritical in all of these things. We look no further than Gaza to show where all those same principles and rules and laws were and are being massively violated. But, you know, I mean, people accuse you of or accuse, you know, each other of whataboutism. You know, they're like, well, we're not doing the right thing here. Why should we do the right thing over there? My approach is I just want to be consistent about these things. You know, the Palestinians should have self-determination and freedom and the right not to be destroyed, just as the Ukrainians should. And I want my government to uphold those values and those principles consistently.
Yeah. A couple questions for you. I have routinely stated since the invasion that this was also a massive blunder for Vladimir Putin as well, even though he has obviously been able to successfully gear the entirety of the Russian economy into a war economy and has been able to withstand a lot of the sanctions regime that was immediately implemented. Obviously, there's a lot of secondary markets that Russian energy can still reach Europe through, like India being one of those prime examples. And for me, even if I were to take the security concerns that Vladimir Putin might have had about like bringing Ukraine, which is right next to, like, very close to Moscow, in proximity, and as opposed to like many of these other countries, like NATO encroachment. If that was like a valid concern, a valid security concern, I think the most successful way to avoid that would be to continue trade dominance and to continue engaging by way of energy trade, like European allies, and make yourself irreplaceable in a way that is not dissimilar to what China has been able to do. A less of an interest in direct intervention, but intervening in the affairs of other countries to create a security window for yourself by making sure that the bigger partners involved are still completely they're beholden to the energy partnership or the trade that you have with Russia.
Yeah.
I think not doing that and then militarily invading Ukraine was a major mistake that actually emboldened NATO, and that's the reason why you saw Finland and Sweden join NATO as well, especially because it was also a failure in terms of like a military invasion as well, which showed that Russia was wholly incapable of being a serious threat beyond the obvious, nuclear threat. And that I think, the explosion of Nord Stream as well, obviously. So like there are numerous other failures here, but as it stands now, it feels like
the 3 a.m. burrito. Oh my God, I know what you mean about that. If you can just get past the 3 a.m., then you will not eat that last burrito.
The battle lines, the Russian positions hardening on eastern Ukraine. And they're making more territorial gains as well right now as we speak in the lead up to this summit. It feels like Russia sees this as having the upper hand. And I think that everything that I've read as far as like the problems that the Ukrainian defense has means that there is this impossible problem that Ukraine has in terms of manpower. And I don't know if there's any reasonable way to make up for that shortage, because it's not necessarily like having the most the best technology or the best like defensive or offensive weapons, or even like limiting Ukraine's like targeting capabilities of like hitting inside of Russian territory. Perhaps it could have been helpful early on, but it seems like at this stage it doesn't matter. Do you agree with that assessment? Or do you feel like there's an alternative vision here that I'm not seeing?
Well, I think we're in a situation right now. First of all, going back, agreeing with you that this was initially a huge blunder and an embarrassment, and also it's put Russia in a relationship with China, which I guess I won't call a vassal relationship, but a really subservient relationship with China. That's really not something that I think Putin wanted. But he has shown the ability to reconstitute it, his military force to recruit, to strengthen over the past years with Chinese help, with Iranian help, with others' help. That is impressive. There's no other way about it. And time is on Russia's side now. I think that is the brutal reality. So that's the question we're faced with. If Putin hasn't changed his mind, what do we do? Do we say, okay, we're no longer supporting this? The United States will withdraw, or at least we'll lower the amount of arms and support we're willing to give.
Okay.
Europe will try to make up the difference. They can't do that in the short term. Everyone understands that. And slowly and then more quickly, Ukraine will start to lose. So if people understand that, then they should say so. I guess I'm not someone who has ever, kind of bought into this idea that, global democracy and American security will live or die in Ukraine. I don't think I've never wanted to kind of make these kind of wild existential claims about the importance of this conflict. As I said, I think there are important values and principles that do impact America's security and prosperity that are at play here. I don't want to overstate those. I think a lot of people do that, and it's a mistake. But I think if Putin hasn't changed his mind and still wants to achieve those goals, he will do so in the absence of continuing U.S. support.
So let's talk about a reasonable and just solution. Obviously, the most just solution in this would be the immediate cessation of hostilities, and then Russian forces pulling out of eastern Ukraine, and even taking it one step further, even like the Crimea question comes to mind. Obviously, at this stage, I think in 2025, even the American government's position is that like Crimea is a lost cause, and that the permanent annexation is if not de facto, de jure recognized, right? Like almost legally almost a legal recognition is imminent. It's also from a foreign power, an autonomous sovereign foreign power mentality. Like that reason is for Sevastopol and an entry into the Black Sea for Russia. They have their reasons for this. But having said that, I think, as you also brought up, China plays a major role in this. And I feel like the American attitude against China is actually causing us to not find the most just, most equitable solution that we could potentially get. Because I think the pathway to a meaningful resolution of this conflict also revolves around bringing China to the table. Do you disagree with that?
I don't disagree, but I think there have been efforts made to get China to play a better brokering role. I think there's been efforts by others as well. I mean, like Lula, and who took a shot at this, and I think that was great. I think we want countries like Brazil, which is a rising country, big economy, a lot of influence, especially in the developing world. I think that was really important. He wasn't able to do it. So yeah,
oh my God,
what I understand from China's behavior is that China.
Yeah, this guy is like watching 2 hours of this guy is a bit much.
Really interested in doing that? I think we should continue to explore that. Because yeah, if it told Putin you're out of runway, I think that would really change the game.
No, what's North Korea? This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. It's North Korea that controls Russia, not China. If North Korea says Cholima on a wing, then Putin gets the fuck out.
But as far as I can see, they have not, made that decision yet.
So the reason you brought up the China-Brazil proposal, right? That's what you were referencing, because they had a joint statement on the Ukraine crisis that was delivered on May 13th, but even before then, in May 13th, 2025. But even before then, they had a joint cooperative security agreement that actually offered like limited concessions to Russia, from what I understand, and was, ironically enough, in the rearview mirror when we look at like what Trump has designed for Ukraine, a far better solution, a far more equitable outcome for Ukraine and Ukrainian independence. I guess the question that I have always is like, you say that China has no interest in this or has no investment in this, and I think you could even say that about.
I mean, you're looking at it right now, Miss Anek. It's this segment that people have a problem with, right? They feel like Hasan let this guy off super easy, considering the side of a lot of issues. Like, I mean, he just got to kind of like this appearance on Hasan sort of lets him cleanse himself of like all the shit that he said about Palestine post October 7th. And, people are mad at Hasan for maybe like not knowing a little bit more about this guy's actual opinions, and let him just like launder himself as like, oh yeah, no, I get it. I completely get it. When this whole time, he's been on the other side of this. So I mean, like, that's the issue. And like, does it mean that like Hasan's not a good content creator 90% of the time? No, but she probably just needed to do a little bit more research on this guy, be able to hold his feet. I mean, he does hold his feet to the fire at times. There's just some missed opportunities, I think, that and also the other thing about this guy is like, you're watching him, like, right, his I keep on wondering if, like, you know, this is like, is this like a fault of a streamer? Because like to me, he comes off as really insincere, and I think that's also frustrating people, that Hasan's not acting in like accordance with the kind of, like, you know, he's full of shit, and he sounds disingenuous, and he comes off as disingenuous, and it's that optics of Hasan, you know, having infinite charity for this guy despite you know, the vapid nature of his redemption here.
Israel as well. China is a very significant trade partner to Israel. It could literally take action, almost single-handedly take action against Israel if it truly wanted to, beyond you know, stern warnings and sternly worded letters against Israel's position. But I still think that, just like with Israel, and especially with Ukraine as well, American involvement moving in one direction makes it virtually impossible. And I think it's incumbent on us to bring China to the table, is what I mean. I hear that. Because they are the senior partner in this coalition on the Russian side, and because they just love trading. They love trading more than anything else. And I think that, like, on the one hand, there's this idea that, like, Russia is seen as like the militant, like, anti-West country, the only country that has the capability to even strike a blow at whatever Western interests are, versus China is seemingly disinterested in doing that, like militarily, I mean, and therefore they're just like kicking back and watching events as they unfold, because it's, you know, it's not in they're disinterested in pushing for a reasonable solution. But the other attitude is that, like, at least historically, what China has done in contemporary Chinese history, in modern day Chinese history, they have taken a non-interventionist and a non-interventionist approach in almost every single circumstance, with the hopes that they could just, like, keep selling labubus to everyone, including in Ukraine. So if there's interest for peace from China, I feel like America could grease the wheels a little bit, or to at least, like, symbolically say, here, let's bring you to the table, if they truly were invested in a equitable outcome here.
No, I think that's right. But I would agree. I agree with pretty much everything you said, but I would add this too, from China's perspective. China benefits from the United States bleeding resources and credibility, especially in Gaza, in the Middle East, but also in Ukraine, and not being able to not being seen as able to kind of bring this war to an end. So that's kind of a cynical angle, but I do think it's a realistic part of this. But I would agree. I mean, efforts should be made. I think some have been made, but we should keep pressing, to get China involved, because it's going to have to. Ultimately, it will have to play a role in any resolution of this. But going back to what you had asked about, what does a real agreement look like? Listen, if we just cut, said, stop fighting right now, the lines are where they are, Russia retains control of, essentially the eastern third of Ukraine. Not only do I think we should go for that, I think Ukraine would go for that. The question is, okay, how is that durable? And what guarantees exist, what mechanisms exist to ensure that this is not just a pause while Russia kind of gets its shit back together and prepares for the next round of possibly even worse fighting, but just say, okay, this war is now over. Russia will retain control of these regions, Crimea, Donbass, but Ukraine will retain its sovereignty and independence.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I mean, I think, like, maybe we'll disagree on this, but I think the Minsk agreements initially were a far more favorable off-ramp if implemented correctly, or if they were actually implemented at all, as opposed to the 15-point plan in Turkey, another off ramp, as opposed to where we're at right now, where, as you've also said, the Ukrainian appetite for continuing to defend its borders militarily has completely swung in the opposite direction, with 69% of Ukrainians now saying, like, we want a ceasefire, even though the majority of Ukrainians don't think it's going to happen as well in the same Gallup polls. Right. So, yeah, I don't see a just or equitable outcome here for Ukraine at all, no matter what happens, unfortunately, because I just don't think that any of the Western powers are like genuinely interested in allowing Ukraine to have any semblance of sovereignty, and that even the European leaders who have seemingly been reliable allies to Ukraine in this process, at least in the way that they communicate on this, have done so only because they're just like afraid of, I guess, further Russian incursion or what they think is like the American attitudes, American interests that they're relitigating. Do you feel like there is like what do you think is going to come out of these talks? Is I guess what I'm going back to now that we've talked about this.
I don't know, but I think, Trump is kind of dangling, renormalizing relationships between the United States and Russia, or at least improving those relationships. I can see how that might be attractive to Putin. Putin, sees Russia as having kind of an historic right to play a role as a great power on the global stage. I think that is something that could potentially incentivize him to make some agreement here. That's a real deliverable for him. So again, it's possible. But the question is, okay, in exchange for that, are you willing to really give up on your kind of grand goal of, kind of destroying Ukraine's independence? Can you agree to a smaller Ukraine that is genuinely independent, that obviously is going to have, closer relationships with Europe, and that has a military that can defend itself? There can be agreements made on the types and the size of weapons and all that kind of stuff. I think that's kind of the most realistic, decent outcome at this point. But I'm kind of skeptical that we'll see it in the next couple of days, although maybe the groundwork could start to be laid for those, talks to progress.
Do you think that Russia has the capacity to hold militarily Eastern Ukraine, or do you think that there will be a lot of impossible American-style counterinsurgency initiatives that they will have to do, which will make it virtually impossible for them and will inevitably cripple their economy and will consistently be a headache from their perspective, from the Russian perspective, because of the understandable desire that Ukrainian elements will have in the region, if they still are living there, to consistently fight back against Russian forces?
Yeah, that's a good question. Like I said, Russia has shown the ability to recruit and to reconstitute kind of its material, and it also, has no compunction about fighting a pretty savage war. And that would be a pretty savage counterinsurgency. But as we've seen, savage counterinsurgencies often fail, and they produce the exact opposite outcome, precisely because they're so savage. I don't know. I think partly that would, we'd have to see what kind of agreement was made for the rest of Ukraine. If there's the possibility, people picking up and leaving, the homes and communities that they've lived in for generations, for the other part of Ukraine, if they want to stay Ukrainian, is not the best outcome. Forcing people to leave, either voluntarily or not, is always pretty brutal. But again, I think that the nature of any counterinsurgency would kind of hinge on what the rest of Ukraine looks like and what its future looks like.
Yeah. Okay. Well, last question for you. You said some stuff about communism and specifically about China. I wanted to hear you, because I'm unfamiliar with your position on China, and we might be somewhat at odds on this. But I wanted to see what you currently think about modern China. Is it a danger? Is it going to be a more moderating force as a hegemonic power in the future? Is it already there? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly, a major power. It's the closest, competitor to the United States. My view is that strategic competition leads one place, and that's to conflict. I think adopting strategic competition as the lens through which we approach the relationship and we approach all of foreign policy is a huge mistake, and I'm against it. And two of my colleagues at CIP, Mike Brennis and Van Jackson, wrote a book earlier this year called The Rivalry Peril, which I highly recommend, which is a book-length argument for why strategic competition is the wrong approach and offers a better approach, which basically recognizes that, listen, we need to find a way to coexist with China. We have a lot of shared interests. We certainly face a lot of shared challenges, whether it's climate, pandemics, run down the list that the United States and China absolutely have to try to find a way to work together on. There's just no way around it. It'll be frustrating. It'll often fail, but we have to keep trying to do it because we're both major powers in the world. So kind of designing U.S. foreign policy around, holding China's economy down or simply defining China as an adversary to kind of America's freedom of action is not only counterproductive, it won't work, and it will also have like really negative political consequences here in the United States. It will power authoritarianism in the United States, just as the obsession with kind of Islamic terrorism did in the United States. I mean, Donald Trump himself is a consequence of our, he's a consequence of a lot of things in American politics, but one of the things was, America's global war on terror. He is part of that blowback.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do we agree?
Well, I mean, I think I do think that yes, cooperation is an absolute necessity, and I would love for America to do that. Or even if they were going to compete with China, they should become more Chinese in terms of central planning and building a robust manufacturing base here in this country instead of engaging in like idiotic trade protectionist arguments that don't have any trade to protect really, and treating global allies like historic allies, whether it be our most consequential trade partners like Mexico and Canada, or even Europe as vassal states.
Oh my God, chat! We're almost done with this.
From them, and they are seemingly servile because what are they supposed to do? They clearly don't want Chinese influence. They're also terrified of Chinese influence in the same way that like Americans are.
No, I mean,
in the same way that the American state is, rather. So they're not pushing back at all. I mean, with the exception of Mexico, I would say Mexico is obviously
they define their entire security concept around an America that will never change and will always kind of pick up the check and provide the umbrella. And it's very hard to shift a boat like that when you have an entire generation or multiple generations of bureaucrats and who've thought about it in this way. No, but what you said about central planning. America has started to actually do industrial policy now. I think that is one of the things I think the Biden administration deserves some credit for, is like really getting the memo on the post-neoliberal moment. I mean, it took far too long to land. We should have, there were a lot of us. I mean, my own entry into politics was in the late 90s alter globalization movement, the protests against the World Bank, the IMF, WTO, and I think those protests were right, and it took over 20 years for Washington to realize they were right. But now, you have a Biden administration that was like, okay, neoliberalism, all these kind of religious beliefs of the power of the free market didn't actually work out. So we need to rethink the role of the government in the economy.
The zombie bite.
And I think that's important. But I do think if we are going to kind of point that toward holding China down or going back to this play, as you said, what Trump is doing is just using trade as a weapon to punish our enemies and exact tribute. That doesn't lead to a better, more equitable global trade system. That leads to conflict.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think Biden initiated first steps in the right direction in terms of like industrial policy. But I do also think that it was very, it was classic Democratic Party, too little, too late, and also never implemented and almost entirely inadequate at the end. And not never implemented, but like inadequate at the end of the day. When I say like central planning, I mean making demands out of companies that we are subsidizing, and saying like, you do not exist without taxpayer funded subsidies. And therefore, when we say you're going to produce more, or rather, when we say you're going to have every single worker that works in these factories become unionized employees, and there's going to be sectoral bargaining, and allow labor to thrive in America. That's what I mean when I talk about like centrally planned economy. And I feel like that is, I mean, it seems impossible to implement in this country at this stage. And it's becoming even more impossible by the day with Donald Trump's decisions.
No, I hear you, but I mean, I would agree. I mean, it was not nothing, but it was too little, and it took far too long. But I think they have opened up a debate, long overdue, about the appropriate role of the government in the economy, and it's up to, I think, the rest of us to kind of.
How about this? America, but with Chinese trains.
Really pry that open, and to force it open and have a better debate.
Yeah. Well, Matt Duss, thank you so much for coming on. This was a wonderful and enlightening conversation. I hope I didn't press you too hard on some of these things.
Thank you.
And yeah, I hope to have you back on the broadcast soon.
All right. Anytime.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Chatters, you have misbehaved this entire time.
Oh my God, they're in trouble.
Shocking. It was alarming how badly you were misbehaving. It's perfectly healthy to have a back and forth. It's not supposed to be just a straight up interview. Okay. There's a reason why, there were points where I was talking without asking a complete question. Son, do you remember how Chad was behaving when he first talked to Ryan Grimm? Now it's the same, for your information. Yeah, it is kind of crazy. Some don't understand there's no point in talking to people who agree with you on 100% on everything. Yeah. And also, in terms of like American foreign policy, Matt Duss and his perspective is considered radical. The Center for International Policy is like one of the few, alongside the Quincy Institute, that is seen as like.
Is this 1,000-year blood war shit? The Quincy Institute? What?
Like insane in DC.
Are we watching Bleach?
Okay. Like some of you literally looked at what he's saying and you're like, well, we don't agree, we don't align. But like you have to understand, that's like even his positions are like impossible. Like they're like things that you can.
Well, I mean, like he's talking about this guy's positions, like he knows. There was obviously not a lot that he didn't know about Matt's positions.
Be unconscionable in your understanding of.
Also, if this guy's just floating around from like, campaign to think tank, and just like is he just a gun for hire? Like, now I'm confused. I mean, that's one explanation for his quick attitude adjustment. Is it now he's got this job at? I mean, if that is like, I don't know anything about a Center for International Policy, so
the world, like things that you and I.
But I mean, a hired gun, like, as in you get hired by a libertarian think tank tomorrow, and you're a libertarian, right? Then you get hired by a I
agree on that we might disagree with Matt Duss on are not even a point of the conversation at all. That like his framework and the way, like what he is saying, what he's advocating for is seen as like insanely radical by DC types. I hope you understand that.
Yeah. All right. Well, that is I'm
Donnie. He's
wow.
at a small business event. He's talking about.
Wait, are we talking about this one's got the, I don't think I've watched this yet. Does this one have the, do we get the, commercial?
video you put out, are you trying to liken him to Jeffrey Epstein to get New Yorkers to, you know, pair him with somebody that is...
So this is on the Mamdani ad that ends with Zoran asking Bibi, release the files, right? Or release the client list, right?
Extremely dislikable.
They're asking him, are you trying to low-key compare him to Epstein? Because that's really rude if you are. Fox News out here defending Cuomo.
I don't need to do much to make the governor appear extremely dislikable. The intent of that video was to shine a light on what journalists have uncovered over many months, which is the fact of what the former governor did after resigning in disgrace. We know that which has been reported, and yet we also know that there is likely more, because as is the case with Andrew Cuomo, when you think you found out about all of his scandals, there seems to always be another one, just beyond your view. And I'm standing here with small business owners, members of a merchant association, and having run a campaign speaking about the importance of small businesses in our city. And to hear from a former governor about the difficulties of attracting additional jobs without the recognition of what the Trump administration has done to make it so difficult. I mean, the tariffs, the business climate that he has created, and the impact to tourism in New York City. We're seeing estimates of about a $4 billion loss compared to other years in this city. That is something that has massive ramifications for the ability for our city to continue functioning as it has. And yet I cannot recall the last time the former governor even brought that up. We are less than a year away from the largest and most popular sporting event in the world, World Cup, coming to this city. And yet what we have is a sense among so many that they are not welcome here.
This is just such...
All right, so like I said, we got bonus content this time. King of the Hill was selected. The poll was, let's see, how close was the poll? Oh, wow, 2% away from each other. And actually, Hasan reacting to Ethan was 2% ahead, but with the overall effect of the poll, yes, even counting the Vox Populi, it looks like King of the Hill reboot. It is, right? This is my old favorite anime channel, The Roundtable. Okay, the dude, the person's name is Ostrux Vox. The channel's called The Roundtable. Yeah, I figure this is a way we can take a look at the King of the Hill reboot without me getting demonetized for showing copyright content. So here we go. Let's.
He machine gunned my grandfather.
So he was one of the 50 man?
The day has finally come. The return of the King of the Hill. And it actually might...
Dion Diwala says, I've been watching Duss on Majority Report for years. Maybe Hasan just trusted Sam's judgments. That's another possibility too, yeah. He did seem to think he had a real... like a real bead on the chat, like he did seem to really think that he understood where Duss was coming from, or at least, you know, more about his. Yeah, I don't even know what chat is saying. There's the streamer and the chat and the bond, the bond has been tested. What are we talking about? Are we talking about Hasan?
Might be the best animated revival we've had yet. The key word here is revival, not a reboot.
I thought we were talking about King of the Hill.
Not a spin-off, not a sequel, not a gritty live-action reimagining, but a continuation that's classified as just another season of the show, a la Futurama or...
What? Really? Is that how that is? Okay, I figured it was a reboot. I thought there was going to be the King of the Hill, the college years or something.
Phineas and Ferb. Out of every cartoon they've resurrected from...
Oh no, chat, are they going to do Coffin Flop on King of the Hill?
Was trapped in the cycle of binge watching. This...
Don't Coffin Flop.
Is the first one where I finished the season and was upset I couldn't dive.
Hey, what is this on, by the way? Anybody know what streaming Is this on?
Right into the next batch of episodes.
That can't be it. Where's the rest of it?
Moving forward, I think this is the gold standard on reviving a cartoon. Remember the caveats? When I heard a King of the Hill revival was in the works, I was very interested, as it was easy to recognize the potential in the Hill family navigating through modern times. And while you can make an argument that they've said everything that was on their mind back in 2009, the world has changed drastically in the 16 years it's been off the air. From technology to social issues, and all the ways those overlap within American culture, there was a lot to work with. Not to mention the world feels a lot more, hateful, cynical, and overall bleak lately. And it may have something to do with the fact that so much conversation and media consumption happens online lately. Outrage gets the clicks, and thus takes up a lot of real estate on social media. And no matter where you fall on the political spectrum, the internet teaches you to defend your beliefs in a way that makes you sound as pissed off as possible! So it's a breath of fresh air to have someone like Hank take over.
No, I'm dealing with having streamed for almost 8 hours. I'm just probably a little bit like what's the word? Deranged. I don't know why that's the word. Yes, I'm deranged, chat. I've become deranged from streaming for 7.5 hours.
Although he can be a
decoherent, maybe
hostile towards the things he doesn't understand or see eye to eye on.
Decontextualized, yeah, sure.
He's shown to come around or reach a compromise on multiple occasions. He's not unreasonable, unless we're talking using charcoal over propane. Then you're getting your ass kicked, buddy.
Well, I'm glad he doesn't believe the lies about clean coal. You know, I'm sick of people being like, "Oh no, it's okay, it's clean coal. We cleaned the coal. We scrubbed it down so it doesn't hurt the environment."
Even in a sea of reboots and revivals,
yeah, discombobulated is one way to say it. I'm getting deontological.
Can stay dead for long. I think it's.
Isn't that where you take all your teeth out in order to
say no to seeing more of Hank Hill? A modern King of the Hill also meant that, unless they want to be lame and do the floating timeline, no one ever ages shtick that its peers do, we were bound to get a time skip and an aged up Bobby. Hell yes! Suffice to say, I was told on the show before we even saw a single frame. And before I knew it, not only was the revival confirmed,
I want this version of the show to be about like giving Bobby some dignity.
But we were getting glimpses of adult.
Like I feel like he gets run over by his parents so much in the previous episodes.
Bobby? Leaked storyboards and posters that were going double platinum on social media. The hype was real, and I felt it the most when I went to San Diego Comic-Con.
That's de-orthodontical.
Selling merch from Family Guy, King of the Hill, and Bob's Burgers. And despite only being halfway through the con, they were completely sold out of King of the Hill merch. There was an entire outdoor King of the Hill experience.
Whoa.
I wasn't
wait. Where did I see that?
There was a massive line, and by the time I finally got around to checking it out, they were 20 minutes away from closing and shoot us away. But instead of being salty, I was giddy as hell, because all of this showed that people really care about this revival and are happy that this show is back. It feels like a moment in pop culture that everyone is tapped into. And it made me so unbelievably excited to get my hands on the new season. The only thing slowing down the hype train were that some of the recasts sounded off, and the animation looked a
the recap, yeah.
A little stinky.
Yeah, there's been a few deaths, right, amongst the the vocal cast.
A lot of people think it's rigged. It's not, but I made a whole video explaining what the deal is with the new animation style. So if you're gonna accuse the animators of lying about using rigs instead of just saying, I still don't like it, you should do it over there. Now that all 10 episodes have been released at once, damn you, binge.
Wait, did we figure out what streaming service it's on?
Release model. I'm happy to report that despite being one of the most anticipated revivals of all time, King of the Hill Season 14 lives up to expectations. In a lot of ways, it feels like the show never left, yet every episode is delivering something new, something that wouldn't have been possible in the original run. And that's in large part due to the time skip and how it has enabled the writers to reinvent Bobby's stories and how he interacts with his parents now that he's living on his own. It creates a unique atmosphere where whenever Hank, Peggy, and all their friends are on screen, you're just watching King of the Hill in the Big 25, and it rules. But whenever we follow what Bobby, Joseph, and Connie are getting into, it's like you're watching a really good spin-off that manages to stand on its own as an animated sitcom, exploring the trials and tribulations of navigating your 20s and adjusting to adulthood. And in that regard, it scratches the same itch as something like Mission Hill, filling that
It's Hulu.
Avoid a TV shows about young adults. Considering people have been clamoring for more media in that niche, I wouldn't be surprised if newcomers skip to this season because they're drawn in by this new side of the series. This is what really sets it apart from other animated revivals. Shows like Futurama or Phineas and Ferb may take advantage of the streaming landscape by bringing back old characters and storylines, but they're so laser focused on still being accessible to newcomers that they barely do anything interesting with the status quo changes. Hell, Phineas and Ferb reversed its most notable plot development. Neither of these comebacks have felt completely warranted, especially since they originally went out on such a high note. They just feel like more of the same shows, and you can find some enjoyment on those merits, but was it really worth it if, at the end of the day, it amounts to just piling on to the episode count? King of the Hill's revival is informed entirely by how much has changed in not just the real world, but these characters' lives. It knows how to maintain the vibe of the first 13 seasons without retreading old ground. It's not afraid of isolating anyone, and it doesn't want to play it safe. Instead, it has faith in the audience and correctly assumes that although we wanted to see these characters again, we also have an appetite for something new, especially for those who grew up alongside Bobby. I really got into this series in middle school thanks to Adult Swim, who has been airing the series on a daily basis since 2009. Bobby was the character I resonated with the most because we were both kids, and I'm sure that applies to a lot of people. So although it was a pretty big swing to age him up, it preserves that aspect of the series while venturing into uncharted territory. As someone who's in their 20s, there's absolutely a level of relatability here that you couldn't get from the first 13 seasons because Hank, Peggy, and the other adults were in their 40s while Bobby and his friends were kids. I know Luann was in her 20s, but unlike Hank, Peggy, or Bobby, she almost leaned more into recurring character territory as opposed to being a main character. She wasn't in the show as much as you probably remember. Seasons.
Oh yeah, I kind of remember that. She's just like occasionally there.
Average 20 episodes, and she made about 5 to 12 appearances per season. So it's hard for me to claim that she was a pillar of stories for 20-somethings to relate to in the same way that
Also, yeah, I mean, she's kind of unique for a 20-something.
Bobby is now. Aging Up the Kids presents so many new storytelling opportunities. The show can tackle topics that previously wouldn't have fit in either side of the show, like Bobby skipping college or Connie and Chang's non-monogamous relationship. So let's get into the nitty-gritty about what makes this season so good. Because I know some of you may throw on the first episode, hear Hank utter the word canceled, and switch back to YouTube without a second thought. And to be fair, the first episode is probably the weakest of the batch because it has to send Hank back to square one, on top of ironing out Bobby's new status quo. And I think the direction they take both these characters in is pretty genius. Spoilers ahead. You won't know every single—
Wait, should we watch the spoilers, chat? What do you think? Should I leave off the spoilers? Like, are they really? They're just gonna be like real spoilers, like. No spoilers. Yeah, they should put that in their do they have that in their like timestamps? Wait. They should tell you like skip to like the whole rest of this is spoilers, chat? Like, because normally what you would do is you'd be like, if you don't want to see the spoilers, skip to 14 minutes and 31 seconds. I mean, it does kind of look like it's maybe all spoilers. Spoiler alert, Bobby usurps the hill. Wait, does that mean Bobby like takes over the propane business? Wait, does this mean it's Ethan? We got some people for no spoilers. Some people don't mind spoilers. It's dermatological? I'm trying to get a sense of what how chat feels about spoilers. I don't want to spoil it for people if they are. I feel like a lot of people might actually watch this. Bobby the Usurper. Oh my god, chat, there's so many somebody is playing Skibbity Gat Rooms. Has anybody ever heard of this? It does not sound like that does not sound like what Twitch chat wants. Skibbity Gat Rooms. I think maybe I should choose something else. I don't know. Here, I'll like play you out with spoilers. Wait, no, that's not gonna work. Oh my god, chat. I feel bad. I don't want to like divide everybody up over spoilers. Okay, how about this? I think I have an idea. I'm gonna wait. Is it like Skibbity Backrooms? Yeah, but with yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's like pretty much that. Is that a King on the Hill reboot sequel? Pretty much. We can't decide on whether we want to go forward with spoilers, so I think I'm gonna raid us. Wait, what? Oh, I can't raid us into. Damn. I had an idea that maybe we could watch the spoilers like in Weasel Cord. Oh my god, is that literally all that's on? Is the Gat Rooms? Yeah, exactly. And I just don't want to like put people in a position where they have to like leave the group if they don't want to be spoiled. It just feels kind of wrong. All right, let's read into, I don't know, chat. Like, yeah, I thought you said scat rooms. I don't know, chat. Is like, now you're making me think a morning stream is like viable. Well, if I hadn't just done an 8-hour stream, it would be, wouldn't it? Oh my god. I will. This is like a Sunday morning. Oh my god, chat, I am too tired to do much of anything. But I will note that there's like a lot of people here and it's morning, so that like maybe in the future, in a future time. God damn, I don't even know what's. Okay, we're gonna take the safe choice and we're gonna raid into Zachap. I was thinking about raiding you into Rob Moran, but I haven't really checked into his content in a long time. You can chill with the Europeans all day? Yeah, well, I mean, not... It is like, what is it, 7... No, it's 6:20 for me right now. All right, so Zachap is getting hit with a raid. Get in there, chat. Give a nice big raid to our Australia... Or wait, I can't remember if Zachap is Australian or from New Zealand, but one of those two countries is where Zachap is from. So if you want to get in there and send, you know, my solidarity the way of that, chat, I've got to get to sleep. This is streaming way too long. But we did get through all of the Hasan content. I do feel like I see what everybody was talking about, why people are saying Hasan is canceled. Obviously, he's not really canceled, but, you know, it's, you know, could have maybe done some more research on Matt Duss. Does anyone watch Bad Hasbro? Oh, hell yeah. So, yeah, we're counting down the raid into Zachap. Oh, yeah, the other thing I need to do is shout out my Patreons, including a new Patreon who just signed up during the stream. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moinoip, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out to Big Owl, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Zara Xerix, fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. That being said, chat, I am going to take a much needed, you know, get something to eat and take care of myself. You take care of yourself. Thank you, mods, for taking care of all of us. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for taking care of that algorithm and making my video go out to completely new people that would never watch it otherwise. And I missed the Hasan part. It sounds like alt-right is trying to smear him with a lie, and Ethan just believed it because... Wait, which one is this? I feel like this was a different thing. But anyway, and hello to the VOD gang. If you've made it this far, you watched the whole VOD. Congratulations. I should put something at the end here to give you something else to watch. That would be a great idea for me. But anyway, chat, I'm not even thinking correctly right now. I've streamed for 8 hours. That is, you know, fried my brain. I will see you again tomorrow. And I'll try to be earlier, all right? Because I know it sucks for a lot of people. Yeah, it seems like almost like I should do like an early stream and then maybe a late stream. I don't know. That could be better somehow. We'll give it a try. I'll be changing up some format things. Look for, I don't know, new stuff, possibly videos in the near future. Anyway, much love, everyone. I will see you tomorrow. Until then, bye-bye.